Chapter 1 of the Milky Way. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 1. General Cargo. There was no evading the fact that my luck had left me so completely that my nerves suddenly failed me, and I wrote to Harry and said yes. With the letter in the pocket of my one and only coat, I sat on the Penzance quay and wished I had 100 a year of my own. A small steamer of some 400 tons was awaiting the afternoon tide to make the harbour, and gazing at her idly, I thought over my decision. Was I glad I had agreed to marry Harry? How absurd it sounded. Marry Harry, Harry marry. It would be good to be taken care of, and to have no anxiety about the morrow. Of that much I was sure. I had just finished a set of watercolour illustrations to a book on Cornwall for Messrs. Harriot and Dale, which they had no sooner received than they went bankrupt. Farewell to the fat little cheque which meant a winter in Paris. Farewell to a winter anywhere, save in the workhouse, for I had exactly 38 shillings and threepence left in the world. It was the final blow, for having just recovered from a bad attack of flu, I was still a worm and no man. That was how it came about that I had the letter to Harry in my pocket, the letter which told him I had changed my mind, and as I sat on the quay I assured myself that I fully meant to post it, for I was in what I can only call the shoulder mood. Although at that time I thought there should be only two classes of men as far as marrying was concerned, the inevitable and the impossible, with one man in the former and all the rest of the world in the latter, I could still see that that was a counsel of perfection. A great many marriages are the result of almost any man coming along at just the right moment, when the girl is in the grip of the shoulder mood, which I suppose attacks chiefly lonely people like myself. In that mood one is conscious of only one overwhelming desire, to have a shoulder against which to lean one's head with one's eyes shut. Any nice, quiet, unobtrusive shoulder. Up till then, luckily enough, the mood and the man had never come together for me. By the time he appeared, the mood had vanished under the influence of a night's sleep, or sunshine, or a piece of work going well, and so I was still Viv Lovel. Now flu and the failure of Harriet and Dale had bolstered up the shoulder mood till it had resulted in the letter in my pocket, and shutting my eyes, I leant against the hard side of the lighthouse, trying to imagine it was Harry's shoulder, so that I might arrive at a forecast of my sensations. It would be restful to feel his arms round me and give up the struggle, yet some silly tears forced their way past my lashes. I had held my head so high and flown the banner of independence through straits nearly as narrow as this, but flu is an insidious devil. Opening my eyes, I saw that the steamer had swung round on the tide and was making for the harbour. On the bridge the skipper moved about, his cap very white and his face and neck very glowing against the sparkling blue of the May sky. I walked to the empty wharf where she would berth, and watched her as she sidled slowly towards the quay, the sunlight vivid on her vermilion lead paint, and making her black hull a soft greenish tone like an old coat. Her masts and ropes were burnished gold against a tangle of schooner rigging that lay in shadow behind, and in the sluggishly rippled harbour water the vermilion and orange reflections broke and joined again, Without warning, the sea lure gripped me. I must go aboard, I thought, my foot impatient to feel again the planks of a deck. A fat harbour loafer who had been sitting pensively on a bollard arose to catch and make fast the rope. Then, twisting his thick red neck, he glanced behind him and slowly brushed the seat of his trousers. "Damn this new-fangled 'abit o' whitewashin' the bollards," he muttered. "A chap can't get a bit o' rest wi'out his trousies givin' 'im away." He spat a much-chewed plug into the water and cut a new piece off the licorice-like stick before sitting down on a heap of scrap iron. As soon as the gangplank was across, I went on board, and ran into a rosy, round-faced little man with a dishcloth over his arm. "D'you happen to be sailing for London soon?" I asked, smiling upon him. "You are general cargo, aren't you?" He beamed at me. "We are, miss. Anything from pig iron to pepper. We unload this afternoon, load again to-morrow morning, and sail at 'alf after 5 in the afternoon. Call at Plymouth and Torquay and make London River by Thursday, all bein' well." "D'you take passengers?" "Well, miss, we don't belong to, but then we does it. In the season we 'as 'em packed like pilchards in the saloon, sleepin' on the tables with the fiddles on to keep 'em from rollin' to ground. This time o' year you can have the place to yourself. First class fare, 15 shillin', 2 shillin' each your meals. Steerage, 7 and 6, and find your food. Intoxicants extra, but we ain't like the silly boat as don't carry a licence. If she do come up again anything in the way o' waves, she do knock her passengers about cruel, and gives 'en nothin' but gas water to comfort their innards. Monday to Thursday. My money would just last, and instead of posting my letter to Harry, I would write and tell him to come on board and see me at Plymouth. So I reprieved myself. "Have you a stewardess?" said I, beginning already the wifely duty of considering Harry's prejudices. "Never carry one, miss. I'm all the stewardess there is." "I'm sure, Mr. What is your name?" "Nanverrow, miss." "A good old Cornish name, Mr. Nanverrow." "'Tes that, miss," he replied, beaming delightedly. "Well, I'm sure, Mr. Nanverrow, that you'd look after me beautifully. You'd bring me hot water in the morning, wouldn't you?" "Bring you anything you like, miss. Say the word, and the deck cabin shall be put ready for ye." I did say the word, and walked off the Chough, committed to arriving with my luggage at 5 o'clock on Monday afternoon. I actually did arrive at 20 minutes past, a triumph of punctuality, and my landlady saw me off with many tears and a large pasty in a paper bag. It was a blue and yellow blustering kind of day, the wave-tops stung to foam, and the cloud shadows trailing swiftly over the hills beyond Marazion. On the harbour water floated great patches of many-hued iridescent scum, probably compounded of unutterableness, but burnished and beautiful as a pheasant's breast. We steamed out of the harbour and met the freshening breeze and the plash of the little waves. Penzance lay hidden in a misty blaze of sun, only St. Mary's Tower showing faintly above the harbour, and on the mount the castle windows winked like diamonds. Sticking my hands in my pockets, I flung up my chin to the salt wind and laughed aloud for joy that I was alone and free, till the thought of Harry came pricking at me. "Never mind," thought I. "I'll get all the more juice out of my last days." Dusk had fallen as we made the Lizard, and the great shaft of light was throwing itself over and over across the sky. As the captain and I sat at supper we got into the race of the tide. There were sounds of things slipping about and cabin doors sliding to, and the horizon shot up the porthole only to fall swiftly down it the next minute. A typical Cornishman of the seafaring order was the captain, with fair hair, a skin reddened by sun and wind, and a burly, bull-necked frame. Full of good yarns, too, and of a pretty wit. Nothing could have been finer than the air with which he informed my little Nanverrow, who waited on us, that a lady on board gave a touch o' colour to the voyage. After supper I went on to the bridge. It was too dark to see much but the glimmer of the foam as it slipped past us, but the sky boasted a new moon, to which the captain uncovered, while I bowed thrice. We had left the rough water, a darker streak upon the grey sea, on our stern, and were throbbing a steady course, with no sound but the restless plashing of the sea and the subdued thrumming of the engines, when from the gloom of the lower deck came the notes of a pipe. Leaning over the bridge, I strained eyes and ears. Someone was playing Dvorak's Humoresque, and playing it well. Shrill and clear the thin jet of sound rose up and quivered in the night air, hung on a high, sweet note, and fell in a rippling cascade. A pulse I had thought stilled began to beat, something that stung to a sense of youth and gaiety. Harry slipped into the background. What had my kind, staid Harry to do with these pipes of Pan? Down to the lower deck they lured me, always lilting to the measure in my blood. I plunged into the alleyway, and it seemed as though the piper, confident in his darkness, mocked at me. When I came to the stokehold door, I suddenly slid it open, and a glare of red light shot into the gloom of the alleyway and lit up the figure of the piper. His piping stopped with a defiant flourish, and the hot breath from the furnaces on my cheek. I stared at him. Oddly enough, there was a look of a faun about him, in the lock of fair hair tossed over his browner forehead, and in the bare throat on which his down-tucked chin cast a soft three-cornered shadow. Straightening himself, he made a bow as I involuntarily stepped forward. The joy of it, when he said exactly the right thing! I could have blessed him for his comprehension. "The great god Pan is not dead," he remarked in a low, very gentle voice, "while there is anyone left who knows how to listen." "Do I understand you're a reincarnation?" I asked, sliding the stokehold door to again. "Not exactly," he disclaimed modestly. "Merely a descendant." I stepped out of the alleyway on to the deck, and my piper followed me. "Alas," he said mournfully, travelling incognito under the humble guise of a steerage passenger, "I am not allowed on the upper deck. The joy of watching the wake is denied me, but there is always the forecastle. Shall we go right up into the bows and play at being a figurehead?" "It's quite a good game," I admitted. "I played it myself this afternoon." "I know you did. I saw you. But like all the games worth playing, it takes two." "Like quarrelling?" "Like quarrelling, or kissing. They both begin with a K, I believe, with a Q in the best houses. After all, it's the thing that matters. Kissing by any other name would still lead to quarrelling. Look at the phosphorus. It's as though we struck sparks from the water." We leant over the side in silence for a while, till with a nervous gesture he pressed his hands against his forehead as though it ached. "Don't think me confoundedly impertinent playing to you like that," he broke out, "but you look, well, the right sort, the kind of girl who'd understand. You knew it was to you. Who else could it have been to, that tune? It's a vagrant's air, made for the high road and the high seas. Does your head ache? Nothing much. Intuition seized me as I looked at him. You're needing food, I exclaimed. I'd known what that was like myself. He made a gesture of denial, but I was already on the way to my cabin, whence I returned with my pasty. You're to eat this now, at once. Don't dare to say a word, I commanded, stamping my foot at him. He took it, and I strolled a little distance away, returning as he finished the last morsel. "You've made a different man of me," he said simply. "I can do nothing but play to you for it. Do play. Not for the pasty, but to please me." He laid the pipe to his lips, and through the darkness his long nimble fingers gleamed as they danced up and down. I sat sideways, my arm locked round the flagstaff, and as the ship plunged and rose again, shaking the hissing foam from her bows, and quivering slightly all her length like a living creature, I let my body be one with her motion till I felt a princess of fairy story on some magic steed riding — whither? I slipped down on the deck and held out my hand. "Good night, Peter Piper," I said. "I'm very tired, and 4 bells went just now. Good night, and thank you for your piping." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 2. Ship Magic. I turned restlessly in my bunk for hours, and when at length I fell into a troubled sleep, it was to dream that the pipes of Pan were calling to me from some hidden place, while Harry was trying to hold me back. Shriller and shriller grew the piping, till it pierced my sleep, and I woke to the scream of an unoiled crane and the rattle of the donkey engine. It was 4 o'clock on a grey, rainy morning, and we were unloading our cargo at Plymouth. Looking back on that day, I don't wonder at my own bad temper. The town lay wet and comfortless under a chilly white sky, which reflected wanly in the dripping roofs and gleaming stretches of asphalt. After waiting for Harry till midday, I went ashore, lunched at a horrid little restaurant, and was back by 3 o'clock. No Harry. From imagining him dead in the ruins of the Exeter train, I advanced to the conclusion that he had become engaged to a minor canon's daughter. I was picturing the wedding, the bride snub-nosed and a model of all the virtues, in white satin, when Mr. Nanverrow handed me a telegram. "Sorry been delayed," it ran. "If miss you at Plymouth, will meet boat at Torquay." How like Harry to say boat, I reflected. Then, remembering that the captain had said at breakfast that we were not calling at Torquay this voyage after all, I tore up the telegram in a rage. We had cast off, and were slowly throbbing away from the side, when a tall figure raced down the quay, took a flying leap, and just landed on our deck. The captain, leaning over the bridge, shouted an indignant question, but the intruder merely demanded, "Is Miss Lovel on board?" "I'm here, Harry," I called from my doorway. He took off his cap, from which the rain was dripping in a little stream, and stood looking at me. I don't know what he was thinking, but as I saw him, his limp brown moustache and limp blue eyes, I thought, "He's more like himself than ever." He spoke first. "Viv," he said. "Viv, it's yes, isn't it? You've sent for me to tell me so, haven't you, dear?" Then I saw I'd been mistaken. This was a new Harry, his face years younger with hope. Truth was the only thing. "I don't know, Harry," I said. "I think it's yes, but I can't quite tell you yet." "Do you think you can figure it out before I have to land at Torquay?" asked Harry, who had gone rather white round the mouth. For a moment this absorbed my attention. I had often read of people who went suddenly pale, but I'd never seen it happen. Then the meaning of his words dawned on me, and though it seemed heartless, I sat down on my berth and laughed till I cried. "Oh, Harry, we aren't putting in at Torquay, after all. We're going straight to London, and I've written to Barbara Vining to meet me, and I shan't have a rag of reputation left, not a rag. She's a dear, but you know how she wants me to settle down, and she'll rub it in that I ought to now, with you. Good Lord! What on earth am I to do? You'll have to lie low till she's borne me off." "Lie low? Look at the size of the thing. A mouse couldn't hide. And that Miss Vining would nose out everything. If you were any other girl, I'd say, 'Now you'll have to marry me.' But I know it's only more likely to make you do the opposite. Well, don't let's bother yet. We don't reach Old Rat Wharf till Thursday. Go and see about a cabin, and join me on deck." We spent the afternoon sitting on the port side of the bridge, with the weather screen down to let the wet breeze blow in our faces, thrashing up the Devon coast past the rugged cliffs, whose crests were hidden by swirls of mist. We were sometimes so close inshore that we could see the gulls sitting on the rocks and the surf creaming in the crevices. Never had Harry been so dear, and yet, oh, why had I come by sea? Only the day before I had been glad to be marrying Harry. Now the old unrest was stirring, the divine unrest imparted by the fret of waves and the call of winds, and the strong subtle smell of tarry ropes and wet decks, an unrest to which one either has the response in one's blood, when there is no resisting it, or to which one is impervious, when no comprehension of it is possible. Harry, who has enough perception to know when there is something afoot which he cannot understand, looked at me oddly, then said, "Viv, I'm losing hold of you. There's something about this damned ship that's going to your head. If we were only putting in at Torquay, I'd have you in the Exeter train, whether you would or no. I almost wish you could, Harry, but you wouldn't anyway. You're too good to me. If you were that sort, I should have been married to you long ago. Oh, I can't stay here any longer. I'm going exploring." The magic of the hour that followed. In the stokehold, where the air seemed to crackle with heat, I tried my hand at stoking, Harry standing silently in the cool wind from an air shaft. It was heavy work handling the great iron slices and rakes, and I soon relinquished them to watch the stoker tend the fires. As he opened a furnace door, a subdued roar arose, and the bed of pulsing flames lay straining away from us, almost level in the draught. He flung a shovel of coal, and with a roar that filled the ears, the fire pounced on it, and like a hungry beast licked it up. The burnished light flickered over the stoker's shining face and white knotted arms, and under the opening of his shirt a line of blue shadow lay softly on his glistening chest. I climbed up the greasy iron ladder in silence, but as we made our way to the engine room, I turned to Harry. "Wasn't it gorgeous?" I exclaimed. "What is there about these things that appeals to you so?" asked Harry plaintively. "I don't know. Oh, the way things look and feel. I'd go anywhere to see how a thing looked, or do anything to know how it felt. I wish to heaven you'd marry me to see how it felt. Harry, if you're strenuous again while I'm on this platform of iron bars, I shall fall into the engines, and then all will be over between us. The engine-room was clamorous with creatures of steel that leapt out only to check and draw back swiftly, as though held in leash. Here and there a shimmer lay on sleek dark metal. The blotches and bands of shadow pulsated in the unsteady light from the oil lamps. Only the eccentrics, those old maids of the mechanical world, kept calm and sedate as they slowly rubbed their hands together, round and round. The engineer wiped a shelf clean with cotton waste, and, spreading a copy of Tit-Bits on it, invited me to sit down. "How many knots are we making?" I asked him. "About 9, miss." "Only 9? The telegraph's at full speed." "Yes, miss, that's just the cap'n. These engines, they'm too powerful for the ship. If I was to put 'en at top speed, they'd tear the heart out o' her. But get the cap'n to believe it you can't. Like to see me oil the engines, miss?" Holding my skirts close, I followed him on his round with his long-nosed can. The connecting rods leapt fiercely, up and down, seeming to snatch at the oil he dropped in as he leant over the protecting bar. Then, as they dived into the well of shadow over the crankshaft, and he laid a quick hand on the bearings to test their warmth, he seemed, to my excited fancy, like some tamer among the creatures that would rend him if they dared. A ship harbours a host of fierce hidden things that would master her if they slipped from control. Making my way round the engines, I found Harry leaning against the ladder with a very pale face and eyes half shut. "Let's get out of this," he said. "I feel deadly sick, and the smell of the engines has about finished me." "Steadiest place in a ship, but we are rollin' a bit, sir," said the sympathetic engineer. "We unshipped all our cargo at Plymouth, and we'm goin' up Channel as light as a cork. Bound to roll, sir." In the fresh air Harry turned to me with a ghastly attempt at a smile. "If you'll excuse me, Viv," he said, "I think I'll go to my cabin. I shall hardly be an engaging object." "Poor dear, just as you like. Is it any good sending you your supper?" "Sheer waste of good material. Oh, lor!" He staggered away, and I saw him no more that night. As I was getting ready for bed, the Humoresque sounded softly from under my port. The piper must have stolen on to the upper deck. Resolutely I blew out my candle, and, rolling over in my berth, drew the quilt over my ears. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 3. Saltwater Philosophy. All Wednesday a feeling that forces were gathering for an explosion beset me, and I think Harry also. It was not merely the leaden sky and heavy moving sea, but an oppressive sense of waiting, as though something were holding its breath. At last I sent Harry, who was still rather a wreck, to lie down, and myself went on to the bridge to take the first dog watch with the mate, who was a little grey-bearded, thin-necked man of the name of Simpson. I perched myself on the rail and leant back against the canvas with my arm locked firmly round a stanchion. The captain, who was pacing up and down, beamed at me, and the mate sniffed and gazed mournfully ahead. He was rather a friend of mine, and had taken me into his cabin to show me the portrait of his son, a youth in a tobacco factory at Bristol, who was engaged to the captain's daughter, an arrangement that promoted a nice family feeling in the ship. "I wish I was a young lady," remarked the mate gloomily to the world at large. "They're nicely looked after, the young ladies are. Everyone's nice to ladies." "Aren't you nicely looked after, Mr. Simpson?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, miss, I am not. Here I am, in the cold and the wet. But so am I, and you have thick knitted gloves on, and I haven't. If you was to want gloves, miss, every man in the ship would be crawlin' to give 'en to you. Ah, it's a rough life for us poor sailors, when nobody to love us." He waved one arm in a declamatory way, meandering mournfully up and down, with one worsted-clad finger on the wheel. The captain grinned, and as he looked at me his eyelid flickered to his cheek. "But see what an exciting life you have of it," I urged. "I expect you've been all over the world." "Pretty near," he admitted sadly. "I wasn't always huggin' the land, up one week and down the next. I rate myself a Cornishman, sure 'nuff, but I was born to Newfoundland, and when I was a lad I was in the fisheries. Then I went in the guano trade, and goin' from one thing to another, I've seen a fair bit. I always had a mind to. When I was a bit of a lad I got hold of an old book, full of picturs it were, tellin' about Peru, and an old ruined city inland, with gate temples and a pictur of 'en standin' up in the moonlight. I said to myself, I'll go there ef I do live, and so I did, so I did." He stared dreamily ahead with his little bleared eyes for a moment, then went on. "Yes, I got there. I went coastin' up South Ameriky in a windjammer, and when we touched port I left the ship and worked my way inland. Weeks it took me, and sure 'nuff I got to that city and stood there in the moonlight. I tried to chip a bit off the marble to take home to my Lizzie, but it was too hard, it wouldn't come off nohow." I sat in silence, for his words had that curiously simple direct quality that pricks the imagination. This little scrubby man had had his soul fired by an old print, and had followed his quest till he had attained the desired end, an end of no earthly advantage to him, merely a ruined city standing up in the moonlight, and he had tried to break a bit off for his Lizzie. The mate brought the wheel round and seemed to come back into the present with the action. "Are you acquainted with any particular Baptists, miss?" I confessed my ignorance of the sect in question. "My mother-in-law was a particular Baptist," said Mr. Simpson, "and she was like the rest of 'en. They thinks that what they thinks is the only right way to think, and if you don't think with 'en, you'm all wrong. There's a good many people like that, miss." I nodded a heartfelt agreement. "Well, one day I was tellin' her and my Lizzie — it was when we was only courtin' — 'bout flyin' fish. My mother-in-law she listened in silence, but when I was gone she says to my Lizzie, 'Lizzie, d'you believe in that story o' flyin' fish? Don't believe there's any such things. There's naught 'bout 'en in Scriptur.' 'Willie do say it, mother,' says Lizzie, and that's enough for me. 'That's right, Lizzie, my maid,' I say when she told me. 'You b'lieve me and the Scripturs and you won't go far wrong. But get that story about flyin' fish down my mother-in-law's neck you couldn't. Not wi' warm milk." "I've met people like that, even though they weren't particular Baptists," said I, laughing. "Well, miss, on my very next voyage we was fairly cuttin' through shoals of flyin' fish, and as I come off my watch one mornin', I saw one floppin' about in the lee scuppers. 'That'll do for my mother-in-law,' says I, and I stuffed it with tarry oakum and put it in spirits. It were a fair beauty, 15 inches 'cross the wings. When I showed it to my mother-in-law, she looked at it for a minute or two, and then she say, 'Well, I don't go for to call that anything. I've seen pilchards caught in Mounts Bay with fins very near as big as that. There was no gettin' more out of my mother-in-law." " One always hears mothers-in-law are a bit trying," I ventured. " Sure 'nough. Have you ever thought o' matrimony, miss?" " I've sometimes thought of it, Mr. Simpson, but somehow the more I thought, the less I liked the idea. I used to think I shouldn't mind marrying a sailor, because they're away for such years at a time, and then they come home and think you're just perfect, and have to leave again before they find you aren't. But there are so many drawbacks to a sailor." " A sailor," declared the mate sentimentally, " is the best o' husbands. You can always count on him to be tender and lovin' to a wife." "To anybody's wife?" I inquired. "Well, miss," he replied with a twinkle in his eye, "I will say we'm not particular." " How's the poor gentleman, miss? " asked the captain, with a discreet chuckle. " Oh, he's only feeling a little run down to day, captain. The worst is over. But I think I'll go and see how he's getting on." I did not go at once to Harry, however, for first the fascination of the wake claimed me, and I stayed leaning over the taffrail, with the water gurgling in the scuppers at my feet, and the steering chain dragging itself now a few inches forwards, now backwards, with little groans as of pain. As we ran past Dungeness, Mr. Nanverrow came to ask if I would care to haul up the signal flags, which I accordingly did, feeling very great and proud. I found Harry quite himself again, and we went together to our place on the bridge, and about 6 o'clock we made Dover in the teeth of a northeast gale. The bo'sun, whose watch it was, enveloped himself in oilskins, and the captain brought me his and buttoned me up in them, tying the sou'wester under my chin with his big fumbling fingers. I was only just equipped when the storm swept on to us, the hail rattling on my tarpaulined shoulders with a crackling like pistol fire, and soon the ice lay in drifts on the slippery bridge. When we got under the lee of the shore, an uncanny stillness prevailed as the ship shouldered her way through the heavy sea. A sky of dark slate hung over the grey-green water. Dover cliffs were pearl-coloured, with dim pencillings, crested by an undulating ribbon of green downs, and Dover town, pearl-coloured also, sat enthroned behind her rampart-like harbour, from which two cream-hued funnels showed. Only the foam pattern that slipped over the heave of the waves beside us was white, dead, startling white, and through the holes in it I saw the bubbles of the drowned surf, driving down in pale green wreaths through the deeper green of the water. The distant muttering broke the silence. Then came flash after flash of brilliant rose-coloured lightning. Gradually it spread all round the sky till we were girdled by quivering light, pure essence of rose-colour, zigzags of it that flared out like wounds in the sky and lambent sheets of it. With every flash a deep pink glow was reflected on our shining decks and derricks, on the brasswork, on our oilskins and our wet faces, till the ship seemed afire from bows to stern. It was not only the colour effect of grey, pearl, and green, with the one note of deep cream and the rose light over all, that was so exquisite, but every curve was perfect. Ripple of the downs, intricate pattern of the foam, pure lines of rigging towering against the sky, converging curves of the ship and long supple swell of the waves, with the sweep of the horizon binding all. It blended in one absolutely satisfying scheme of line. I pressed my cheek against a cold stanchion, nearly crying with joy. Harry slipped an arm round me, and his wet hand felt for mine up the capacious sleeve of the captain's oilies. We were disturbed by a seaman coming to hang out the red port light. The copper lantern was run up the foremast, and over the lighted binnacle the bo'sun stared out, the footlight effect softening his broad face, but making his nose a blot of shadow. Through the deepening dusk the lights twinkled, and I tried to remember which was which, hesitating at first, then with more confidence as the captain paused in his tramping to confirm me. "That's Green over to starboard, and that far one we can just see is Sandetti light vessel, and that's the South Goodwins. On a clear night, when one can see them all, the Goodwins and Reutingen, they're as thick as stars. Oh, Harry, it makes me memory sick. The dozens of times Father and I crossed the Channel together. Viv, you know I'm not a poor man. I love the old place in Devon, but we'd travel as much as you wished." The coast of France, like a cloud on the horizon, had stirred the wanderlust, and I suddenly nestled my head against Harry's shoulder. Of course I would say yes. It was on my tongue, when the notes of a pipe, plaintive now and sad, rose up in the darkness. I stood erect, startled. "Dear, it's only someone playing a whistle. Put your little round head down again. Viv, say yes. Think of the years I've waited. Sweetheart, think of all the years." Only someone playing a whistle. It was more than that. It was a vagabond calling to his like. It was the summons to fare forth again, and work and laugh and take life as it came. Pleading wet and cold, indeed by then the spray was drenching the bridge. I descended to the deck and went to lie down in my bunk for a rest. As I lay there, the storm increased, and I felt the ship stagger and shudder at the edge of precipices down which she shot as though she could never right herself again, and showers of spray were hurled against my port and fell pattering on the strip of deck. A fog is the only thing which makes me nervous at sea, so I wedged myself in with pillows and presently fell asleep. It must have been half an hour or so later that I was awakened by something I can never adequately describe. Which was the more noticeable, the noise as of thunder crashing in the hold, or the sensation of my bunk standing up on end and flinging me out? I don't know. Sound and sensation united in one stupendous effect that for a few moments bereft me of thought. Then the first feeling that flashed into my mind was one of fulfilled expectation. "This is a collision, and I am in it," I thought. "I've always heard one is awakened by a crash." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 4. The Last of the Chuff. In the darkness, oil lamps and candles were the only means of lighting on board the Chuff. I tried vainly to get my bearings. The floor was tilted at an oddly impossible angle, and my groping hand touched strange shapes dislodged from their usual places. I was like a person who, suddenly awaking in the night, has lost all sense of direction for a moment, and wonders which way on the window is in relation to the bed. "Miss Lovel," cried the voice of Nanverrow, as he shook the handle of my door, "undo the bolt." "It isn't bolted," I called back. "Then the door's jammed. Don't be frightened, miss, we'll soon stove it in." "All right," I replied, experiencing what I had read of in books as a strange sinking sensation. I felt two, one communicated to me through the cabin floor, the other taking place round my solar plexus out of sympathy. "Hullo," said a gentle voice close to my ear. My eyes had grown accustomed to the dark, and against the paler circle of the porthole I saw the blackness of a head and shoulders. The long neck and erect tuft of hair were unmistakable. It was my Piper. "Our steering gear went bust," he explained, "and while we were stopped to repair it, in this blinding squall a brig ran into us. Our bows have crashed through her old wooden sides with the force of her own impetus. Do you think you can insinuate yourself through this porthole?" "If I can get there," I replied, gazing up at the strangely tilted port that hung over me like a full moon. "Please try, at once. Catch hold of my hand." As I was swinging myself up, the bo'sun and Nanverrow, shouting to me to stand clear, drove in my door. I hung on to the Piper's hand for a moment, and there occurred one of those curious flashes when time seems to stand still, and the fraction of a second is intensified into a conscious period. The pale sphere with the Piper's head haloed in it, his face only a few inches from mine, the feeling of tense muscles, the oneness, for that moment, of our two selves, seemed the only solid facts in a reeling world. Then I dropped back on to the cabin floor, and Nanverrow was fastening a lifebelt round me. With the aid of the Piper, who was amazingly strong in spite of his reed-like look, and of a rope the sailors had stretched from the taffrail to the head of the companion ladder, I made my way along the drenched deck. At the door of the captain's cabin I came on Harry, who was clinging to the doorpost, his head swathed in a clumsy bandage. "Viv! Thank heaven!" he said. "I got thrown down and knocked silly. Just my luck not to be able to come and see after you. Are you all right?" "Perfectly, thank you. Mr. Piper has been most helpful. But your poor head! Does it hurt?" "Not now. You'd better come in here." "No, I'm going to see what's happening. You lie down again." Leaving Harry looking irresolute, we struggled on to the focus of all the disorder, where a great shape loomed up in the darkness. The ships, quivering and close-locked, seemed like two vast animals of the deep struggling in mortal combat. "Are we going to reverse our engines?" I asked the Piper. "No, the skipper says he can't. The damage is too serious. We're keeping locked by going slowly ahead while the boats are got out. Don't be frightened. We shall have heaps of time to take to them before the ships break apart." There was no room in the night for fear. There was so much noise and energy. I heard the captain calling orders from his post by the telegraph. I heard the shouts of men, and, suddenly mingled with them, the thin, frantic cries of a woman. Looking up, I saw, leaning over the rail of the brig, a woman with a bundle in her arms. Then the deck seemed to draw together beneath our feet, the brig lurched violently, and the woman screamed again. "We shall go down! We're sinking!" she cried. "Here!" And she dropped the bundle straight down into my arms. I only just had time to hold them out. The Piper swept me backwards, and began to help me towards the main deck again, but I had just seemed to hear the woman call out something of which the only word I distinguished was "John." I clasped the bundle firmly between my chin and the top of my lifebelt, and the Piper and I at last attained the captain's cabin, where we found Harry, in the berth, and a state of collapse. I laid the bundle on the table, and began to unwrap the shawl, disclosing in the light from a match what I shall always maintain to be the most wonderful infant in the world, for he was sleeping peacefully, a rubber comforter between his contented lips, and an expression of unaffected blandness on his brow. Such a child could not be born to be drowned. Such powers of aloofness and concentration were not made for nothing. We sent up a shower of rockets, and the cabin was filled with a sudden glare. The baby opened his eyes, and, as darkness fell again, gave a little whimper. I picked him up and began to soothe him, and the whimpering faded away, and in spite of being cold and wet, and in danger of drowning, as I pressed the little body closer, the most exquisite feeling I had ever known tingled through me. In the darkness the tiny fingers closed over mine, and I laid my lips to the downy head. "Are you there, miss?" asked the voice of Nanverrow. "Cap'n thinks it'd be best to take to the boats. There's no cause for alarm, miss." Alarm, when with that small, warm thing entirely dependent on me, I felt like a god. Nanverrow was carrying a lantern, which he now turned on to the cabin. I shall never forget his face when he caught sight of the baby. "Aw, my dear life, where did you get that to?" he gasped. "A woman on the other ship dropped him into my arms. I think his name is John." "Dear Lord!" ejaculated Mr. Nanverrow. "She said they would sink. Oh, do you think they will?" "Not they, miss. Wi' control o' the rudder," declared the shameless steward. "Put on this coat of the cap'n's, miss." I paid no heed to this truly masculine injunction, but wrapped little John up again in his shawl, and rolled the coat round him so that it stood stiffly up like a fence over his head, admitting air, but screening him from wind and wet. Then I shook Harry by the arm. "Pull yourself together, Harry," I said. "We're taking to the boats." "I'll get him along, miss. You go with the young man," said the mate, appearing in the doorway. "If there's one thing I dislike more than another, it's a misplaced heroism that insists on dislocating official machinery. So, though unwillingly, I obediently let myself be borne along to where a boat had been lowered from the davits. They were perilously close to the water, as the two ships had by now broken adrift, and already the sea foamed over our buckled bows as we settled slowly by the head. The gift of the gods and I were lowered into the boat, the couple of seamen in her having hard work to prevent her being dashed against the side. Harry, still dazed by the blow on his head, was placed in the stern sheets beside me. Then the piper and Nanverrow came over the side, followed by the mate, who took command. How we lifted on the water! One was never at the same poise for 2 breaths together, and the acute angle of the Chough, which was rapidly foundering, added to the sense that the world had received a blow which must have sent it reeling sideways. As we were pulled away, a second boat was lowered, and the remaining members of the crew, the captain last, swung themselves into her, and began to draw away from the vortex. There is something appalling about watching a ship go down. It is like seeing a human being die a violent death. As we lifted on to the crest of a big swell, and through the darkness I saw the Chough struggling in the hollow of the sea, I felt as though I were guilty of indecency in watching, and I turned away my eyes, as one does from anyone who is overcome by violent emotion. When I uncovered my eyes and looked fearfully round, she was gone. If one must be shipwrecked, it is as well that it should be in a waterway as crowded as the Straits of Dover. We were rescued after only half an hour's acute discomfort by a cargo boat from Spain called the Solferino, and we were given hot drinks, dry if oddly shaped garments, and cosy bunks. The gift of the gods, whom in default of any other name I called Little John, came through the ordeal triumphantly, and I procured warm milk and water for him, and changed his clothes for swathings of soft flannel obtained from the medicine chest. Clad in a clean though exceedingly stony-hearted shirt and a blue jersey, I fell asleep, lying very still and quiet on my back, for cradled in the curve of my arm, round head against my shoulder, and one pink fist flung palm upwards beside it, lay the gift of the gods. I was already so used to thinking of him as Littlejohn that I continued to do so in my dreams, but as a matter of fact I had discovered that my ear could not have caught the mother's cry aright, for he was a girl. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 5. The Last of Harry. Littlejohn was a somewhat exacting companion at night, and the result of many awakenings, during which I distractedly attempted to soothe her, resulted in my sleeping far into the morning, when I found we were lying anchored at Gravesend. After I had washed and fed her and reattired myself in my own garments, curiously stiffened by the salt water, I betook both of us on deck. There I found Harry, himself again save for a crop of bruises, from which, indeed, we all suffered excepting Littlejohn. Both our own skipper and the chief of the Solferino were ashore, caught up in the whirl of telegrams that follows such an adventure as ours, but our own mate, Mr. Simpson, who was lolling at the rail, gloomily informed me that the Solferino had to take a load of cement on board, which would keep us in a haze of cement dust till past noon. Harry and I went astern, and leaning over the taffrail, gazed at Tilbury Docks, where the black funnels of the P&O, the cream of an Orient and the strawberry red of an Atlantic transport, showed from behind the low green strip of land, each liner with her great bunches of derricks up-hove like helpless outstuck fingers. The storm was over, and a brown-grey blight seemed to hold the world. Brown-grey mud-flats, across one of them a trench where brown-grey little men, like nightmare insects, worked in the slime. A forest of tall chimneys with plumes of smoke, varying from black to white, trailing across a pallid sky. Grey-green river where brown mud clouds floated beneath the surface like gigantic sponges. Over all a haze of cement dust that puffed like smoke from every sack sent hurtling down the yellow wooden chutes into the holds of a couple of schooners moored near by. "Harry, it's Providence," I said. "You can go ashore here, and I'll go to Barbara's with Littlejohn, and she need never know about you at all. You haven't given me my answer yet, Viv. Yesterday, before everything happened, I could have sworn you meant yes, but this morning— Harry, you know I've always told you I wasn't in love with you." "Yes, you always played the straight game with me, Viv." "Well, it wouldn't be playing the game if I were to marry you. I've tried to think it would, but it's no good. It would be taking all and giving nothing. My nearly saying yes was the result of tiredness and depression and rank cowardice. You'd be giving me yourself, which is all I want. What about love, Harry? That would come. I'd make you so happy you'd have to love me." "It's an odd thing," said I, half laughing through my tears, "that a man is always so confident he can make a woman love him and make her happy, and they're the two most difficult tasks in the world. Viv, can't you realise what it is to me to know you're on the stream? You haven't a farthing, and you won't use me in any way. And now all your worldly goods are lying at the bottom of the channel. Viv, let me help you." "I can't, Harry. And I've raked up some pluck again, and a job of sorts will follow, and I shall be with Barbara while I look round, so don't have the 'alone in London' idea. Besides, I'm not alone. I have Littlejohn." Harry groaned. "To saddle yourself with a baby. It only needed that. I hope to heaven his fool of a mother will claim him." "He's a she, after all," I said, "but I hope she will, for her sake." When I woke and saw Littlejohn's pink face near mine, and thought that she might be where she could never hold it to hers again, oh, Harry, I felt awful for her. And Nanverrow told me when he called me that there's news of a sailing ship ashore near Margate. We've set all the telegraph wires hopping with messages to find out. And if it's the worst, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a bad bargain to lose a box of old clothes and find a real live baby. So you needn't worry anyway. And besides, people are always nice to me. Viv, dear, you're far too pretty to knock about alone." "Poof! Me pretty, with my farthing face? You look such a child, Viv. It's your way of wearing your hair in those plait things round your head, and your big grey eyes and little throat. It was your throat I first fell in love with, Viv, when I met you and your father in that weird place in Sicily. My throat was very unromantically sore when I had flu, and I've never found my big eyes in my way, you know." "Viv, make it yes." "Harry, I'm awfully sorry, and I hate to say it, but it must be no." He was silent for a minute, and I looked at Tilbury through a watery film. The different hued funnels mixed up together like coloured candles melting. Then Harry said, "I'll clear off, Viv. Write to me from the Vining Woman's. Promise?" "Yes, I promise." "Brrr! This cement dust, it'll get in Littlejohn's eyes. I'll go to my cabin." At my door I laid the gift of the gods in the bunk and held out both hands, and Harry drew me towards him. "Viv, won't you let me? You never have." "I've never let anyone." "Oh, Harry, I'm a mean, ungenerous pig, but I can't." "All right, I didn't mean to bother you, and you're not a pig. But, Viv, if ever you change your mind, if you ever feel you could bear you'll promise to let me know. I shan't have changed, you know." "Dear Harry, the last man who said that to me has just married a widow with 2 grown-up daughters." "But I mean it. I swear I do." "I'll promise if it'll please you, but I shan't change my mind, Harry. I don't know quite what brought me so near it, but I know that nothing will again. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry." "There's nothing for you to be sorry about, Viv. I've had this much of you anyway, and you've been as divinely kind and tender and friendly as only you can be. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Harry," was all I could manage, and when he was being rowed ashore, looking very forlorn and big in the stern of the little boat, I lay in my bunk beside Littlejohn and cried till my nose went pink. I knew that what I had told Harry was true. The mood of utter weakness had brought me so near to the edge of the precipice that the one look over would prevent me ever drifting so close again. And short as was the time Littlejohn had been with me, she had affected a great deal, for I knew it was not so much the influence of the Chough. That too had been strong, not even so much the stirring sense of adventure, reawakened by the shipwreck. which had kept me from saying yes to Harry, as the influence of Littlejohn. When I held her to me, I knew, beyond the possibility of doubt, that never to Harry would I give a Littlejohn of my own. The not impossible he, if he existed at all, was still in the future. And if he did not, there are always Littlejohns a-dreams. As I sat by the sleeping baby and thought of all this, the many little lures of shipboard began to prick my abstraction, the clanking of chains, the cheery whistling of the sailors, the many indescribable sounds of ship life. Putting on my battered old leather sombrero to hide the havoc the tears had wrought, I gave myself a shake, mental and physical, and went on deck. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 6. London River. Once on deck I found that the loading had begun, and from each sack of cement that careered down into the hold came a cloud of white dust, and glad that Littlejohn slumbered in her bunk, I went and sat up in the stern. There was plenty to watch on board and off. Pompous little tugs, low-lying barges, weary and worn-looking iron merchantmen, and odoriferous little refuse steamers, derisively dubbed beef tea boats, or cemetery boats by the sailors. All these kept me interested and amused. Presently a tug flying the blue and white mission flag came alongside of us, and gazing down into it I saw a fat little cleric and an attendant sailor getting out a rope ladder. On catching sight of me, the little cleric took off his hat, remarking to his helpmate, "Some ladies' papers, if you please, James. Those Madams and the English churchwoman." I looked wildly round for help, and made the terrifying discovery that the ship was seemingly deserted. The cement loading had just finished, and the men had apparently packed themselves into the hold with the sacks. The Solferino might have been a ship of the dead. Just as I was inveighing against the cowardice of the other sex, the mate of the Chough appeared to my rescue, and at the same moment the little cleric, by a superhuman effort, manoeuvred his leg over the rail. He advanced nervously towards Mr. Simpson. "Is the captain aboard?" he asked. "Cap'n's ashore, so's the mate," quoth Mr. Simpson. "I'm the mate o' a much tidier ship than this, but she's lyin' in another harbour." The little cleric advanced on the reluctant son of Simp, and wrung his hand. "And how are you, my friend?" he asked. The mate drew up his scrubby little person before replying, with ineffable solemnity, "'Andsome in person, sir, though poor in pocket." The sky pilot laughed the laugh of propitiation, and on hearing that we came from Cornwall, ventured a remark to the effect that all Cornishmen were fine men. "As to th' men," said Mr. Simpson, still speaking in a company drawl, "them nothin' out o' the way. Men's men. But our Cornish women, them the rarest in th' world." "Good looking, are they?" asked the sky pilot. "Can you need to ask me that?" demanded the mate reproachfully, with a lofty wave of the hand towards me, "when you can set eyes on the young lady there?" The poor little cleric blushed nervously, and began something to the effect that, of course, if the young lady were the standard of beauty, it certainly was very high, when I took pity on him and strolled away to the forecastle, where I commandeered the bo'sun and the chief engineer, and made them come and talk to the gratified sky pilot. He was a well-meaning, guileless soul, and the men treated him respectfully, but the shyness on both sides was embarrassing, and we were all glad when the mission tug panted off on another errand and left us to the illustrated papers. And I may mention in passing that Madame was read with great interest before the mast, especially the advertisements. We were now waiting for the pilot who was to see us up London River, and I went into the forecastle head and sat on the capstan engine till 2 seamen came to wind in the anchor, and then I watched the second engineer oil the slewing gear of the crane, which he said was chirpin' like a bloomin' canary bird, or like my whistle. Didn't you like it, that you've hidden yourself these 2 days? I wheeled round to see the piper standing behind me, a haggard boy he looked by daylight, unmistakably a gentleman through all his shabbiness. Evidently he had not detected that it was I who coaxed my little Nanverrow into giving him regular meals, only charging me the actual cost of them. I smiled at him in my relief, and then saw he was brandishing a telegram. "Man is an egotistical creature," he said. "I want congratulations. You have mine. Is it permitted to ask what on?" "Oh, I don't suppose you'll call it much, but I happen to be on my uppers. I'm a strolling player, and lately it's been nothing but strolling. This is from an old boss of mine, Haggett, who runs a travelling theatre, and he offers me gentleman lead, which means I may be called upon to play Hamlet one night, Charles Peace the next, and what's his name in The Murder in the Red Barn the night after. But the prospect of anything to do at all excites me." "I do congratulate you," I said. "I only wish I could have a stroke of luck like it." "You? What on earth do you mean?" Taking 2 sixpences out of my purse, I shook it upside down. "That's what I mean. These will tip Nanverrow, and then I'm cleared out." Good heavens! Who would have guessed it? His good-looking, boyish face was very grave. "Have you anywhere to go when you get to town?" I told him about Barbara, and he nodded. Then, "Look here," he said, "if you can't get anything else to do, would you like me to tackle Haggett? It's a beastly life, going round in caravans, and it's no place for you. But when one hasn't a sou, I know what that means. And Mrs. Haggett's careful of the girls. Do you think I should be good enough? Of course, I've often acted, but only in amateur things. Heavens, you should see Haggett's damsels. Not an H to their names, raw red hands, and waists up under their armpits." "It will be very kind of you. If I can't get anything else, I shall be very glad. It would keep me going for some time, anyway." "That's settled, then," he cried gaily. "Shall we swear eternal friendship?" "Certainly. For how long?" "Oh, till policeman Providence moves us on in opposite directions. We will swear by my whistle. My name's Vivian Lovel, and mine's Peter Whymperis, Peter Tresillian Whymperis. Humorous of it really to be Peter, isn't it? It sounds too perfect to be possible. Does the Tresillian mean you're a Cornishman?" "I'm Cornish, of course." "So am I, on my mother's side, which I hold to be the more important. See, there's the pilot coming, and up goes the red and white pilot flag." The pilot, a crimson-faced, pompous individual, was rowed alongside and a ladder flung out. Mr. Simpson leant against the bulwarks, with his hands in his pockets, and watched the proceedings cynically. "Never mind helping the pilot, lads," he observed, pipe in mouth, to the men steadying the boat. "He can swim aboard, he can." "You learn to keep a civil tongue in your head, my man," snapped the pilot, growing redder than ever. "Now we're properly introduced, we can watch the world go by together, as we go up the river," said I to my piper. "Come up on the bridge with me. The captain won't mind a bit, he's a great friend of mine." We were rather a crowd on the bridge, what with the man at the wheel, the pilot, the captain, and ourselves, but except for the superior airs of the pilot, we were all very friendly disposed. When the pilot rapped out his orders, the Solferino's captain, who was a thin, dark, sardonic-looking individual, would repeat them with an exquisite mimicry of tone, winking the while at me. "Ease her down a trifle," snapped the pilot. "Ease her down a trifle. Right, sir," repeated the captain, working the telegraph obediently. Past the factories and wharves, and the serried ranks of gaunt black coal cranes, past the outward bound ships, some with red-turbaned, blue-clad Lascars standing on their decks, past the old-world river ports, with little Georgian houses going down into the water, past all the starkness and bustle and magic of the pageant of London River we went, and the piper and I laughed and argued as though we had not a care in the world. Once he looked at me with a whimsical flaunt of his tawny brows, saying, "It's good to be young, isn't it? Lord, how out of it other people are! How old are you?" 23. "And you, Mademoiselle Sans Souci?" 21, which means I'm 10 years older than you, because I'm a girl. Look, d'you see that lettering? Old Rat Wharf. I'm longing to see Barbara again. If she asks if there were a stewardess on board, I shall say, 'Oh, a charming person called Nan Verrow.' But I don't see Barbara." And I craned over the rail, gazing anxiously at the wharf. Barbara's inordinately tall figure and shock of yellow hair were certainly not gracing either the wharf or the narrow lane leading away from it. I collected my things while the captain and pilot were going through the customary courtesies of whiskies and soda in the saloon, and then all those of the Chuff Company who had come so far in the Solferino assembled at the quay plank to see me off. They were dear creatures, all of them Cornishmen, except one of the stokers, a mere lad known as Irish Jack, and they all had one thing in common, a thing which experience has told me is inherent in their sex. Not a man on the ship but had told me of his personal affairs. I had heard of the illness of the captain's wife, and the cleverness of his daughter, of the mate's courtship, of Irish Jack's girl, who had consumption, and of many other things beside, which all tended to foster in me that profound and true piece of feminine philosophy: men are kittle cattle. There was no news of any claimant to Little John, so I took matters into my own hands, and leaving my name and Barbara's address with the captain, I was rowed ashore, Peter opposite me, and Littlejohn, now my sole possession, on my lap. "I expect Barbara's besieging Lloyd's," I suggested. "I expect so," said the piper, "but I don't like to leave you till I know. So we'll go and look her up together. That is, if you don't mind." We walked through the Minories and then took a motor bus to Chelsea, the piper having a shilling concealed about his person. My heart beat with apprehension as we mounted the stone stairs to Barbara's flat in Beaufort Street, and I pressed the bell with a tremulous finger. After ringing many times, I went in search of the hall porter, and learned from him that Miss Vining was abroad, doing a rest cure, and that her letters were not being forwarded. I thanked the man, and the piper and I walked on to the Embankment in silence. Into the gardens he took me, and we sat down on a bench, and I gazed blankly at Carlyle's unresponsive back. The high hopes to which the sea life had strung me were rudely broken. Was it for this I had refused Harry? I asked myself the question sternly, but merely because I felt it the right and practical thing to ask. As a plain matter of truth, I was very little cast down. Not for nothing does the wanderlust grip one, and the light-hearted philosophy of salt water is born of something too deep to be easily mastered. My mind was a blank for the time being, but it was quite a bright little blank. "Miss Lovel," said the piper. "Yes?" "I have nothing in the ring or watch line left. Have you?" I held out my little gold half-hunter. "I have this. It was a present from father. Do you mind pawning it?" His voice was very gentle. "You can soon get it back, you know. I only wish there were anything of mine, but all that went long ago, and I haven't enough money left to take us to Haggett's, I'm afraid. He's out Uxbridge way, you know, and anyway you'll want a little to go on with. If you don't mind doing that, then we'll go to Haggett's together. He'll be just hopping mad to have you as soon as he sees you. I shall dun both of you for a commission." "Peter Piper, it's most awfully kind, but how can I be such a bother to you? And if one looks at it as a man of the world, Littlejohn makes another mouth to feed." "Oh, if that's all. Will you come on this adventure with me, Princess? I'm a shabby knight, but to paraphrase the poet, a poor thing, but your own. Yes, I'll come." Peter Whymperis took off his hat, and we shook hands solemnly. Then we bowed to Carlyle, and together passed out of the garden, and set off on our pilgrimage to the pawnshop. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 7. Haggett's. Late in the evening we arrived at Uxbridge, having careered there on the top of a screaming tram, and a few minutes' walk took us to the big, disused timber yard, where the theatre, a great barn of an affair, made of what in my youth I had called congregated iron, with the Imperial painted in big white letters across it, had been set up. Behind lay what had once been a field, and here several caravans, their shafts prone and empty, stood about in the evening light. So much I saw almost without realizing it, for I was tired out by now, and Littlejohn seemed to grow heavier and heavier upon my arms. I sat down on the lowest plank of a pile of rotting timber, and leaning my head back, shut my eyes. "Mr. Whymperis," said I, with the firmness of despair, "you must arrange everything. If they'll have me, they will, and if they won't, they won't, and anyway I can't walk or talk any more." And I hunched the long-suffering Littlejohn up against me and stayed still. In a few moments more I was asleep. When the piper came back, attended by an enormously fat elderly woman and a dark, lean young one, to wake me up, I was past taking an interest in anything beyond seeing Littlejohn fed and put to bed, and following her there myself. I was vaguely conscious of a queer, twisted little person who was neither like a boy nor a girl, but more in the nature of some changeling creature, who appeared from nowhere, and, taking Littlejohn from me, tended her with amazing deftness. And then I climbed into a high bunk in one of the caravans, and knew nothing more, till I awoke some time next morning, feeling rather stiff and very hungry. For a few moments I lay still, staring out of the open caravan door at the timber and a ragged thorn tree against it, At one corner of the tin barn, all bathed in the bright light made of the oblong opening of the doorway by the comparative darkness of the caravan's interior. I was quite alone, but from without came a low hissing sound, like that made by grooms when they are rubbing down horses. I slipped out of my bunk and saw I was wearing a coarse, striped flannelette nightgown, so putting my own coat on over it, I peeped out. Seated on the bottom step of the caravan was the changeling creature I dimly remembered from the night before, so dimly that had I never seen it again, I should have thought the whole thing a dream. Apparently it was a girl, as two pallid and scrawny plaits, stiff as tiny wands, stuck out from her head, which was bent low over Littlejohn, who lay placid and happy across this strange nurse's lap. The changeling was supporting Littlejohn with one hand under her shoulders, while with a sad-looking little brush she smoothed the infant's downy locks, that were more like fur than hair. The hissing noise proceeded from the lips of the changeling, who, I afterwards learned, acted as groom to the caravan horses, a position she combined with that of contortionist, in which role she appeared in the knockabouts after the plays. When she heard me behind her, she started up nervously, and turning, raised two mild and prominent blue eyes, and for a moment I stood looking down into them. "Good morning," said I, smiling and nodding at her. She stood still a moment, as though mistrustful, then an uncertain smile plucked at her little wedge-shaped face. "Good morning," she answered in a thick voice as though her tongue were too big for her mouth, as indeed it was. I sat down on the top step and beckoned her to give me Littlejohn, whose attire I examined, finding it had been put on with good intentions, but what seemed misplaced ingenuity. The changeling's eyes followed all the movements of my fingers intently. She was plainly of an anxiously good heart, yet I had to be firm with myself or I could not have borne her presence. For that she was queer, there was no denying, and even physical deformity does not make me feel as sick as mental deformity. Of course we are all mentally wanting, that is a different thing. My brain has more blind alleys than most people's. If I am asked if I am mathematical, I reply that I can't add 2 and 2, and am then crushed by the bewildering remark that mathematics have nothing to do with arithmetic. But the changeling was incapable of any mental outlook at all, and I had still to learn how far more important is an instinctive and clear spiritual outlook. Yet I caught a glimpse of something as I finished with Littlejohn's garments, for she glanced up at me again, this time with a gleaming smile, and I felt a queer liking in the midst of my repulsion. I never quite fathomed her position at Haggett's, nor who she really was, beyond the fact that everyone treated her with a half-kindly, half-callous tolerance, expecting her to do most of the dirty work, and to get nothing for it beyond her living, and an occasional penny or so as a treat. This last when Mr. Haggett was in a generous mood. However slow her brain, her body was the most marvellously nimble I have ever seen. She might have been advertised as a boneless wonder, but as was generally the case with good material at Haggett's, her performances were thought nothing of, and of course she was only useful in the short variety shows that were sometimes turned on after the piece of the evening had been played. She was certainly half-witted, but I think even more it was that her wits were not quite in focus with the accepted points of view of more worldly wits. I know I never worried over Littlejohn when Emily, as the changeling was called, had her in charge, even when the clouded wits were more out of focus than usual. Sometimes for days together the girl would be as good a companion as a little dog, and very like one, docile, affectionate, eager. Sometimes the curious withdrawn fit was on her, and though she kept by Littlejohn as usual, it was silently, with her knees drawn up to her chin and her milky blue eyes half closed. The oddest thing I ever saw her do, she did one Saturday morning when a new penny had fallen her way. I was in the post office when she came in, penny in hand, and pushed it across to the girl behind the counter. "Penny stamp," she muttered, in her thickest voice. When it was given her she took it up, licked it, stuck it carefully on to the counter, and walked out. There was something inexpressibly ludicrous about the action, and startled as I was, I had to laugh. My shrinking from the poor changeling was a thing of the past by then, and she, on her side, must, so Peter affirmed, have found some oddly focused point of view in me kindred to her own, for she lavished on me a devotion I was only too conscious, remembering how I had avoided her in disgust, of not deserving. On this first morning at Haggett's I was glad to escape her by taking Littlejohn into the caravan and shutting the door, while I made my toilette, with much labour and a little cold water. When I again emerged, Peter was crouching on the ground outside, frying some bacon over an oil stove. "Hullo, there you are," he said. "This is for your breakfast. Do you like it crisp or sobbled?" "Crisp, please." "How kind of you, though." "Well?" "Well, it's all settled. That is, if you agree. Do you like your bread fair-complected or brunette? I have both kinds here." "Whichever's crustiest. Do you know who's fed Littlejohn, and with what?" "I saw Emily, the half-witted kid, dandling her. Is that the right word? Dandling her in front of Jinny, your van-mate, who, with a bad grace, but, to my ignorant eye, much savoir-faire, was inducing her to imbibe milk out of a real baby's bottle. Jinny is our brunette, and plays tragedy in consequence. Our blonde, who is fat, 40, and fairer than nature made her, does the other thing. And I, who am neither one nor the other, but plain mouse as to the hair, and straight at that, what shall I play, d'you suppose? Lead, I expect, when the Haggetts have had a good look at you, in which case you must prepare for ructions in the camp." I sat cross-legged, eating bread and bacon hungrily, and drinking a dark fluid which the piper assured me was coffee, and which had the merit of being hot, and he rambled discursively on. "You'd better come and get your interview with Pa and Ma over as soon as you've finished breakfast," he advised. "I've told them all the main facts, I think. They'd seen about the wreck in the papers, and the advertisement about Littlejohn, description and all. I think Mrs. H. wouldn't be sorry if the fond mother appeared to claim her offspring, but with many sniffs she says she doesn't think it likely. Now, if you feel braced to meet the world, come along." I went along, accordingly, to the smartest looking of the caravans, which boasted new red paint and much gilding, and there I found Mr. and Mrs. Haggett awaiting me. As far as externals went, Mrs. Haggett was a circular lady, upholstered in black alpaca. She had a complicated system of chins, of which the little top one seemed to button the others down. Her husband was a wide-jowled man with bloodshot eyes and pendulous cheeks, a ponderous bully of a man, with a deceptive stolidity of speech. As I grew to know the couple better, I came to the conclusion that never were two people more admirably suited to each other. Cold, calculating, relentless, and as unimpressible as iron. It was true what Peter had told me, that Mrs. Haggett looked after the girls, but it was for the sake of business. It would not have paid the Haggetts for their company to get drunk or gad about, and a strict though unostentatious watch was kept. Mrs. Haggett had a violent temper, but her husband could master her, and did, coldly, heavily, as he did everything. I have known times when the roughs at the back of the hall started catcalling, and Haggett just came to the footlights, his bushy brows bristling with a passion that had a curious quality of ice in it. "Not another sound, you at the back," he would roar, menacing with his fist, "or I'll come round and fight the first man who opens his mouth." And so he would have, and they knew it, and were silenced. On this, my first interview with him, he was eminently businesslike, as was his wife, and I was formally enrolled as a member of the company. I was told I must present myself for rehearsal that afternoon, and be prepared to play a part that night, and on this I was dismissed to make the acquaintance of my fellow mummers if I felt inclined. I discovered that they consisted of the Blonde, an overblown woman with a face too dark for her hair, and her husband, Augustus de Vere, the tragedy lead, who both lived in rooms; of Jinny, a handsome haggard creature with a wild eye; of Bert Mirrit, who shared the third caravan with Peter, and had been a draper's assistant; and of a few colourless supers who never seemed to laugh. Those of us who lived in rooms were paid £1 a week for the women, and £1.10 for the men, while married couples attained 35 shillings between them. We caravanners only had 15 shillings each. And how we worked! A different play each night, and some fancy turns as well. It is true we all forgot our parts occasionally, and were prompted in a husky whisper by Mrs. Haggett from her pay desk halfway down the theatre. Bert Mirrit, a tall, hectic creature, with a profile like a biscuit that has had bites taken out of it, fancied himself greatly as an actor. We used to call him the elocutionist. His idea of delivery was to add "er" on to all his words. He played the temperance reformer to my Gervaise in a garbled translation of Zola's L'Assommoir, and just as I was raising the glass of wine to my lips, he would appear in the wings, finger upraised, and say solemnly, "Gervaiser, doer, noter, drinker, thater." As Charles Peace, most transparently disguised in the midst of detectives, he was a gem. "Ha ha!" he would confide to the audience, while the minions of the law tried to look as though they didn't hear. "They little knower that Charlie Peacer is here." He was rather a trial on the whole, for his morbidly active literary sense was forever plunging him into situations from which we had to rescue him, and it was somewhat of a satisfaction to see him hanged in Maria Martin or the Murder in the Red Barn. By an ingenious contrivance, his face would go purple and his tongue loll out, to the wild delight of the audience. Amongst all the people who went to make up Haggett's Imperial Travelling Theatre, there were only 3 people for whom it was possible for me to feel affection: Littlejohn, the Changeling, and Peter Whymperis, and of those 3, only with the last was any real companionship possible. On looking back, it seems wonderful to me that I stayed there as long as I did, but after that first performance, when I had, on one rehearsal, to play Trilby, wearing salmon-pink silk stockings, the nearest approach to bare feet the delicate susceptibilities of the Haggetts permitted, it all seemed to me rather fun, and I said good night to Peter gaily enough at my caravan steps, It's entirely owing to you that Littlejohn and I are able to be earning our livings at the present moment," I said gratefully. "If it weren't for you, we should be sleeping on the embankment. You are good, Peter Piper. I feel you're quite an uncle to Littlejohn." "And what is your position as regards that interesting infant?" asked Peter. "I'm a parent to her." Said Peter. "What relation does that make you to me?" I laughed and pulled the caravan door towards me, but opened it again to stick out my head and say simperingly, "Oh, Mr. Whymperis, let me be a sister to you." "Oh, Miss Lovel," whispered Peter, with an answering simper through the darkness, this is so sudden." Chapter 8 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 8. Some Talk and a New Toy. With June, we moved further in towards London, and encamped on a piece of waste land on the outskirts of Hanwell, a locality that afforded Peter Whymperis a grim amusement. Peter's humour had been growing rather bitter of late, especially since we had left the comparatively countrified Uxbridge. We were great friends, he and I, and on Sunday evenings, when rehearsal was over, he, the Changeling, Littlejohn and I used to take the tram to Hillingdon, or all the way to Uxbridge, and then walk right out into the country and try to pretend we lived there. The big elm tree in front of the church at Hillingdon always seemed to me an epitome of everything English. I know nothing so suggestive of a particular atmosphere as an elm tree. I remember one evening in the Quartier Latin, two great friends of mine, Jo Nash and Chloe Callendar, were both busy cutting wood blocks. I, idly watching the progress of Jo's block from upside down, said, "Oh, is that an elm tree you're doing?" "No, it's a yew," replied Jo, hacking away busily. "How funny!" I exclaimed. "From upside down it looked so like an elm that I saw a dusty white road." And both Jo and Chloe quite understood what I meant. In spite of the trams that went reeling past the Hillingdon elm, it yet suggested dusty white roads, specked with crawling wagons and girt by hedgerows, and strengthening the impression, from behind showed the church, for next to an elm in potency of creating atmosphere is the tower of an English village church. Ordinarily, when on these expeditions, we took bread and butter with us and drank trustingly from any stray stream, saving for Littlejohn, who of course came attended by her bottle. But sometimes we were reckless and had tea at the inn, a real country tea, with mustard and cress sandwiches. During our quiet strolls over fields, or when we lay by canal banks and watched the swallows darting over the water like flashes of blue fire, Peter told me all he knew about himself, while I learned as well a great deal of which he was ignorant. One Sunday evening we lay, chins propped on hands, at the grassy edge of a canal. A little way off, the Changeling and Littlejohn were bandying inarticulate gurglings, while the former twisted some bindweed into a necklace for the latter, who for her part seemed busily if ineffectively poking a fat soft finger earthwards as though in search of worms. On the still air came the sound of church bells, giving us the luxurious feeling which comes of completely disregarding their appeal. I knew already the outward facts of Peter's life, that he was an orphan and that he was by way of being a writer, but this evening I began to know the real Peter. Hitherto he had been merely the good comrade. Now I began dimly to perceive that quality in him for which I have never been able to find a name. It was not exactly spirituality, certainly not the spirituality whose only outlet is religion. The quality, whatever it was, pervaded the whole world for Peter. Where I would placidly accept the externals of a thing, Peter would grasp at its meaning. I think in his way of looking at life he was something of a futurist, who, he always insisted, had hold of the wrong end of the right stick. Peter shared the particular ambition of most embryo authors. He yearned to write a play. He had also every intention of doing so. He was in no hurry about it, but placed it quite tranquilly and surely in the future, and meanwhile he wrote anything and everything by way of practice. He had just finished reading me his latest production, a sketch called Pan in the Suburbs, a delicate whimsical trifle, and I withdrew my vaguely watchful eyes from Littlejohn to say, "Oh, Peter, I wish you'd write a whole book so that I could illustrate it, and then perhaps we could get it published." "So do I. It would be jolly. We will, too. Only Haggett's doesn't seem to leave one the time or the energy to do anything that needs sustained effort. I'm always meaning to buy a few paints and do a panel of those lock gates and the way the shadow comes across them in the later afternoon, but I never shall." "That's true. I suppose we must wait till we're clear of Haggett's, and sometimes I feel I won't mind how soon that is." His tone was very tired as well as gloomy, and I laid my hand over his with a little shake of encouragement. I was very anxious about Peter. Myself, I was well enough, for my constitution of wire and elastic rebounded from anything. But Peter was a person of moods, and lately this mood of utter depression had been the dominant one. Where was my piping faun now? Gloom-ridden he seemed, with a haunted look in his eyes and a rather piteous and bitter smile at his mouth. Haggett's was no place for a temperament like this, a thing of fine edges and deep-bitten impressions. And in my heart I too echoed the wish that he might soon win clear. A little silence fell between us, which Peter was the first to break. "Princess," he said, "do you know what it is for a black mood to take you by the throat and hold you for days, to poison your food and spoil your sleep and kill the daylight? I get fits of down-in-the-depthsness, but on the whole I think life's so funny one can't help laughing with it. Oh, my little philosopher of mirth, life's so damnable that the only thing to do is to laugh at it. Our starting points are different, but the effect arrived at's the same, or would be if I could only shake off this fit of the blues. The other day I went down to Hammersmith on business for Haggett. It was that dark day, d'you remember? The sky was leaden, without a cloud to break the grey roof of it. The air itself seemed brown and dead. Do you know when a depression that's like a sense of overwhelming disaster is over everything? It was there that day. Ugly, pinched-looking people hurried past me on the pavement, and I wanted to stop them and warn them of something dreadful, of some awful thing they were going towards that only I knew of, and I didn't know what it was. Was it one of those days on which all the people one meets are uglier than each other? I asked. Because if so, I can sympathize. Sometimes for days together, it seems to me the people in the streets and buses and things are so extraordinarily ugly. They're like caricatures of themselves. I think it largely depends on the state of one's own head inside. If one's in a good mood, one sees how even the ugliest people look stunning getting into a bus, for instance, when one is already inside it. They show as a lovely simple tone against the light, and the light itself plays along the edges of them. That's how I feel if I look at things as they appear. But I know if I start out in an idealistic mood, with the thought of a Grecian head, say, in my memory, then I see nothing but how hideous people are, because I only see them as their actual selves, without lighting and character and everything that goes to make appearance. Do you see what I mean? Yes, you mean that when people all look hideous to you, you're only seeing the facts and not the truth. Yes, that's it. Because, after all, truth is how a thing appears, not how a thing is. That's right enough, agreed Peter, but truth depends also on the point of view. An egg, after all, is only a circle seen from a certain angle. But you see, you've only been talking of the external truths and facts. What gripped at me the other day was the feeling of something ugly behind it all. I felt people were hideous because of a hideous something behind that was working outwards. The footfalls on the pavement were like hammerings on a coffin lid. The prosaic clang of the motor bells was the knell of something undefined, of all that's young and beautiful and hopeful, I think. Peter! Which last is impossible as long as there's you to come back to, he said, with his swift smile. Even that day while I was so afraid that I could hardly sit in the tram, and was certainly too afraid to get out, I thought of coming home to you and being made to think that life wasn't so bad after all. I had to get out of the tram eventually. We all had to, all the fat women and lean, weedy men, because the road was barricaded to prevent traffic. A big store was burnt out the other day, and it was expected to fall at the least shake. Groups of people stood about on the pavement, just staring upwards. They didn't speak. The sight of the gaunt walls didn't seem to afford them any satisfaction, and only a numb interest. There they stood, surly men in clumps, occasionally lowering their heads to spit on the road before them. What did it look like? You just saw the tall house front with its burnt-out windows. Through the lower ones you caught glimpses of crumbled and blackened inner walls, and through the upper the sky looked wanly, like pale blind eyes. It was all bleak and bare and unspeakably ruined. But you came back to me and Littlejohn, Peter. That dreadful house was nothing to do with your life, really. And talking of Littlejohn, she has got something to show her uncle. Emily, just bring baby over here and show her uncle her new toy." The Changeling came towards us over the grass, bearing Littlejohn with a queer sawing movement that remarkable child never seemed to resent. With many grins and gurglings of vast portent, the Changeling laid Littlejohn across Peter's embarrassed knees and waited. I waited. So did Peter. And Littlejohn puckered up her face and opened her mouth to let out a disappointed roar. "She thought more of your intelligence, Uncle Peter," I said reproachfully. "Can't you see what it is? She's doing her best to show you." Still Peter stared. Then he broke into a yell that outdid Littlejohn's, and indeed nipped that infant's attempt in the bud. Littlejohn's astonished mouth remained open just long enough for her uncle to point in surprise and triumph at her first tiny achievement in the way of a tooth. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 9. The Call to Arms. On the morning of the following Thursday, I was seated on the steps of the caravan, busy peeling potatoes. It was not a gay scene at which I gazed as I dug the eyes out of the slippery, astonishingly naked-looking vegetables. My fingers were wet and stained, and stiff with the chill wind of a fickle English June, and behind me the voice of the brunette implored me to shut the door. I banged it to with a will, glad to cut off that audible reminder of Haggett's from my consciousness. The further end of the waste was sacred to a dealer in scrap iron, who lurked in a little shed of corrugated iron, beside the dismal heap of his stock in trade. There were shattered drain pipes, red with flaking rust, that looked like the stalks of some giant plant, of which the piled wheels with their mangled spokes and encrusted hubs seemed the skeleton blossoms, while the drift of pots and pans, in every tone of brown and orange, were the scattered seeds, a heap of Titan vegetation, petrified by the fiery lava of some distant disaster. From the high road came the scream of the electric cars and the clanging of their bells as they swung round the corner. Beside me the harsh grass whispered softly, and here and there a paper bag made spasmodic efforts to get a little further in the world. There is nothing so demoralizing to any landscape as a paper bag, unless it is orange peel, and of that we had plenty, but I loved the glowing note it made as it winked from the trodden grass. A sky of pure cold blue arched behind the rooftops, blotted by gold-white clouds, with trails of grey cirrus dragged across them in places like ragged curtains, and in the strong sunshine the blocks of distant flats glared a deep tawny red. As I sat gazing at all this, Peter came towards me over the waste ground, carrying a string bag bulbous with blue-papered parcels and exuberant with lettuce. Sitting down on the step below me without a word, he took off his cap and let the cool wind sift refreshingly through his hair. Then turning his head swiftly with one of his half-shy movements that always reminded me of a young animal, he rubbed his forehead against my hand, a proceeding resented by the company's kitten, which was nestling in my lap. "You're a stunning person to come back to, Princess," he said. "How did you get on with the shopping?" "Oh, all right. I was quite in the fashion. All the best people round here carry a string bag. I wonder why. String bags have always seemed to me such limp things, with no proper self-respect. All the dear ladies, their shopping done, were scurrying home to prepare for the husband's return from the office. What is the office, Princess? The husbands all go there daily, not, mark you, to an office, but the office. I imagine it some vast hall of industry, lined with desks, a husband bending over each." "Yes, like Stationers' Hall," I remarked. "Didn't you have 'Entered at Stationers' Hall' on your pencil boxes when you were young?" "I did, and I always pictured it a great temple with a sort of tunnel running through it, and the pencil boxes, piled on trucks, were run through this tunnel, in at one door and out at t'other. This was being 'entered at Stationers' Hall.'" "I once asked one of these little wives what the office was," continued Peter dreamily. "She replied with strange bitterness that it was a place where he was often unaccountably detained in the evening. Rather exclusive to call it the office, but then in suburbia they are exclusive. I expect they keep a special providence, whatever that may be. The suburbs are the home of mystery, not what they seem. For instance, I believe it incorrect to conclude that Parson's Green is entirely the resort of clergymen, or that Jews refuse to reside in East Ham. The Abbey is where we hope to go when we die, and Hammersmith is where the life models live," I murmured thoughtfully, "and Bedford Park, like the blonde's hair, is too good to be true." "Ah, well," said Peter, "it won't do for me to idle my time away like this. I must arise and see to that blow lamp. Haggett wants the old paint burnt off the garden seat that the heroine always sits on. He wants it repainted virgin white." Something was certainly wrong with the blow lamp. The flames roared out in a plume of yellow a foot long, but this was corrected with the aid of one of my hat pins, and the flare reduced to a hardly visible breath of blue. It was curious how, directly he turned it against the surface of the iron, the flame sprang into yellowness again, spreading out in a luminous fan, and whistling like a gas jet. Peter scraped away busily at the melting paint that fell curling to the ground, making a heap of sticky green shavings. The smell of burning paint being rather powerful, I departed with my potatoes to cook the dinner for the Brunette, Peter, Bert Mirrit, and myself, we being the only caravan dwellers besides the Haggetts, who fared more sumptuously and apart. That afternoon, it being early closing day for the shops, we were giving a matinee performance of The Bells of Chimehurst, which was described on the bills as a rustic comedy. Peter Whymperis was generally jeune premier, but in The Bells of Chimehurst he was cast for the villain. We never were able to understand the plot of the rustic comedy ourselves. The church bells burst into a peal whenever anything of particular interest occurred in the life of the heroine, which seemed a somewhat unusual arrangement. Haggett himself, in a check suit, a top hat, and a fawn ulster, played the bluff old English squire, whilst poor Peter was doomed to propose to me, in tartan trousers and his shirt-sleeves, to the accompaniment of a merry peal from the obliging bells of Chimehurst. Comic relief was provided by the part of the village washerwoman, played by the Blonde. The old English squire had a flirtation with this lady over her wash-tub, and humour of an exceedingly elementary sort was obtained by the shaking out in his face of various garments not usually displayed in polite society. It was all very vulgar, very silly, and essentially moral. Virtue, in the person of the elocutionist, returned from America in a dinner jacket and a Homburg hat, triumphed completely, and villainy, in the person of Peter, committed suicide, plaid trousers and all, to the last bright peal of those officious bells. Any subtlety of interpretation would have been wasted on plays and audiences, but there was not even good cloak-and-dagger acting. The women frumped about the stage in skirts that sagged at the back, talking in a sustained squeak, and the men were even more hopeless. It had been amusing enough when I first started, but by now I was sick to death of it. As we stood in the wings before our first entrance, Peter, who had been listening to the aforesaid flirtation scene with a queer smile on his face, turned to me. "Let's do ourselves proud, Princess," he whispered. "Let's hurl ourselves into the spirit of the thing, and make it as absurd as we can. I must run off the rails somehow this afternoon." He whistled the humoresque under his breath, and the memory of the days on board the Chough caught at me and made the old imp of adventure raise its head. Our eyes met, and we laughed gaily at each other. We were both fey, as the Cornish saying has it, a state of things always supposed to lead to tears before nightfall. The only wonder is that we had borne the Haggett menage without going fey as long as we had, for it was a seething mass of incongruous elements, bound to explode sooner or later. Only the desperate need of the various members of the company had made such an artificial state of affairs possible at all. I gripped Peter's hand in the shadow of the wings, and I too whistled the humoresque softly. Prudence had fled, and it was to the lilt of Dvorak's music that I stepped on to the stage. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 10. Being Fey. To use Peter's expression, we certainly made things hum that afternoon. He proposed, hand on heart, in the best Adelphi manner, and I refused him with an Assyrian gesture of outflung arms and averted head. We burlesqued our actions and gagged freely. We were not allowed to act well, then we would at least act as badly as possible. A feeling of tension spread through the whole company. For some time now both the blonde and the brunette had treated me to covert unpleasantness, but tonight the hidden things lifted unabashed heads, the wires of diplomacy were stretched beyond bearing point. Already they gave a discordant note, soon they would snap utterly. Partly the friction had arisen from the fact that I had always been given juvenile lead, a position formerly held by the blonde, which accounted for her dislike, but Jinny's glowerings puzzled me more, for being dark, she always played heavy lead, though owing to the smallness of the company, she was what is called the chambermaid, i.e. was cast for the small character parts as well. Up till this afternoon I had endured the unpleasantness phlegmatically, but now, sick of the whole sordid affair, I felt reckless and cared for nothing. Between the acts I saw Haggett looking thunderously at me. The blonde muttered inarticulately as she flounced past. Bert Mirrit seemed absolutely dazzled and hung on my every movement, which caused the brunette to whiten beneath the grease paint, while an ominous little pulse beat in her thin cheek. It was not that the women were jealous of my influence with the audience. The puzzled shop lads and their sweethearts were at a loss what to make of my performance, and applause was a tentative, gusty thing that faded away as though alarmed at itself. But whether applause came or not, Peter and I were the dominant figures on the stage. The very fact that the members of the audience did not know how to take us added to the arresting quality we seemed to give off like an aroma. It was appallingly inartistic of us. The performance became a medley of jarring notes. Nothing kept in key. There was no unity of atmosphere. But Peter and I enjoyed ourselves thoroughly. The audience became demoralised. The play ended amid a tornado of hisses, claps, and catcalls, and as Haggett rang down the curtain, I slipped away to the dressing-room. Rather to my surprise, none of the other women came to remove their make-up, and just as I had finished changing from the bridal gown I had worn in the last act to the old silk shirt and tweed skirt of everyday life, there came a knock at the door. I opened it to find Haggett standing outside. He was removing his make-up, and the mingled Vaseline and dark grease paint made him look like a negro in the act of being melted down. "Miss Lovel," he said. I had waged successful war against the "dear" of the profession. "Kindly go back to the stage. Mrs. Haggett wants to speak to you." I found the stage in semi-darkness, the footlights having been put out, and the top lights turned low. The hall lay in deep shadow, only the first few rows of empty benches gleamed faintly. Several people stood about the stage. Mrs. Haggett composed, but with an effect of effort, and breathing heavily through her nose. Peter with his chin up and his hands in his pockets, and the elocutionist in an attitude suggestive of the last phase at St. Helena, while Jinny, the brunette, was endeavouring to console Mrs. Devere, who crouched, hysterically heaving, on the ground. Her husband Augustus, the tragedy lead, glowered beside her, looking down on the wide back of her neck with a weary, impersonal scrutiny. Everyone stood in a pool of shadow cast by the top lights, and as the flames blew about in the draught the shadows wavered like breathing creatures. They were the only moving things there except the convulsive shoulders of Mrs. Devere. It was a curious rigidity about everyone that struck me as I advanced. giving me that unmistakable feeling of something having happened. "She or I must go," sobbed Mrs. Devere, and the Brunette echoed her viciously. "What is it? What's happened?" I whispered to Peter. "I can tell you what's 'appened, Miss Lovel," said Mrs. Haggett grimly. "The ladies of this company have given me a manifester that they don't want you to stop 'ere any longer." "I don't quite understand," said I, while Peter gripped my hand in the shadow of the projecting wing. "There's some people," came in strangled accents from the heap on the boards, "'oo come along and do the la-de-da, and keep themselves to themselves, but aren't above snatching the bread from a 'ard-working artiste who's always been top dog with the public, and me a mother too." With rising wrath I turned to Mrs. Haggett. "It is evidently no good asking Mrs. Devere to explain," said I. "Perhaps you'll tell me how I've snatched bread from anyone." "It's no use saying anything with these people littering the place," replied Mrs. Haggett contemptuously. "Augustus, take your wife 'ome, and tie 'er jaw up. Bert, you fetch Mr. Aggett to me, and Jinny 'ad best go back to the caravan." Everyone obeyed her, and she and Peter and I waited silently on the dim stage till Haggett appeared, looming portentously through the gloom. He took his wife's fat hand in his and stroked it gently, murmuring, "Keep calm, my little woman, don't distress yourself," while he fixed me with his beady dark eyes. "Fact is, Miss Lovel," he said, "the company's jealous of you, and I don't blame 'em. You're not the sort we want here. We don't want a pretty girl, and we don't want a clever girl, and we don't want a girl who can act. For why? Because it don't match the rest of the company. I talk straight to you, miss, because you've always played straight by me, and hit out from the shoulder when you'd a mind, and I admit you knock spots off the other women. That's just what I object to. I'd like a whole company of your sort well enough, but it can't be 'ad, so I can't 'ave all my company made to look cheap, see?" I did see. There was sense in what he said. I was out of focus there, and made all the others seem out of focus too. If I had been a showily pretty girl, to whom the youths of the audience would have brought round nosegays wrapped in paper, greasy from their hot hands, it would have mattered less, but I was not. Probably the audience thought me a frump, with my plain frocks and my mouse-coloured hair swathed in close plaits round my head, but all the same I made the other women look haggard and lacking in freshness. Neither they nor I seemed in our right places, and so no definite effect was arrived at. "You wish me to leave?" I asked Haggett. "That's the size of it," he admitted. "Of course, as it's without notice, you'll have a week's wages. It'll cause less ill-feeling if you don't appear again, but there's no call for you to leave till to-morrow." He was a just man in his way, was Haggett. I put away my property gowns in the dressing-room, and then crossed to the caravan. Peter was waiting for me by the steps. "Don't go in for a minute," he said eagerly. "I must speak to you. I don't know whether I'm glad or sorry this has happened, but what will you do?" "I don't know, haven't the vaguest idea. Why, Peter, what is the matter?" I had touched his arm and found he was trembling violently. "What's the matter?" he replied, setting his jaw angrily. "Can't you guess I'm dying to knock Haggett's teeth down his fat neck? The man's a criminal. To turn a girl like you off into the world with 15 shillings. I've more than that. I've saved quite 3 shillings lately. Oh, Peter, I'm so tired. Thank heaven I haven't to act again to-night. But I must make arrangements about Littlejohn, and there's my packing to do. And, Peter, don't worry about me, there's a dear." He took my hand and, suddenly bending his head, kissed it. The action coming from the boyish Peter, who was never anything but the good comrade, touched me. So few men know how to kiss one's hand, and Peter did it perfectly. As ill luck chose, the caravan door swung noiselessly open at that moment, and the brunette appeared on the threshold. The burnished glow of the evening sun lay over the wasteland, and tinged Jinny's face and figure with a coppery iridescence. Behind her, the dimness of the caravan was faintly illuminated by a forlorn candle flame, and the result of the conflicting lights was to eliminate all shadows, and make of Jinny an avenging fury. Without warning she broke into speech. "Think you're coming into my caravan, do you, you hussy? Me as has always been an honest, respectable girl, to have to put up with the likes of you, carrying on with 2 men at a time, and hugging and kissing under the very door." I heard no more, for Peter flung the cloak he was carrying round me, muffling my ears with it, but from the white-hot anger of his face I knew she must be saying things unrepeatable. Drawn by the clamour of her voice, Haggett and the elocutionist came hurrying from the other caravans. "What's all this?" stormed Haggett. "I can't have this sort of thing. Jinny, hold your tongue this moment." I had shaken off the cloak, and I wheeled round on him. "You asked me to leave tomorrow, Mr. Haggett," I said. "I will leave now. Nothing could induce me to stay another night with a person who has said such things as Jinny. Please tell her to come down, and I will pack my things. Then I will go." Haggett looked intensely relieved, and Jinny sullenly descended the steps. Peter laid his hand protestingly on my arm, but shaking him off, I went into the van and closed the door. My hands trembled as I put my few belongings together in my little bag, and when I had finished, I laid my face on its cold American cloth side and burst into a passion of tears. I felt I could never meet Peter again, never bear the smile of fellowship in his frank eyes. That unutterable woman had smirched the one thing that had made life worth living, the friendship with someone honest and gentle, someone of fine but strong fibre, on whom I could lean, and whom had often, in his turn, leant on me. My cheeks burned with shame as the few words of Jinny's I had heard beat back and forth through my brain. It seemed impossible not to be sullied by the mere fact that such things had been said to one. Picking up my little bag, I opened the caravan door, and saw Haggett waiting by the steps. He presented me with 15 shillings in an envelope, and stopping me as I was about to put it in my pocket, he insisted, like the man of business that he was, on my counting it shilling by shilling. Then I handed him back 50 "That's for Littlejohn's milk, Mr. Haggett, and for Emily's fare when she brings her to me," I said. "I can't take her goodness only knows where this evening, but I will send for her as soon as I can, probably tomorrow. Please let Emily have entire charge of her. And when I send, will you make sure to hand my card with the address on it to Emily, so that she can show it to people when she wants to know the way? In fact, you'd better see that she pins it on to Littlejohn's clothes. Mind, I've always got the milk in the sealed bottles, and I trust to you to let Emily do the same." Mr. Haggett pocketed the 50 and nodded portentously, and I held out my hand. "Good-bye, miss," he said, as he shook it. "I'll see that Emily's allowed to do right by the little 'un, and I'm sorry Jinny should have spoke as she did. She'll be sorry for it presently." She knows you're as straight as they make 'em, but — well, she was jealous of you-know-'oo, and 'ad her dander up." Haggett and I parted without malice, and after farewells and many carefully repeated injunctions to Littlejohn and the Changeling, I went down the waste land towards the trams. By the heap of scrap iron stood Peter, in the full blaze of the evening sun, that made the rusty metal glow like fairy gold, and edged his tumbled hair with prismatic light, giving him more of the fawn look he had when I first saw him in the glow from the stokehold. I held out my hand and he took it. " Good-bye, Peter Piper," I said, " and good luck. I expect we shall run up against each other some time." " Oh, I expect so," he agreed airily. " Till then, Princess." The lightness of his tone and the carelessness of his whole bearing hurt me more than anything that had happened. Taking my hand away, I nodded brightly and walked on to hide the welling tears which threatened to humiliate me. Round the other side of the scrap iron I came on the Elocutionist, who was holding a paper bag. " Miss Lovel, take it. It's sandwiches. You may need them. Oh, Miss Lovel, farewell, and may you never want. If it's any comfort to you to know that my art is unchangeably yours—" "Why, Bert!" I exclaimed in amaze. "But you're walking out with Jinnie." " Was walking out," he corrected. " But 'ow could I content myself with the candle when I had seen the star? Your beams, Miss Lovel, shone into my art and put 'er out." Seeing the Elocutionist was in the grip of one of his dramatic situations, I spoke sternly. " Listen to me, Bert. You are talking silly nonsense. You don't really care for me at all, and you do care for Jinnie. I wonder at you behaving in such an unmanly way. Haven't you been paying attention to Jinnie for months?" " What are men's laws against the sacredity of passion?" demanded the Elocutionist. " You make me quite sick. Don't talk stuff out of penny novelettes to me. Go back to Jinnie and ask her to forgive your absurd behaviour, and she will, though it's more than you deserve." The starch was nearly gone from poor Bert by now, and he looked at me limply, but made one more effort to keep up his pose. "Is it nothing to you that a man offers the devotion of 'is 'ole life to you?" he demanded. "I don't ask anything of you, Miss Lovel, nor ever would, except to be allowed to adore you. Does it mean nothing to you that you spurn it?" " Nothing whatever, when it belongs to someone else. Come, Bert, you're a good boy, and you've always been nice and obliging to me. Now do just one last thing to please me." " Anything, Miss Lovel. My life is at your service." " That's just what I don't want. Promise me to go back to Jinnie and make it up, will you?" " Since you ask it, yes. It is but a broken 'eart I 'ave to offer 'er, but it shall be done." " Thank you, Bert, and thank you for the sandwiches, too." We shook hands, and I watched him go back across the waste land, the pride of conscious virtue in his gait, already happy in his new pose. Then I climbed on to the top of a tram, and let it take me to Hammersmith. I leant against the unsympathetic back of the tram seat and bit my lip to keep myself from crying. Absurd as he was with his theatrical devotion, there was no denying that the Elocutionist had minded my departure more than Peter. The Changeling had clung to my arm in a frenzy when she realised I was going away without her. Even Littlejohn, as though some sympathetic prescience told her of my desertion, grew red in the face with weeping, and I was confronted with the fact that apparently it was only the mentally deficient who regretted me. I felt very lonely, far lonelier than when I had landed from the Chough and found Barbara's flat deserted, for then I had had Peter. I am afraid I must have cried a little, for when I made my way to the District Railway Station at Hammersmith Broadway, I had to blink very hard to see where I was going. My mental vision must also have suffered from mistiness, for arrived at the booking office, I took a ticket to the Temple, for no better reason than that I thought it sounded a nice name. And after all, since I had nowhere to go, I cannot see that it mattered much where I went. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse, Chapter 11. Where the Bus Went. On the Temple platform I ran into Peter, who was alighting from the next carriage. "Steady, old girl," he said, gripping me firmly by the elbow. "For the Lord's sake, don't cry." I'm not crying. Oh, Peter, I thought Then you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Oh, Viv, you are an utter little goose." He picked up my bag as he spoke, and then I noticed that he was already carrying a bundle. "Peter, you haven't left Haggett's. And it's all through me. I shall never forgive myself, never." "Haggett's," said Peter cheerfully, "was not so bright and beautiful that it broke my heart to leave. By the way, what a brown study you were in not to see me get into that tram. Hullo, this gentleman in uniform very kindly wishes to relieve us of our tickets. Give him yours. And now," as we emerged into the cold riverside air, "where are we going?" "I don't know," I replied. "I haven't thought about it. What I was thinking was that he had called me Viv for the first time, and I laughed a little as I realised he didn't know that he had." "When in doubt, take a bus," observed Peter. "The only question is, what bus shall we take?" "A nice reliable bus, not a skittish young thing that will coquette with a lamp post. You observe that buses carry their ages legibly marked upon their persons. I'm glad we don't. Fancy when we got to 30. We won't take a very young bus, like 4 or 5, because it couldn't reasonably be expected to know where it was going. We'll choose a staid old thing somewhere in the 60s. "Mightn't it be suffering from senile decay?" asked Peter anxiously. "So it might. We'll choose the divine middle age." We finally settled on a bus that had attained the age of 40-something, according to the big white label that decked its front. We handed the conductor a shilling, saying, "2 as far as you go," and pocketed the change without counting it, because Peter said the only way to travel was to trust to Providence and a uniform. We forgot to look at the tickets and find out where we were going, so to this day the destination of that bus remains a mystery, and I only know that it was somewhere on the Surrey side of the river. Dusk had fallen when we alighted, and we wandered down grey little streets with growing disgust at our surroundings. "That bus has played us false," announced Peter. "I see no card advertising 'Apartments for a Single Woman,' which is what I want to find you. You will be reduced to a temperance hotel, and wire blinds are so depressing." "Temperance hotel? This doesn't look to me the kind of locality for a temperance anything. Let's try this street. It looks quiet." It was. It consisted of shuttered warehouses, and was cut off in its prime by the river. Peter and I looked for a few moments at the stretch of gleaming mud between us and the brown grey of the sluggish tide, then turned to retrace our steps. As we did so, a half-open door with a notice on it caught my eye. "Waxworks, a penny," I read aloud. "Do let's go in." We pushed open the door and found ourselves in a narrow passage, made narrower still by a kitchen table and chair. Evidently this was the receipt of custom, and the receiver had gone to his supper. Laughing at the adventure and pretending we were going to meet bogies round the corner, we started to mount the stairs. They were frail as matchwood, and in places had given way utterly, while it was long since the banisters had seen better days. A dim, strange-smelling house it was, the pallid wallpaper hanging in clammy strips from the blotched walls, and it was with quite an exciting flutter of the heart that I led the way into the first room. A large bed stood at the far corner, and in it lay a waxen woman, propped by pillows, her waist held by a smug-looking man in a blue serge suit and fair wig, who stood beside her. At the foot of the bed smirked two more waxen ladies, who displayed a lively interest in the proceedings. A label round the neck of the man of the party announced that he was James Bates, the Canning Town poisoner, and that the women were his 3 wives, to whom he had administered strychnine. I clutched Peter's arm. It was all so gruesome in that darkening house. "Shall we not go any further?" asked Peter. "I must know the worst. Lead on," I declared, peering over Peter's arm in mock terror as we advanced into the next room, which had a barricade some 3 feet high across it. Unsuspectingly we looked over that barrier, and, sick to the soul, I staggered against Peter in good earnest, burying my face on his shoulder. There had been, a short time before, a crime known as the Turnham Green murder. A man had bought a grocery business from a young married couple, and to escape payment had murdered them and their baby and buried the corpses in the garden. In the back room of this riverside house, the scene of the disinterment was portrayed with revolting accuracy. There, among fragments of sacking and piled earth, showed the upturned waxen faces in which decay had been horribly imitated. There, scattered in different places, were the limbs of the child. "It's all right, Viv. It's only wax figures, you know. Damn the brutes and their foul imaginations. Buck up, old girl. Pull yourself together." "Take me away, Peter. Take me away." "We'll go this minute," he assured me, drawing me to the door. The dark had come swiftly, and the stairs disappeared into impenetrable darkness. Peter shut the door of that dreadful room behind us. "Listen to me, Viv," he said. "The stairs aren't safe, and you must wait here while I go on and open the front door to make more light." "Peter, I can't be left alone here. Peter!" "I don't see what else to do, Viv." I set my teeth hard. "Just as you think best, Peter. But oh, don't be long." "I'll be as quick as I can, and I'll talk to you all the time," he promised, beginning his cautious descent. Every time a stair creaked, my heart leapt in terror, but he attained the ground floor in safety, and I heard him tumble over the table. Then came a frantic rattling of the door handle. "What's the matter?" I called. "The proprietor's been and gone, and locked the door," shouted Peter with forced cheerfulness. "We shall have to yell." Going into the room on the ground floor, he beat heavily on the shuttered windows, and the blows re-echoed through the empty house. "Peter! Peter! Come back! I can't bear it!" I cried. "Right-o! We must lean out of the upstairs windows. These are all boarded up." So were all the front room windows. Only in the back rooms, looking over the muddy waste of the ebbing Thames, could we open the casements. I don't know how long we shouted, turn and turn about. It seemed hours. We might as well have been in a desert. If any people did hear our cries, they were evidently of that class which leaves ill alone. The moon was shining wanly into the room when we looked at each other with our hopelessness confessed in our gaze. "Let's eat the sandwiches," said I. As he swallowed the last crumb, Peter squared his shoulders. "Things might be worse," he announced. "At least there's a bed for you." "D'you imagine I could sleep in that awful bed?" I cried. "Why not? Don't be silly and fanciful. I'll turn the wax lady out, and you just be thankful to the gods for giving you a nice warm bed with a pillow and a counterpane on it." Peter was as good as his word, and pulling the wax lady ruthlessly out of bed, he bundled her and her fellows into the Chamber of Horrors, and shut the door on them. "There," he said cheerfully, "they'll be company for each other." He shook up the pillows as he spoke. "If you imagine," said I, "that I'm going to have the bed and the pillows, and the counterpane, you're very much mistaken. You jolly well take one pillow and the counterpane, or I won't go to bed at all." "Rot," said Peter. "I mean what I say. Those are my terms, take 'em or leave 'em. But I am dead tired and longing to go to bed, and unless you'll agree to my terms, I can't. So it'll really be very selfish of you if you refuse." We had a healthy quarrel, but I won, and Peter retired to his little room, the only other empty back room, with the quilt and one pillow, while I disposed myself with my coat over me, and thought how fortunate and appropriate it was that it should be a blanket coat. Then I lay quietly, but with damp brow and clenched fists, striving to keep myself in hand. I had always thought that I was afraid of nothing except black beetles. Now I discovered that though real danger stirs the blood and is the most gloriously exhilarating thing on earth, unreal danger almost frightens the soul out of one. I discovered, too, that next to jealousy, fear is the worst thing in the world. Was that the noise of a slow, heavy footfall from that ghastly room? Or was it merely the thumping of my own heart sounding in my ears? The rats scurried over the ceiling and through the walls, dislodging little showers of plaster as they went, but them I did not mind. Rats were, so to speak, human. One rat ran out into a square of moonlight on the floor, and sat up, busily cleaning its soft face and round, naked ears, but when I made a slight movement it shot across the shadowy floor like a trout through a pool. Presently I fell into a troubled sleep, from which I awakened suddenly with every pulse in my body beating like an electric hammer. For a few moments I lay quite still, not daring even to turn my head on the pillow. It may sound ridiculous in cold daylight, but I was enveloped by a suffocating sense of something evil. I have never felt anything like it since. I don't think men and women still in the flesh and subject to the kindly impulses of human nature could give off such an atmosphere of undiluted wickedness. I received the impression — how far the thing was possible I leave to psychologists — that all the evil that had produced the crimes commemorated in that house was concentrated there, without any of the human attributes that, at other times, the criminals must have had. I had never given much thought to evil, knocking about the world as I had done. I had naturally been struck by the kindliness and innate rightness of the people in it, and being, I suppose, an unmoral person myself, who just did things because I felt like doing them, good and bad was a point of view that had never occurred to me. One just tried to play the game, which I suppose consists in keeping a stiff upper lip oneself, and not letting other people down, and thought no more about it. But now, in this terrible riverside house, the very air seemed so malignant that I could hardly breathe it. Suddenly a sound as of a foot shuffled softly forward came from the other end of the room. I suppose the door moved in the draught, and I let fly one piercing scream. Peter was with me in an instant, and I flung myself at him, sobbing wildly. He sat on the edge of the bed holding me, and presently my terror became articulate. " Peter, they are there, by the door, the people you shut in the other room. Peter, I can't bear it. Don't leave me." " Hush, Viv. Do hush, dear. There's no one there, really. Nothing shall hurt you. Would you rather come into my room?" " Yes, yes, anywhere. Oh, Peter, take me away." He picked me up and carried me into his little room, and when I was quieter he fetched the rest of the pillows and arranged them against the wall. I settled down on them, and he sat beside me, holding my hand until I fell into a dreamless sleep. The pallor of a London dawn was in the room when I awoke, feeling stiff and cramped. Peter, fast asleep, lay along the boards, one arm outflung, while his head had slipped onto my lap. I sat and looked at him in the wan light, smoothing the fair tumbled locks away from his forehead. He seemed such a boy asleep. There was something absolutely childlike about the curve of his thin cheek and the sweep of his lashes, which I always told him were wickedly long for a mere man. He stirred a little, as though troubled in his sleep, and bending over him, I saw wet drops were glistening on those absurd lashes, and I caught a few muttered words. " Viv," said Peter. " Viv, oh, darling, don't. Don't, Viv, my darling." As I raised my startled head I felt a scorching blush mount in my face, and I sat very still. There seemed something almost dishonourable in having heard that unconscious avowal from one who, when awake, hid so well what he now laid bare. I felt as though I had listened at a keyhole to what I was not meant to hear. The very innermost Peter had spoken. It was a revealing of naked soul to soul. And startled, abashed, mine drew back. He had called to me from his dreams, and it should be only a dream Viv who heard him. Affection, trust, protection, loyalty, all those I could give him, the gifts of a good she-comrade, who is a being half mother and half man-friend. But more than that I felt it was not in me to give. I stayed as quiet as possible to let him have his sleep out. The dawn light flowed into the room like water, and not until the grey pallor of it had given way to a bleak yellow did Peter wake. When he opened his eyes, he first stared blankly, then with recognition, and I was able to meet his look as calmly as though I had been the unknowing Viv of the day before. He sat up as quickly as his cramped limbs would allow him. " Good heavens, I couldn't think where I was. Viv, I've been pillowing my horrid heavy head on you. Why didn't you kick me off? You must be all stiff." " Not a bit. I'm only just awake myself," I lied. " Oh, Peter, what a horrible, horrible night it's been." He laid his hand lightly on my skirt, where it was still warm from his head, then looked at me with a sudden smile. " Well, I don't know that I altogether agree with you, Princess," he said. Chapter 12 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 12. The Babes in St. John's Wood. Shortly before 7, as we discovered by my watch, which I had managed to redeem from the pawnshop, we heard the proprietor come to unlock the door. We waited quietly in the ground floor room while he did so, and the moment his back was turned, we slipped out without his being any the wiser. He must have received the shock of his life when he found what his wax figures had been doing in the night. Peter and I made up a little story about him. We decided he " got religion," and related his awful experience from a soap box. We partook of coffee and bread at a stall on the Embankment before we felt fit to face the world again, and it was through idly commenting on the peculiar raw sienna colour of the coffee that a bright idea struck me. It occurred to me that it was about the time of year when my old friends Jo Nash and Chloe Callendar, who used to be fellow students of mine at Collarossi's, were wont to be at a little studio flat over a stable in St. John's Wood, and I thought they might perhaps be able to find me work as a model. Peter was charmed with the idea. I could see that he was feeling me a great responsibility, which was exactly how I felt about him. " It's all very well for me, but what are you going to do? " I demanded. " Ah, I've got an idea too," quoth Peter. " Tell me." " Not till it comes off. Then I will, even if it doesn't. Are your friends really nice girls? "" They're stunning girls. And oh, Peter, they have a bathroom. If you knew how I am dying for a big bath." " I," said Peter, " intend to lavish sixpence on the luxury in question at the establishment of the L.C.C. But first we will take a bus, and that the bus may in its turn take us to St. John's Wood, I fear we shall have to demean ourselves by finding out whether it is going there." We did, and it was, and presently I found myself, Peter beside me, walking through that wedge of a graveyard in St. John's Wood, where the leaves were still young and fresh on the slim, dusky barked trees, and the sunlight flickered in swaying rounds and crescents over the dank old tombstones. Then we came out into the quiet little street, with its houses that have seen better days, where Jo and Chloe lived, most of the houses washed a dark cream, and with broken-nosed cupids, or a curly-maned lion or so, upreared among the weeds, and the strange bits of wreckage, such as big faded blue wheels and brown earthen drain-pipes, that littered the front gardens. Through a little guichet in a big wooden door, painted a stained weather-beaten peacock colour, I led Peter, across a yard where a few gleaming straws fluttered on the cobbles, while a row of stable doors round it proclaimed the place a mews. On the top half of a narrow door in one corner, a beaten copper plate proclaimed that here was the Hencoop Studio, for such is the name irreverent friends have given the little flat, and Jo and Chloe have succumbed to it even to the extent of the copper plate. I had always liked Jo Nash and Chloe Callendar, but as I flung myself onto the bosoms of their friendly, though paint-smeared overalls, I knew that they were the passion of my young life, and I told them so in appropriate language. They replied, " We also have loved you from your childhood up, and rocked you in your cradle. You shall eat the egg of peace with us, and then have your bath." " Please, you must have breakfast too, Mr. Whymperis," said Chloe in her best little girl manner, which on Chloe is one of the sweetest things I know. " We always have an egg for a friend, and a friend of Viv's is a friend of ours, if he will be." Peter was, in his own words, open to an egg, and we all sat down to breakfast, while we three womenkind talked at once. " You're just in time," said Chloe. " We're giving a dance next week." " A dance? How peerless! But I've nothing to wear." " Oh, that's all right. It's a drency." " That means fancy dress," I explained to Peter. " When we all lurked together as students we had a lot of portmanteau words. Prill means pretty foul, And it is a nice crinkle-your-nose-in-disgust word, isn't it?" "Ah, but our most useful word was cuxed," said Jo. "I always maintain that that word fills a long-felt want in the English language." "Don't tell me. Cuxed," murmured Peter thoughtfully. "I have it!" he shrieked. "And how right you are! Think of the clumsiness of always saying 'mixed company.'" "Exactly. And it's so useful. One says, 'Do you bathe cuxed?' or 'That's not a story to tell in cuxed.'" "And we will dance cuxed at the drency, Peter," said I. "And I hope you won't think my dancing is prill. Peter, d'you realise you've never waltzed with me?" And I jumped up and started twirling round the room, waving my egg spoon. Jo picked up a concertina and began to play the Eton boating song, and the next moment Peter and I were dancing together. Chloe seized the lay figure and joined in, and the startling unsuitability of its blank face and stiff wooden limbs to Chloe's soft childish figure and loosened hair made me cast Peter from me, whereupon Jo flung the concertina into the property cradle, and we all resumed our eggs. Peter melted gracefully away soon afterwards, to the LCC baths, I suppose, and then Jo ran on the hot water for me, and Chloe, who is, so to speak, the wife, while Jo plays the man of the house, sprinkled the petals of a big, freshly picked rose all over the top of the water. I lay in the big bath and a blissful dream, while the rose leaves made the steam fragrant as incense, and the tremors of the waxen company faded from my mind. And slowly but surely my discovery about Peter, that disconcerting sentence murmured in his sleep, slipped away as well. It is so fatally easy to ignore what one does not wish to admit. A kindly rose leaf floated against my chin, and, ducking, I caught it between my lips and held it there. Oh yes, life was good, while there were still friends and breakfasts and a big bath and roses and a platonic. Here I nibbled the rose leaf impatiently, for I had an uneasy notion that really and truly there are no such things as platonics. Turning my gaze to the past, I looked ruefully at the friendships, so pleasant at first, so apparently platonic, that had all flared up in the usual manner. When a whole crowd of us were at Collarossi's, we had been great on platonics, and the only ones that did not end disastrously were of that order which we called gilded. If you went in for those, you were entitled to put P.G.P. after your name, which stood for Professor of Gilded Platonics. This meant that a girl and man were great friends, danced principally with each other at the studio parties, went to Fontainebleau and Versailles on Sundays, and discussed everything in heaven and earth, but more particularly love, theology, their friends, and themselves. I have heard gilded platonics described as "say what you like, but no touching." This all sounds the merest platonic friendship, but the gilding, though difficult to put your finger on, was always there. It could not be called by so harsh a name as flirting, and yet I don't quite know what else it was. Neither party had a right to feel aggrieved when the other became engaged, yet aggrieved he or she always was. I wasn't a P.G.P. myself because the gilding didn't appeal to me, and the consequence was that while no hearts were seriously damaged on either side where this relaxation was permitted, yet all my platonics came to a bad end. If my friendship with Peter were going the same way, the thought of having to make Peter miserable was too much for me, and I choked. and a heave of bath-water made me swallow the rose-leaf like a pill. " Come out of that. Are you dead? " shrilled Josephine through the keyhole. " Coming," I called, and it was then that I told myself I must have dreamt the whole thing, and anyway, there was nothing in it, and, of course, Peter cared for me only as a friend. I sang myself into my clothes and joined the others in the studio. Towards evening Peter came in to tell us he had found himself an attic in Bloomsbury. That apparently simple commodity only exists for girls between the covers of those books where, so to speak, no heroine is complete without it. In real life it is a thing only a man can procure. I have raked Bloomsbury for an attic, a nice romantic attic where I could watch sunsets and starve, but when the landlady didn't look suspiciously at me, there was always something that made me look suspiciously at her. We all five spent a quiet evening at the Hencoop, doing monotypes on the backs of old etching plates with our thumbs and stiff oil paint. The fifth of us was a very important person, the black cat Nell, commonly known as the Nelephant. She was more curious than beautiful, standing like a lynx, too high on overdeveloped hindquarters, and one of her ancestors must have been a Manx, for her tail was only an inch or so long. If you felt it, you found it was composed of short joints like a bamboo, and every now and then she surprised her world by adding another joint in the night. But the Nelephant's hands were the most curious thing about her, for just by the little toe on its own, that all cats have, there was another very big one, like a thumb, and the positively human look this gave the Nelephant when she sat up at table was uncanny. When she walked, she merely looked club-footed, and made a noise like the clatter of high-heeled slippers. Peter induced her to do a monotype by dint of rubbing her paw on the prepared zinc plate, but though he contended, when he had pulled the print, that the quality thus attained was most interesting, we declared its only value was as an example of the Bertillon system. It was a delightfully silly evening, and Peter was gayer than I had known him since our meeting on the Chough, before Haggett's had drained all the light-heartedness out of him. Chloe, in a bright blue silk kimono, and the depths of a tapestry armchair, looked the prettiest thing on earth. Very few people are really pretty, though many give an illusion of it, but whether you admired her particular type or not, there was no denying Chloe had an exquisitely finished prettiness. She is a slim, milk-white, sweetly sulky-looking creature, with china-blue eyes set in a pale, small oval face, and very fair hair, so fine that it goes in a silky cloud like that of a Fra Angelico's angel. A being she resembles as far as looks go, for there is something suggestive of the pure light colours of the primitives in the almost excessive fairness of her skin, and in the pale but definite marking off from it of her fair, thin brows and delicately folded lips. The angelic quality shows, too, in the close modelling over her small bones, and the fine lines of them from the chin to the close-set ear. Everything about her is pretty, the childish poses of her slim figure, her airs of petulance, her pouting underlip, just a shade too full for the upper, which, with the powdering of freckles across her nose, gives the note of individuality to what would otherwise be a physique too perfect to be interesting. She always makes me feel I want to pet her and keep her from anything disagreeable, and between us, Jo, who is big and plain and brown-eyed, and I had already withdrawn her from 2 unfortunate entanglements, with much loss of blood, so to speak. We made silly jokes and cocoa so stiff that the spoons nearly stood up in it, and as we sat sipping it, I brought forward the question of what I was to do next. " Stay here till something turns up," said Chloe and Jo, but to that I demurred. " Such a nuisance," yawned Chloe. " Viv's going to be poor and proud, as usual. So banal of her." " Well now, how would this do ?" said Jo at last. " It would mean your going into the country, but I know you wouldn't mind that." " Mind? I'd sell my soul for a mess of red earth." " Well then, listen to this. The Culver gang — you remember Ted Culver and his sister, long-haired survivals of the '80s? " Rather. They went in for being Bohemian or something, didn't they? I often wonder what that is. I called on a woman once who took liqueur in her tea, and she said, ' I'm afraid you'll think me very Bohemian.' Well, press on." " Ted and his sister don't go in for liqueurs any more. They've discovered Nature. Not human, the other kind. They are being vegetarians or pantheists or something down in Cornwall, with others like themselves, and they're going to paint a series of nature pictures. You'd think most decent pictures were that, but apparently these are going to be something extra specially natural." " And is the model to be, well, extra specially au naturel?" "Oh, they're having a pro down for that, but I'm commissioned to find them someone who's an unmodern wood nymphy type, to droop over boulders and twine round trees in appropriate attitudes, and some art muslin. Now would you like to go? If so, I'll write to-morrow morning and suggest it. It needn't tie you to going if you find anything better in town. And I suppose even you aren't too proud to stay with us while you look for something." " You're a practical angel, Jo. Do write. It can do no harm, anyway." This seemed all that could be done at present as far as my plans were concerned, but there was still Peter to be thought of, and when we had finished our cocoa and the fire was dying down, and he had said good night, I went with him as far as the half door into the yard. "And you, Peter?" I asked him, taking him by the lapels of his coat as we stood together at the foot of the ladder-like stairs that ascended from the dim wilderness of sacks and harness. " I've got my idea, you know, Viv. The one I told you about. At least I said I wouldn't tell you about it till I knew more myself." " Just as you like, Peter. Only I can't help worrying over leaving you alone in London like this. Will you promise me one thing?" " What is it?" " You must promise first. Please, Peter." " I say, I can't. It might be something I couldn't possibly do." " You don't trust me? Don't be a little silly. Of course I do." " Then why not promise without knowing?" "Because it might be something divinely idiotic and criminally altruistic on your part that I couldn't take advantage of." " Oh, no, it's quite a prosaic little thing. But don't if you'd rather not. Only I had thought you would, for me." " Oh, I say, Viv. All right, I promise. Now what is it?" " Only if your idea is some time in coming off, and things get bad, that you'll make use of my watch. I'm going to leave it with you in case. I shan't want it, you see, with all my expenses being paid." " My dear child, I'd so much rather not. You might want it, one never knows." " My dear child, you're much more likely to want it than I am." " But hang it all, it's your watch." " Peter!" " I beg your pardon, Viv. It was an ungenerous thing to say, but I'd so much rather it was my watch, and I was lending it to you. Oh, the eternal masculine!" " But you promised, Peter." " I know I did, damn it all. Look here, Viv. Shall we say you keep the watch, and if I really need it, I swear to write and ask you for it?" "No, thank you. You wouldn't like to ask me for it when you were actually needing it. You take it now when you're not, then you'll use it when the time comes. A watch isn't a thing to tell the time by, you know." I passed the chain over his head, tucking it away under the soft turn-down collar of his shirt. The touch of the flannel reminded me of something else I wished to say. "And do remember, when you've washed your things, always to air them thoroughly. Your landlady will put them in front of the fire if you ask her nicely. You know, if I hadn't aired them over my oil stove at Haggett's, you'd have had ptomaine or pneumonia, or whatever the thing is, beginning with a P that one gets when one's caught a chill." "Oh, my dear Viv, I can't go making a fool of myself before my landlady." I registered a resolve to go and make love to Peter's landlady myself before I left town, and so did not press the point of the clothes airing. As I buttoned Peter's coat across his chest, he suddenly caught both my hands and held them. "Viv," he began. "Viv! Oh, what's the good of words when I can do nothing for you? I'd like to build you a little gold shrine and put you in it, and burn candles and red lamps and incense in front of you." "No, I wouldn't. Your shrine ought to be a wayside one, with a big halo hat to keep the rain off you, and wildflowers all a-growing and a-blowing before you. Oh, Viv, I'll write such divine nonsense to you some day, and you shall make pictures for it." "But you must go home to bed now, my dear," I said, all the more prosaically because his words made an odd little glow of something that was not exactly pleasure run through me. He gave a short laugh, then very slowly raised my hands and kissed them, one after the other. "Bless you, Viv," he said. "You make me understand what is meant when we're told the angels are sexless." "The thing that has always appealed to me about heaven," I remarked thoughtfully, "is that there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage. It almost counterbalances there being no more sea. By the way, have you noticed the joys of heaven seem mostly negative?" "The kingdom of heaven," said Peter very gravely, "is within us, which means it's as much here and now as the outside world, and is one with it, like body and soul. And marrying should be one of the joys of both. There are still some things you've got to learn, Viv. But Jo and Chloe are wanting to get to sleep, and I'm very sleepy too, and you ought to be. Oh, Peter!" "Well? What were you going to say, Viv?" "Nothing. At least, it was silliness. It's only that, when you talk like that, about the things that matter, like the kingdom within us, I tremble lest you'll get some very hard knocks as you go through the world, and it makes me want to protect you so much, and one is so impotent. Now you must go, and mind you go straight to bed. Good night." We stood looking for a moment into the moonlit courtyard. From their stalls came the stamping of horses, and the good smell of hay was in the air. Peter drew a long breath, then turned to shake hands. "Good night, Viv," he said. "Remember me in your dreams." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 13. We Increase and Multiply. The following day Chloe and Peter went off hand in hand to fetch Littlejohn, as we had come to the conclusion that it was better not to let any of the members of Haggett's company know my address. Peter, very brushed-looking, appeared at the hen-coop to collect Chloe, a pink rosebud in his buttonhole. Also, obedient to my wish, he was wearing my watch, so that at any crisis he could rush straightway to a pawnshop and deposit it, for as I had pointed out, it would be a great pity if a job came his way and for lack of capital he could not seize upon it at the instant. "The watch is lying against my heart, which is beating in time to its tick," he assured me, "so I hope it doesn't gain, because it would be very sad if I were to become fast." "It was always said of our set at Collarossi's," I remarked thoughtfully, "that we were so charming because we were rapid without being fast. But as a matter of fact, that watch loses." "I hope it doesn't follow that my heart will get lost," said Peter anxiously. "You don't think it would be safer if I handed it over to you in exchange for the watch?" "I do not." "By the way," he continued, "this rose is for you. It's the pink flower of a blameless life." "My career has been described by a friend of mine as a blameless past, capable of misconstructions," I replied, bending to sniff the rose. "Your little nose is all over pollen," said Peter. "Yes, that's why it's pink. Not your nose, but the rose, to match your past." "It is not my past we should be considering now, but your future. Peter, do tell me while Chloe's getting ready, what is your idea?" "Oh, well, I suppose I'd better. It's very simple. Journalism. I have always understood that to be the refuge of the destitute." "Peter, how exciting! But how about your other writing?" "That will have to wait. Poems and things don't make money. I did try very hard at popular fiction once. I began a newspaper feuilleton, but it wasn't a success, because I lost control of myself so. It started beautifully, with the heroine drawing forth her watch warm from her waist, but when it pressed on to the villainess dropping her Mazawattee-coloured eyes to the floor with a sickening thud, I had an idea it wouldn't do, and when the villain slank away like a whipped cream, I felt all was over between me." "And so you broke it off? What was it called?" "Knights Errant, without the K." No one knew why, but it was. There was an archduchy in it, and an archduke, and all sorts of arch people. There was an English cathedral charwoman with one blue eye and one brown, who was the head of a secret society, and there was a pure young English girl, and a muscular curate called Jack, and there was a man of the world with a past and a rare smile, a bloated aristocrat, an iron-jawed financier, several murders and some aeroplanes. It was a sort of William Whiteley in the way of feuilletons. It must indeed have been strangely handsome. But, Peter, tell me, how are you going to set about journalising? Call at the offices, I suppose. It'll be pretty beastly. Would you like me to come too? Or I could do some of them for you. I might even get a job myself, which would keep me up here with you and Jo and Chloe. It's worth trying, anyway. How splendid if we could get on to the same paper, wouldn't it? Hullo, here comes Miss Callendar. What on earth is she doing?" Chloe was holding the protesting Nelephant upside down on one arm, while with the other she tried to calm the creature's large hands that were splayed fiercely in protest. "I'm practising how to carry the baby," explained Chloe. "I've never done such a thing in my life. Oh dear, I know I shall have no control over it." "It, indeed!" I exclaimed. "Littlejohn is a lady, if you please, and would never demean herself by carrying on like the Nelephant. Besides, you've got her on the wrong arm. On your left, Chloe, and take care to support her head." Here the Nelephant gave a scream of rage and clattered loudly from the room on her superfluous toenails. Chloe straightened her holland gown and drew some gloves over her scratches with an outraged expression. "I trust I know one end of a baby from the other," she said loftily. "Now, Mr. Whymperis, if you're ready, I am." And with an air as of people leading a forlorn hope, they departed. Jo and I spent the afternoon in making me some much-needed pyjamas out of an old silk background that was rather faded in places, but quite sound, and of a lovely peach-bloom colour. We had no machine, and as we sat leaping up the seams at Collarossi's, one did everything by leaps, generally screaming leaps. One leapt screaming on to the tramcars, one's brush leapt screaming over the canvas, etc. As we sat leaping up the seams hand over fist, we talked. It was the kind of talk you are supposed to indulge in when you are brushing your hair at night. "Viv, I'm worried," began Jo. "I want your help." "My help? It's about Chloe, I suppose." "Oh, of course. How do you think she seems?" "Prettier than ever, if that were possible, and with still more of that look as though she'd just mislaid her halo and a pair of wings for a moment." "Yes, but I don't mean her looks, I mean herself. Doesn't she strike you as being rather overstrung? No continuity?" "She always rather flitted from flower to flower, but I've noticed that it's more so. And she has that expectant little look and way of humming to herself that she always has when she's more or less thinking herself in love." "She's living on her nerves," said Jo, "and this time it isn't a healthy excitement. Not that Chloe's to blame. She means no more harm than a butterfly, and sees none. But that very fact makes her reckless." "A man, of course. Of course, and he's got 2 wives already." "My dear Jo!" "Well, he divorced the first one, and I should think by the way he's going on he wants the second one to divorce him. And I don't intend Chloe to be the excuse." "Oh, it's unthinkable! Chloe! Oh, how can he?" "Oh, I don't say he means any real harm. He's carried off his feet by her looks. Only, you know, men can have the best of intentions overridden by the worst of impulses. I'm so awfully afraid he'll lose his head. And then if Chloe's in a sympathetic or a reckless mood, what mightn't happen?" "He's coming to the dance?" "Yes, and the music and dancing and lights and things. You know what I mean." "Chloe's susceptibility to atmosphere. Yes, I know. We must keep as much of an eye on her as we can." "That won't be much. By the way, it's Maurice Purvis, the painter. His thing was the splash at the New English last year. Oh, you were away." "Yes, but I heard about it. And I've heard about him too. Jo, what is there to be done?" "Well, I've got a plan for the dance, but it depends on you, Viv. Chloe's to be a masked folly, and her dress is copied from our old property one. The one with the ruff and the tulle skirts, you know. And I thought if we freshened that up, you could wear it. And masked, with your hair covered, no one would know which was which. Can you still imitate voices like you used?" "Yes." And so I thought if he's going to be strenuous, I'm to manage it's to me and not to Chloe. Oh, Viv, it sounds awful. I feel a mean pig. I suppose I ought to let her take care of herself. You're only a kid, when all's said and done, though one forgets it when one isn't looking at you." But you know how absolutely mastered by her moods she is, while you always give the impression of having some steady, central point, however things ebb and flow round you. It isn't that Chloe would knowingly not play the game, but the emotions of the moment mean such a lot to her that she wouldn't let herself stop to think. Don't you worry about me. I'll do my best at the dance, Jo. We must wash and iron the rough next thing we do. Let's sort out the things now." We rummaged in the recesses of the property box, sorting skirts from tights, and finally brought together the component parts of the Folly costume, all rather in need of a friendly iron and some attentions from a needle. Jo and I were busy supplying these when I heard on the cobbles of the courtyard the footsteps I had been eagerly awaiting. "There they are! There they are!" I cried, jumping up from my cross-legged position on the floor. "There's my Littlejohn. Now you shall see how peerless she is, Jo." I ran to the stairs and scrambled down them in time to receive Littlejohn from Chloe's arms at the bottom. Chloe looked slightly flushed but triumphant, while most of Littlejohn's face was obscured by the round black disc of a rubber comforter. "Where did she get that?" I demanded. "I never allowed her to have such a thing. It's a frightful germ carrier and will spoil the shape of her mouth." "Peter, you know I never allowed it." "Be thankful it is what it is, and not a gag or a bowstring," replied Chloe energetically as she led the way up the ladder. "Oh, Viv, never has friendship been strained as ours has this day." "Why? Did she cry?" I asked absently. I had removed the comforter and was enthralled by the fact that Littlejohn was too pleased to see me again for resentment. Her usually placid, not to say profoundly immobile countenance was dimpled and puckered with smiles, and she gurgled dewily. "Cry?" repeated Chloe. "Did she cry? No, she yelled, she howled, she shrieked. She outdid the trams, and the hoot of a motor paled before her. In the buses everyone looked at us as though we were murdering her, and one woman said, 'Poor little thing! Wonderful how they always know who's their friend.' When it came to a policeman advancing towards us as we waited to change buses, I took a dive into the nearest likely shop and bought this. And the only wonder is we didn't deposit Littlejohn under the counter, and leave her there." "Did it cry then, my poor precious?" said I. "And now she behaves like a saint in a painted window," observed Peter disgustedly, "as though to make us out liars." "I suppose it was being rent from the Changeling," she resented. "If she went on like that when you left, they must have been pleased to see the last of her at Haggett's." "Oh, how was the poor Changeling?" "Don't," said Peter. "Why?" I asked, startled. "There's nothing wrong, is there?" "Oh, no, except that the Changeling, having got fond, for the first time in what can hardly be called her life, her existence rather, of two other human creatures, has now lost them and feels lost herself. When she first saw us coming, she was sitting on the step of your old caravan with the infant on her lap, and when she caught sight of me she thought the person with me must be you. She jumped up and ran past me to Miss Callendar, and then her face went all dead suddenly, if you know what I mean. And then she must have guessed, heaven knows how, that we'd come for the kid, for she made a dash back to the caravan, stuck Littlejohn inside, slammed the door, and stood against it. I felt about as comfortable as a celluloid dog running after an asbestos cat across hell." "Well, and then?" "Well, we were there to get the kid, and knew it was as much as our place was worth to come back without her. We got her." The Changeling gave a sort of a howl and did a bolt somewhere. I found Haggett and asked him to comfort her a bit, give her jam for tea or something. It was rather like asking the dome of St. Paul's to be kind to one of the bits of mosaic. In silence I deposited Littlejohn in the property cradle which I had prepared for her. Why, oh why, hadn't I a little money? Then I would look after the Changeling for ever and ever, and the Changeling would look after Littlejohn, and we should all be happy. My joy in having my baby again, my anxiety about Chloe, and thought of my own plans were all overridden by the mental vision Peter's account had conjured up. Still silently I helped to get the supper, while Peter and Chloe lay in opposite armchairs and took a well-earned rest. When we began the meal, the late evening sun was shining in at the little square-paned, deep-silled window looking into the yard. It shone on the pale purple plumes of a branch of wisteria in an earthenware jar, found out a corner of the polished walnut cradle, and gleamed round the edges of Chloe's little Cinquecento head as she sat on the sill, giving her a prismatic halo and making her face and slim curved forward neck a delicate half-tone from which the blue of her shadowed eyes gained in depth. She was soon talking gaily, although I knew the serio-comic tragedy of the Changeling had touched her quick imagination at the time. But whereas Peter, for instance, found no escape from the depression of seeing suffering save in work or time, Chloe, in sheer self-defence, put all thought of it behind her as soon as she could. Jo was as admirably absorbed in Littlejohn as even I could have wished, and sat where she could keep a watchful eye on that infant's once more placid and sleeping countenance. I talked of nothing and thought of the Changeling. It was thus that we were all employed, with cocoa drinking as a common occupation, when there came the sound of a stealthy creeping on the ladder. We all started rather nervously, saving Littlejohn, who remained abstracted and unperturbed. Then Peter jumped up and, opening the door, went on to the landing and peered into the dimness. I followed him. There, nearly at the top of the ladder, and crouched against it, was the Changeling. Through the gloom, her white, frightened wedge of a face gazed up at us like the face of someone rising for the last time in a flood. I gave Peter a gentle shove, and he disappeared quietly into the studio. Then I knelt down and stretched out my arms. It was a shock to see the Changeling half flinch at my approach. I stroked back the stiff bleached hair, talking to her gently and very slowly in the way I had found she understood best, and for a few moments she stayed in her crouching position on the ladder. Then she came swiftly up and hurled herself at me, talking very fast and doubtless expressing much, to herself. But, as always with her, in moments of excitement, intelligible words there were none. I drew her to her feet and into the studio, where Peter had told the others of the new turn in our affairs, and I found Jo ready with a cup of cocoa. The Changeling marched straight over to the cradle, looked within, gave a little sigh of satisfaction, and came and sat beside me on the window-sill. All the time she drank her cocoa and devoured her bread and jam, she kept up a little stroking of my sleeve or skirt, until her meal over, with the abruptness characteristic of her, she was suddenly fast asleep, her head tipped back against the sill, and a smile on her half-opened mouth. My eyes met Jo's with a question in them, and she and I held a consultation in her bedroom, lest the disconcerting wits of the Changeling should gain alertness with sleep. "You can't turn her away," said Jo. "No, of course I can't, but I can't plant her and Littlejohn and myself on you. I must find new quarters. Rats! We can squeeze her in here. There's the hay loft I'm allowed to use whenever I want it. She can have that. We'll fix her up a bed. Don't talk nonsense, Viv. What is worrying me is how she got here. I hope Peter or Chloe didn't give away your address at Haggett's, because if so, they may be after her." "We didn't," said Peter from the doorway, against which he was reclining. "She must have followed us, goodness knows how. Had she any money?" "I don't know. Oh, yes, she would have had nearly all that half-crown I left with Haggett for her. But even so, how she had the intelligence is what beats me. It's simply uncanny." "Oh, Peter, the poor changeling! I'm glad, glad, glad she's come." As I spoke I thought of the journey accomplished much as a dog achieves across unknown country those wonderful voyages of which one hears. I thought of the desperate, half-frightened cunning with which she must have crept on to buses after Peter and Chloe, always managing to keep out of their sight, until at last, after a long waiting, that must have been one of pure nervousness, in the yard or the storeroom at the bottom of the ladder, she had crept up to me. Late that night, as I lay in my impromptu bed in the little box room, where all the old canvases were stacked, I felt very happy. I was certainly collecting a family in my course through life. There is a German fairy story which one meets in many slightly differing forms in the old books for children, which tells of a youth, generally the dullard of his family, who attains a magic goose with feathers of fine gold. Everyone who touches the goose, or who even touches the man who first laid finger on it, or those behind him, becomes helplessly stuck in a long procession. My progress through life seemed of much the same nature, though I think I must have been my own goose, and certainly not a golden one. There would now be both the Changeling and Littlejohn for Peter and me to support as well as ourselves, and the thought gave confidence. For as Peter had said to me in the courtyard that evening, as he went away, Providence might see fit to give one a bad time oneself, but would certainly never desert such helpless innocents as the Changeling and Littlejohn. "It's really a sort of selfish insuring of ourselves," said Peter. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 14. A Flutter in Fleet Street. On the following Monday morning, which I have often thought since was a tactless time to choose, Peter and I began the pilgrimage of Fleet Street. First we went down it on the top of an omnibus, because Peter said you couldn't hope to be any good in a place until you had grasped the atmosphere of it, and at the sight of the offices of famous papers whose names stood out in huge gilt letters across the dingy brickwork, even I, who had no pretensions to journalism beyond an idea of drawing fashion plates, felt a rising thrill of excitement. Then Peter started going into the offices at one end of the street, while I began at the other, and after 2 days' fruitless work we met in the middle, outside the last shrine of journalism unvisited by either of us. We decided to attack it hand in hand, but we first had to go back to the hen coop with various sweets and pastries Jo had commissioned us to buy for the drency that night. Laden with paper bags we made our way back to St. John's Wood, and found the studio in wild confusion. backgrounds heaped in a pile preparatory to being draped on the walls, the two model thrones stacked one on top of the other, and the floor one litter of lilac boughs and dog daisies. Jo, her head tied up in a silk handkerchief, was strewing tea leaves amongst everything with more impartiality than judgment. Chloe was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Chloe?" I asked, as I began to spread potted shrimp sandwiches, which were to be optimistically labelled caviar. "Buying floor powder and things, with Maurice Purvis," answered Jo, rather shortly. Later, washed and brushed, having snatched a bread-and-buttery kind of lunch, Peter and I prepared to depart once more, but Jo called me back. "Viv, swear you'll turn up in time for this evening. You won't let anything stand in the way. I'm worried to death about Chloe and this Purvis creature. Somehow I believe things will come to a head tonight, and I look to you to save the situation. You simply mustn't fail us." "I promise you I'll be back in time. Come along, Peter, we shall have to fly." We flew, on a number 13 bus, as ill omen and the arrangements of the London General Omnibus Company would have it, and on the way we compared our experiences of Fleet Street. Mine had been fairly simple. Almost everyone had been kind, but nothing had resulted. I had nearly always attained the editors, because their underlings were so good-natured and took so much trouble over me. From what I had seen of Fleet Street, I could say with truth that the spirit of rivalry and grudging of which one hears simply does not exist, at least among the poor underdogs like oneself. It was the upper dogs, the plump and inordinately worried potentates who sat ensconced in vast leather armchairs, who were the unpleasant people, either smoking in my face and not opening the door for me, or far worse, being too civil in that odious "what a charming little girl you are" kind of way. Whenever Peter had penetrated as far as an editor, which was not often, nothing more than an invitation to leave his name and address had resulted, save in the precincts of one Sunday paper, where Peter had offered to write his reminiscences of clergy he had met, and was asked if instead he knew of any safe scandals in society. The editor had added with a genial smile, "Blood's what we want." Now, as we went together up the flight of steps leading to the great glass swing doors of the Weekly Drum, we felt that our last chance had come, and it was with a quickly beating heart that I approached the commissionaire, who, medal-bedecked, loomed from a kind of hutch in the hall. He was a dear man, and I believe it was owing to his kindly offices that we were at length admitted to the innermost shrine of the Weekly Drum. It was a large, comfortable room, lined with books and boasting the inevitable scarlet and blue Turkey carpet. A little man in big spectacles and with a mop of grey hair swung round at us on a revolving chair as we entered. Then he got up and pushed a steadier variety forward for me. When we were all seated, he looked from one to the other of us. "The babes in the wood redivivi," he remarked with apparent irrelevance. "Well, well, I mustn't waste my time. What do you want?" "We—" began Peter and I together, then stopped. "Ladies first," said the little man. "Now then, Miss," he referred to a slip of paper in his hand, "Miss Lovel." Lord Lovel, he stood at his castle gate, combing his milk-white steed. How does it go on, that old song? "Ah, well, to business. We want work, if you please," said I. "One or t'other of you, or both?" "Both, if possible. If not, one." "And what have you done up till now? in the 2 or 3 years that have elapsed since you left your cradle." "I've done a great many things," said I, drawing myself up, and wishing I hadn't such a farthing face, and didn't look so like a little boy. "I belong, as we say in Cornwall, to be a painter, and I illustrated a book last winter for Harriet and Dale, but they went bankrupt, and so I went in a cargo boat where I met Mr. Whymperis, and he took me to a travelling theatre. And now I've left there, and Mr. Whymperis has left too, and I'm living with some painter friends in their studio, but of course I can't go on sponging on them." "Dear me," murmured the great man. "And Mr. Whymperis, what is he doing?" "He's writing in an attic in Bloomsbury, but as we are great friends we thought it would be nice if we looked for work together. You've no idea how disheartening it is doing things by yourself. And I am sure that the young man here has great ambitions and is only by way of marking time," said the editor shrewdly. "Tell me, sir, do you wish to settle down to Fleet Street?" "I think it might be a jolly useful school," replied Peter, after a second's hesitation. "While you're preparing some epoch-making work, eh?" asked the editor. "I know you're kind. And you, Miss Vivien Lovel, are you a genius too?" "Oh dear, no. I'm just going to make pictures for the great work. But you see one can't do even that unless one can make enough to live on. Do you think we should be any good on your paper?" "Well, you see," the editor confided, "things don't happen like that in a newspaper office. I wish to goodness they did. It's the great complaint one has against life, that it's so little like the books. If Mr. Whymperis here could only shut us all up between the covers of a novel, I should be able to say to you, 'Pray join the staff at once at a salary of 5 quid a week each.' As things are, I can't." "Why, good heavens, you lost lamb!" he cried savagely, shoving his jaw at me in a spasm of anger. "What good are you, with your big grey eyes, to us? You'd be taken in by anyone who spun you any kind of a yarn." "Stop, though. I'm not sure your big grey eyes mightn't be some good in getting a story out of people who won't melt to an ordinary reporter." He stared at us thoughtfully, then. "I'll tell you what I'll do," he said at length. "You've heard of the Murford mystery? Somebody whose motor car has gone over a precipice into the sea and drowned them?" I asked ungrammatically. "Ah, but has it? That's the question. We've good reason to think that it's all a blind, and that Mr. Murford, as he calls himself, is in hiding somewhere. The police are after him on a charge of getting money under false pretences. You find him and get us a scoop on it, and I'll see what I can do for you." There was an awful pause. I felt as though I'd been bidden to find a roc's egg or the philosopher's stone. Peter stood up and, thrusting his hands into his trousers pockets, rattled the 2 halfpennies he kept there for the purpose. "Right-o, we'll have a shot," said he. "Well said. You're the right stuff," said the editor. "Off you go. Oh, stop a moment." He in his turn dived into a pocket from which he retrieved a sovereign, which he held out to us. "Expenses, you know," he said. "Quite the custom, I assure you." "Editors are a much maligned race," I cried, as Peter and I emerged into Fleet Street again. And now, how to find Mr. Murford? That was the question. How indeed? "What we want," said Peter, "is a clue. The best detectives always begin with a clue." "Let's buy a paper and get up to date anyway," I advised. When we had bought it, we went and sat in the Temple Gardens to read it. What was known, however, did not amount to much. a Mr. Murford, apparently a man of means, had, a few months ago, appeared at the manor house of Fengate in Gloucestershire. He lived in a lordly way and had no profession beyond making himself liked, in which he seems to have thoroughly succeeded. One morning he had gone out alone in a new car, which was discovered next day in a shattered heap at the foot of a cliff in Somerset. Of the man who had been its occupant nothing was to be found except his cap, which lay in a rock pool. The village and neighbouring gentry were much distressed, until the chief constable made the discovery that the water at that part was never over 2 feet in depth, and that no currents set there. The local tradesmen, whose bills had all been running on, came forward with a tale of all Mr. Murford owed them, and, as Peter said, already journalese phrases seemed to trip off his tongue. The matter assumed a different complexion, a more brunette complexion, he added. "What an egg for us if we could only find him," I sighed. "I wonder if there's a portrait of him anywhere. Turn that page and see." He did, and there was, one of those blurred photographs which, while destroying detail, seem to bring out all salient characteristics more strongly. The man showed plainly as a long-jawed fellow with a dome-like brow and a short black moustache over a flexible mouth. His rather high cheekbones caught the light. "A very definite type," announced Peter. I stared at the picture in silence, for somewhere at the back of my memory the thought that I had seen the face before was pricking at me. Could it be merely that, as Peter said, it belonged to a type? Suddenly I gave a crow of excitement. "Oh, Peter, I know him! What stupendous luck! It's Edgar Murdock!" "Viv, explain yourself. You make my brain reel in its socket. Who is Edgar Murdock, and why is he Mr. Murford?" "I don't know why he's Mr. Murford, but I'm sure it's Edgar. Why, he used to clean the boots and read Marcus Aurelius." "Viv, I don't want to have to shake you in public. Do explain. Whose boots?" "Ours, father's and mine. We were lodging one summer at a queer old tumble-down place called Secrecy Farm. I believe priests and cavaliers or someone used to hide there. Isn't it a gorgeous name, Secrecy Farm? And Mrs. Murdock ran the farm, which was practically moribund, and her son Edgar did the boots and other things, of course. He was about 16, and awfully clever in a way one felt would never come to anything. Mrs. Murdock was a bleak sort of woman, and only lived for him. But funnily enough, she was very fond of me, and was awfully kind to me." "How odd," said Peter. "It seems that the next thing to do is to go to Secrecy Farm." "Where is it?" "In London." "It all sounds like a new Arabian Nights. Proceed, fair damsel." "It's Hampstead way. Let's take a bus." On the bus we laid our plans. Peter was to sit behind a bush on the heath, while I went to the farm and asked for Mrs. Murdock. Then my own intelligence, which unluckily has never been of the detective order, was to guide me. We broke into the editor's sovereign for our bus tickets, a lordly proceeding that seemed to annoy rather than impress the conductor. That little unpleasantness over and our plans laid, I sat busy remembering all I could about Mrs. Murdock. She had been a hard-working, bright-eyed woman with a mouth like a rat-trap, and a wonderful passion for her son, so strong that it showed in spite of herself, in the softening of her whole look when it fell on him. She had worked like a man on the farm to give him more time for his education. He attended a second-rate sort of private school. and every halfpenny she could lay by was to be devoted to the same cause. Her Edgar was to be somebody in the world, and don't you forget it. She herself could neither read nor write, and Edgar had to make out the accounts for her. And he had turned out badly after all. Poor, harsh, fond Mrs. Murdoch! I broke off in my musings to bid Peter glance at my watch. It was already 4 o'clock. I should have to be back at the hen coop by 8 at the latest, if I meant to change in time for the drency, and help in the last preparations. I wondered a little about Mr. Purvis, whom I was to pursue with such a watchful eye that night, even as I was now hoping to pursue Edgar Murdoch. I felt myself singularly unfitted for either task, and I was not sure that such a jack-o'-dreams as Peter would be much help. The fact of the matter was that fate had cast us in this affair for the part of a Sherlock Holmes, and by nature we were nothing more sleuth-like than a Watson. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 15. Secrecy Farm. I installed Peter behind a gorse bush on the heath, instructing him how to find the house should I be away for more than a couple of hours. And then I started off. Secrecy Farm lies in a backwater of Hampstead, down a road that cheats you for a few 100 yards into thinking you are in the country, until you find it melts drearily into some waste land, dug up for building, and hideous with piles of crudely coloured bricks. The road is shaded by elms instead of the ubiquitous plane trees of cities, and though dust-filmed, it is true, pink campion and strong rank hemlock grow along the hedges. The road humps itself into a bridge over a sluggish little canal, on whose muddy brown waters float little patches and threads of creamy scum. And by this canal, the length of a field from the road, stands Secrecy Farm. As I drew near I saw that nailed to the palings was a notice board inscribed in big white letters on a black ground, with these words, Secrecy Farm. This desirable freehold with 4½ acres of land, to be sold. Apply Horton and Jenks, Golders Green. My heart sank. It did not seem as though our cause would benefit much by this expedition. But I opened the gate and approached the house. It is a low, white building, or rather once was white, but now was defaced by long, meandering green stains. Several panes of the small windows were broken. The woodwork, long unpainted, had turned a soft peacock blue colour, and the weeds grew long and lank in the strip of ground between the house and the field. I walked round to the back, where I knew the main door was. I was greeted by a perfect storm of barking from 2 dogs, one chained a little way down the garden, and the other at the further end of the house. They tugged at their chains like demons, and I prayed the links might hold as I stood and surveyed the scene. Secrecy Farm had been ramshackle when I had first known it. It was far more so now. To the left of the door was a flight of wooden steps that led to a sort of little railed platform, on to which a French window opened. I remembered how incongruous that window had always struck me as being. It introduced what was somehow a sinister note of modernity. As I looked at it now, I thought I saw a slight movement behind the curtained panes in the decrepit old house, and I turned towards the garden. That showed signs of fairly recent care. A tall row of scarlet runners leant from their supporting sticks. Beyond them I caught sight of a strip of cabbages, showing a cold blue-green beside the dark coppery red of some beetroot leaves. Beyond that again, a rick of dull sad-coloured hay blocked any further view. Against it an elevator was leaning, and the wind rattled it in all its iron joints, so that it sounded like the clanking of a ghostly chain. I turned to the house again and knocked with the ash-stick I carried against the door. At first, nothing but the renewed fury of the dog's barking answered me. Then I heard an inner door open softly. I knocked again, and this time a hesitating step shuffled down the passage. Then the door was opened a few inches, and I caught the gleam of an extraordinarily bright pair of eyes. "Ah, it is you, Mrs. Murdoch," I said. "Don't you remember me?" She opened at that, and Mrs. Murdoch stood before me. She, like the farm, was very much as I remembered her, only more so. Her hair had gone very thin above her high forehead, which gave her something of a vulture look. Her yellow old face was extraordinarily wrinkled, but as she recognised me, her smile made all the wrinkles break up and run into wide curves, like the circles made by a stone in a pool. "Why, it's Miss Viv!" she exclaimed, and I thought I noted something besides pleasure in her voice — relief. "I happened to be in London again," I said, "and I thought I'd look you up. May I come in?" "Eh, what?" she asked, leaning forward. "I've gone very hard of hearing, my dear." I repeated my question with a shout. "Why, well, yes, come in, dearie," she then answered, and indeed I had already stepped into the narrow passage. I saw the paper was peeling in damp patches off the wall, and the boards were bare, while Mrs. Murdoch herself was wrapped in an old magenta shawl that trailed in a moth-eaten triangle from her back. "Let me see, this was the sitting-room Father and I used to have," I exclaimed, my hand on the door of the room which gave on to the little balcony. I must just look in, and before she could stop me I had turned the handle. Rather to my surprise it yielded, and I looked in, to see Edgar Murdoch standing in the middle of the room, which was quite unfurnished save for the curtains over the window. That he was Mr. Murford I had no doubt, now I had set eyes on him again, in spite of the fact that he was wearing a dark, pointed beard, which must, of course, be false. "Why, how d'you do?" I exclaimed mechanically, holding out my hand. It was not until he had taken it, and I felt how cold his was, that the full realisation of what I was doing flashed through me. This was Mrs. Murdoch's son, and Mrs. Murdoch had, in her queer, brusque, half-shamed way, been very kind to Father and myself in the old days. I had been counting on that old kindliness of hers in coming there that afternoon, and I had been wont to help Edgar to construe Marcus Aurelius in the original. Uncertain and devious as he was, in many disconcerting ways, he had a kind of brilliance, and now to track down Mrs. Murdoch's son was impossible. I suppose the excitement of the thing, and the fact that Mrs. Murdoch herself had not entered into my calculations, had prevented me seeing clearly before. Anyway, once having presented myself as a friend, and being welcomed as such, I had made myself powerless. After all, it was not my business how dishonest Edgar Murdoch had been. And yet, there on the Heath was Peter who, if he could bring off this scoop, would be in a fair way to success in Fleet Street. I felt a profound distaste for the whole affair, and I wanted time to think. Mrs. Murdoch broke in on the little silence. "Well, since you've taken all the trouble to come out here," she said, in her still brisk and harsh old voice, that had alarmed me so at first as a child, "you must take a cup of tea with us. Edgar's grown a rich man and respected. as I always knew he would, so you'll have no call to mind sitting down wi' him. Come into the kitchen, there's a bit o' fire there." I followed her into the kitchen, which was empty save for a few chairs, a table, and a large wooden case with a wire netting window, which stood against the blotched and discoloured wall. Behind the netting 2 ghost-pale ferrets leapt up and down like wan reflections of the leaping firelight. "You've only just caught us," went on Mrs. Murdoch. "We're flitting. I suppose you saw the notice on the gate." "Are you going far away?" I asked. "Only to—" she was beginning, when her son struck in with a stentorian shout of, "There's no milk in the house, you know, mother. Hadn't you better get some from the shop over the bridge?" "So I had," said Mrs. Murdoch, not heeding my protestations, for to break bread with her was the last thing I wanted just then. "You must take a bit o' something with us, Miss Viv," said Mrs. Murdoch firmly, "and all the stock's sold off, unless you count the dogs and the ferrets." "Thank'ee, Eddie," for he had brought her a bonnet and a black cloth jacket, and was helping her into them. "I don't let my gentleman son do my errands for me out of doors, so he pays his old mother out by waiting on her in the house," she added, trying to disguise her pride in the gloomy-looking Edgar. She let herself out at the back, and Edgar Murdoch, alias Mr. Murford, and I sat looking at each other from opposite sides of the hearth in the dim kitchen, where a twilit greenness reigned, owing to the great lilac and syringa bushes that had been allowed to grow up against the window. Suddenly Edgar cleared his throat and began to speak. "Remember the old days, Miss Lovel?" he began. "How your father used to go off to the British Museum, and how you used to do little sketches about the place. I still have one you did of the old duck and her ducklings in the sunlight. And you used to help me with my reading." I nodded, but could find nothing to say. "How do you think the old lady's looking?" he asked suddenly. "Oh, I should have known her anywhere. But I don't think she looks very well." "She's dying," he said harshly. "What do you mean?" "What I say. The doctors give her a month or so at the outside. She's killed herself, for me. I'm taking her away, now I've found out, to look after her for the last time we'll have together. You must have thought us in a bad way when you saw the house all bare and neglected, but it's merely that everything's sold. Even our own things are packed ready, except just what we need for one more night. As far as money goes, it isn't a case of bad times, with her, thank goodness." "And with you, it is," I said, the words slipping out before I knew. "What d'you mean?" he asked sharply. Then I made up my mind. It seemed that the chief thing was to help the Murdochs, and I knew Peter would understand. "I mean I know you're Mr. Murford." "But I don't know why you did it. Eddie, why did you? You're not naturally dishonest, I know. There must be something at the back of it." "Why should I trust you?" he asked sharply. "No, I didn't mean that. But why are you here?" I came because I recognised you in the papers. I'm by way of being a journalist, and I was given the job. But I won't do anything that would hurt Mrs. Murdoch, if you'll tell me why you did it. You yourself have given the reason that's at the bottom of it all when you say her name. And she'll be back in 5 minutes," he added, glancing nervously at his watch. 5 minutes to make you see my point of view. I'm listening." He did not begin at once, but sat with his false beard sunk on his chest, and I gazed at it in idle fascination, wondering how he made it look so natural. Then clasping the arms of his chair, he began, still looking into the fire. "You remember how it was when I was a boy, how nothing was too good for me? Well, the time came for me to go out into the world and begin all those wonders she believed in. I started at your job, journalism. The old lady nearly died of pride when I used to come home and show her my press cuttings. They were only the usual things, murder reports and such like, but I had to read them all to her because she can't read, you know. She used to sit and finger them. Then I got the sack. I was no good at the job, really. My education! She'd spent so much on it, herself as well as her money. It was no good. Snippets here and there. I was more cultured, hateful word, than most of the men on my rag, but I'd nothing I could turn to any use. I, too, had believed I was bound to do wonders. Getting the sack was a shock to me, but I told myself it must be that I was too good for them. At last I got on to another paper. I found it was a swindling sort of concern, flourishing chiefly by blackmail. I'd begun to realise by then that I'd no talent. Just a drifter, with wants above my station, and no way, no honest way, of gratifying them." He paused, then took his gaze from the fire and let it rest on me. "I'm trying to be honest with you. I am being honest. It wasn't only wanting things for myself. I couldn't bear her to know I was a failure, that I was cut out on a pattern bound to fail. It was partly pride. I couldn't have stood the mortification of it. But it was more than that. It was that I knew it would break her up entirely. So I kept on that paper. I always came down here to see her, in a frock coat and a topper. She used to sit and just stroke that topper with the tips of her fingers as though it were a frightfully precious breed of Persian cat. She only lived for my visits and what I could tell her of myself. You don't know what a life of complete isolation hers is here. She has never known any of her neighbours. Why, do you think? Lest my precious career should be damaged by people knowing how I started, and that I had an illiterate working woman for a mother. Think of the incredible strength of her to keep to that all these years. Then I got hold of a sum of money, a few hundreds. My paper was a dishonest affair enough, but I cheated even my paper. I took the money to keep something out of it, and didn't let it know. Then I cut loose from it and told myself I'd start again. But there seemed nothing I could do. I could get no references for a clerkship or anything of that kind, and my mother kept on asking how I was getting on, when I was going to marry a lady. Then, I must have been a bit mad, I decided to have a splash on my money and see what it would do for me. A rich marriage, perhaps. Sounds low, but you see I'd got sort of used to taking everything from a woman. I went to Fengate. Everyone liked me. I'm a taking kind of fellow." He said it bitterly, and I nodded, for it was true. There was a kind of glamour and charm about him. "And what made you leave, plan all that sham accident affair?" I asked. "Did your money come to an end?" "No, I've got 100 left, though of course I owe practically everything there. But I got worried about my mother. I'd sent her snapshots of me out hunting and all that kind of thing from the local papers, but it was no good writing because she couldn't read it if I did. So every now and then I ran up to see her. She was taken bad once while I was here, and I made her have a doctor. It's her heart, and it can't last out for more than a month or so. So I chucked everything. I couldn't leave openly, I should have had all my creditors after me. So I thought I'd arrange it so that they'd think I was killed. I mismanaged it owing to not knowing that little item about the tide, and there's a hue and cry after me. I should be safe enough staying here, but I find she's already knowing about her heart. She'd made the doctor tell her the truth. She's already sold the furniture and put the place in the hands of an agent, so that I shall have as much as possible coming to me at her death, with no need to give myself away by having to make the arrangements. She's thought even of that. She couldn't have done it more carefully if she'd known I was a guilty man trying to hide. She was going into lodgings by herself. Of course I put my foot down. Luckily I have that 100. That'll be quite enough to last her time and impress her with my riches. She need never know, if only I'm not caught." At that moment we heard the sound of a key in the back door, and Edgar got up to meet his mother and relieve her of the milk and buns she carried. He had certainly shown me his point of view. There was no doubt about that, and shown it so that I had no course but to aid him. We all had tea together, and as I sat and munched I gazed at that indomitable old woman and marvelled. If I had known everything then that I did after, known what a game of cross purposes was being played in that kitchen, I should have marvelled the more. Meanwhile I was anxious to get away. It was past 5 o'clock by now, and Peter must be wondering what had become of me. He might even now be prowling round the house, a thing to be avoided at all costs. I stood up to go. I noticed that while I was making my farewells to Mrs. Murdoch, her son had left the room. When he entered again, he came towards me. "I must see you alone for a minute," he said, too low for his mother's ears to catch. "See me to the gate." "No, I'd rather not let out my secrets in the garden. Come upstairs to her room when she thinks you're gone, and I'll speak to you. There's something I want you to see there." He pushed his mother gently into her chair by the dying fire, and bending over her said loudly, "I'll see Miss Lovel off, mother, and then it's time we were toddling ourselves. You've nothing you need go upstairs again for, have you?" "No, but there's no call for us to go till tomorrow," she protested. "We weren't starting till tomorrow. I've changed my mind. I don't think it's good for you to be in this damp old house a day longer. You leave everything to me. I'm in charge now." He smiled at her, and she gave him her grim, tender in spite of itself smile back again, and I took my leave. The kitchen door once shut behind us, we crept silently, though owing to her extreme deafness there was no real need for caution, up the stairs, along the passage, and into a room at the far end. "I wish to goodness my mother knew everything," he burst out. "She's such a man. If only she weren't in this condition. But I couldn't tell her. It's been going on too long. I hate all this need for what I'm going to do." He was by the door as he spoke. When he finished he walked out and shut it behind him. I heard the key turn in the lock. "Edgar! Edgar!" I cried, and running to the door shook it violently. His voice, low and hurried, came from the other side. "Read what I've left on the mantelpiece," he said urgently. "Don't make a noise. She'll guess everything if she hears you." "But she won't. It's no good making a noise. No one'll hear you till tomorrow when the workmen pass. But read what I've written." His step went away down the passage, and with a reeling head I picked up the piece of paper that lay on the mantelpiece, and read as follows: "I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but I daren't trust you. You yourself said you were after me for your paper. This'll give me time to get her away. If you really are playing the game by us and care what happens to her, you'll forgive me for this and won't let on. E.M." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 16. What I Found Under the Pillow. My first thought was of Chloe and the dance that night at which I was somehow to protect her from Maurice Purvis. What would Jo think but that I had basely betrayed her trust in me? I read the little note over again, and my first anger and helplessness gave way to reason. After all, there was Peter, who would free me easily enough. But I almost despaired of Edgar. It seemed that the fatal crook in him, which enabled him to argue that black was white, had never been more clearly shown. He was so crooked that he could not believe in the straightness of anyone else. I looked round the room, which, facing northeast, was already grey with shadow. The big old four-poster bed was still there, ready for Mrs. Murdoch's occupation of it for one more night. Otherwise the room was bare except for a chest of drawers on which were a few rough washing requisites. In default of anything better to do, for I dared not whistle for Peter till I had heard Edgar take his mother away, I pulled out the drawers. They were all empty, but the last one stuck a little, and I found that a fold of paper was wedged behind, where it had probably fallen unnoticed from the drawer above. Smoothing out the paper, I saw that it was the prospectus of a boarding house, illustrated with photographs. I turned the paper over idly at first, then a sudden idea flashed towards me. Was this the place where Eddie was taking his mother, and had he given her this so that she could see what it was like? Why else should it be there? I took it with me to the bed, and sat down, leaning on one hand. The hand, sliding under the edge of the pillow, touched something cold, and I drew forth a shiny-covered exercise book such as children use at school. Wondering whatever Mrs. Murdoch wanted with such a thing, I opened it. The first few pages were covered with laborious copies, in pencil, of printed characters. Then came whole words done by the same slow method. At first I stared uncomprehendingly. Then, as I realised, I felt the tears burn in my eyes. Mrs. Murdoch had been teaching herself to write by copying print. She had evidently begun with words of which she knew the meaning by hearsay. There was a reproduction, for instance, of the notice board outside. As she got on a little, she had probably had a spelling book to help her, for there were columns of words printed one after the other. I turned on to the end of the book. There the pages were covered with disjointed scraps of writing, and slowly I made them out. "I am getting on with my—" Here came a blank, and I guessed the word "writing" had been too much for her. "But I shall never do what I thought, be a good companion for Eddie. I am too old to learn." I turned the page, realising as I did so the two reasons which had lain at the root of this attempt at self-education on the part of Mrs. Murdoch. One had been the shining hope that she might fit herself to be a worthier mother to Eddie, and surprise him by her achievement. The other, probably unknown to herself, was the imperative need for self-expression. With what must have been infinite labour she had jotted down a few sentences that revealed more than she had ever told to any living soul. "I wish Eddie could know I know," I read. "I sometime think it will kill me knowing he is not happy, and him not thinkin' I know." With the back of my mind I heard the house door close behind Edgar and his mother, but I was too amazed by what I was reading to pay any heed to it. "Eddie has done somethin' dreadful," was the next entry, "an' he think I don't know. I wish I could tell him I know, for I might help him, but he would not like to know I know. I have made it out in the papers. I wish he would not mind me knowing." Here evidently her thoughts and the passion of her had outrun her limited powers of transmission, and all that followed, written slanting-wise, as though in a gust of emotion, was "Eddie, Eddie, Eddie." The pencil had been driven deeply into the paper at the last repetition of her son's name. I had forgotten all about whistling for Peter as I sat there with that pathetic journal in my hand. The thought of Edgar, with his crookedness and his great unashamed devotion to his mother, and the thought of her, unfaltering at even such a pass, absorbed me. And each thinking the other did not know. Eddie absorbed lest his mother should know her labour had been in vain, yet longing for the strength and peace that would result if she only could have, but sure that it would break her heart. She, knowing, and having known perhaps for years, and thinking he could not bear her knowledge. As I thought of it all, my eyes fell again on the boarding-house prospectus. It referred to a house in Buckinghamshire, a gabled, timbered, modern atrocity called the Croft, with a tennis lawn and all the comforts for invalids. The combination made me smile even then. Guests could be quite private, the prospectus said, and there was a good doctor who always attended when required. This must be the place where Edgar was taking his mother. She had doubtless forgotten that that tell-tale book was left under her pillow. I could guess at her agony of mind when she found it was not in her luggage, that book that might give away her Eddie. Somehow I must get it to her as soon as possible, and I cast about for the best way. I could do nothing that night because of my promise to Jo, and I did not like to trust the book in the post, on the mere chance of that boarding-house being the place for which Edgar and his mother were bound. The only thing I could do was to use the rest of the editor's sovereign in going down next day. As I came to this decision, I heard Peter whistling the humoresque, our signal, from below, and opening the window, I called out that I was locked in, and he was to let me out at once. This he did by the simple expedient of breaking the French window and getting in by it, and then, as Edgar had left the key in the lock, my door was easily opened, and I walked forth. We filled the dogs' water bowls, and divided the remainder of the buns between them and the ferrets. And then, as we went back to St. John's Wood, I told Peter all about it as well as I could, though I felt it was a difficult thing to explain to him under the circumstances. However, Peter, being nothing if not feminine, understood. We arrived back at the hen coop in time not only for supper, but for me to assist the Changeling with the great event of the day, Littlejohn's bath. As she lay back in it, her round head on my supporting palm, and her fat knees drawn upwards, gurgling and chuckling at me, I realised more keenly than before how Mrs. Murdoch must feel about Eddie, who, for her, with all his years and sins, was still after all the baby who had lain and laughed up at her. The thought of her crude self-betrayal in that attempt at a journal was with me at the back of my mind all that evening, until Chloe's affairs drove everything else away. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 17. The Rape of the Lock. Chloe had been delighted when she heard I was to be dressed like herself. I think she saw the possibility of tantalizing Maurice Purvis. Jo helped us to dress, and when we were ready we stood side by side before the long glass while she tied on our masks. We saw two figures in deep rose tulle, the short skirts powdered with black pom-poms standing straight out from our waists. Two long pairs of legs were attired in black silk stockings and satin slippers with scarlet heels. On our arms we wore black gloves, and round our necks huge ruffs of frothing lawn. The curves of our two chins, just visible between the ruffs and the lace hanging from the masks, were decked with a black patch apiece. On our heads, Napoleonic hats, with gilt tassels hanging from their points, were crammed down so that no pale gold or dull mouse-locks were to be seen. Chloe laid hold of me and whirled me round. "Give me the first dance, Viv, you must. We shall look simply adorable dancing together." "Anything you like, if you'll let me go now. Here's poor Jo all undone down the back. Jo, you're a genius to have got yourself up like that." Jo was dressed as a gypsy, and the tawny silks and dangling earrings gave full value to her clear brown skin and splendid teeth. She made Chloe and me look quite insignificant. In the daytime she is plain, for her figure is on the big scale that looks clumsy in a shirt and short skirt, but splendid in softer garments. Her face is of the Slav type, which, with the right lighting and shadows on it, is, to my mind, the most fascinating of all. Very broad across the low brow and prominent cheekbones, the mouth big and set a shade further in between the short tip-tilted nose and cup-shaped chin than is usual. It is a type in which the tameness of the even-coloured skin and muddy brown eyes does not matter, because all the construction of the head is so sound, with every bone in its right place. I kissed the back of her short, strong neck as I finished pinning the kerchief down, and we all three went into the studio, where Peter got up as a pickpocket, with a teaspoon poking out from the crown of his hat, and his pockets bulging with spoons and watches, was paring candle ends over the floor and rubbing them in with a foot lost in the throes of a huge carpet slipper. Chloe took off her mask when the guests began to arrive, whispering in my ear, "I'll put it on again after. There's someone I rather want to confuse." She broke off, and I knew without Jo's gentle pinch of my elbow that the villain of the piece had made his entry. He came straight across to Chloe, and taking up her hand, kissed it. There was an audacity about the action that was its own excuse. Then, as he turned to Jo, he caught sight of me. I had my mask on, and for a moment he looked from me to Chloe. Then a light of pure enjoyment leapt into his eyes. Chloe slipped on her mask and came to stand beside me, saying demurely, "Viv, let me introduce Mr. Purvis. My friend, Miss Lovel." Mr. Purvis bowed, his hand to his black leather coat. He was dressed as a chauffeur, and I had to admit that the plain garb suited his fair, sleek good looks remarkably well. Anyone less like the conventional villain to look at than Maurice Purvis it would have been hard to find. He was inclined to be a shade too plump, and on the boyish pink and white of his face the heavy wrinkles looked oddly out of place, while his eyes shone blue and very charming from their sagging lids. He was one of those people who on nothing but a well-cut chin and a high forehead, from which the hair is brushed straight back foreign fashion, give a decided impression of cleverness. "No," said Chloe, in reply to his request for the first dance. "I'm having it with Miss Lovel. Come, Viv." I put my arm round her waist and swept her away, leaving Mr. Purvis rather sulkily dangling his programme. If it had not been for my anxiety about Mrs. Murdock and Chloe, I should have enjoyed that evening. Jo, Peter and I had to take it in turns at the piano, but he and I always danced together when she was playing, and all my other partners were good. Mr. Purvis claimed me for a waltz under the impression that I was Chloe, but I answered him in my natural voice to undeceive him. It would make my imitation of Chloe's tones the more convincing if I should have to try it. It must have been just before midnight, for the order to unmask had not yet come, when Jo, Chloe, and two other girls who had been practising it with them during the week formed all the guests in lines behind them for the lighted torch dance. Everyone was provided with a torch of sorts, mostly candles in half bottles, which make excellent draught-proof holders, some with Chinese lanterns. For the first 3 figures the processions kept themselves unmixed, and turned in and out, waving their lights and shouting. Then all became a scene of wild confusion, each person stamping, yelling, and rushing about. Every now and then came a crash of breaking glass as something was swept down by the stampede. The floor shook and swayed, and little gusts of flame soon danced out, sprang up here and there where a lantern had swung from its owner's grasp. I rattled away energetically at the piano, and almost felt I had the best of it, for from the piled height of 2 model thrones, where I and my instrument were perched, the whole affair looked splendid, a living medley of lights and streaming colours, like some bright bacchanalian orgy. I caught sight of Peter, whose lantern had gone out, squishing it to and fro like a concertina as he pranced along. From his mouth 4 lighted cigarettes spread out fan-wise. Groups of 3 or 4 people linked arm in arm, went swinging round, kicking wildly and giving short, high whoops, while others, with a more deadly ingenuity, were aiming chocolates down the yawning jaws of the gramophone, which, I may mention in passing, has never been the same bright young creature since. After these energetic efforts, comparative peace reigned while the dancers sat round on the floor in circles and began on the supper. I was tired after my long spell of playing, and also, to tell the truth, excessively sleepy, for I was beginning to feel the strain that the day had been. I refused Jo's and Peter's invitation to join them at their supper circle, because I saw Chloe and Mr. Purvis had slipped away out of the studio during the confusion. I went out to the head of the ladder-like stairs that led down from the hen coop into a confusion of harness and stable appurtenances. The Chinese lanterns had burned themselves out, and the place was in darkness except for the moonlight that shone in through the open top half of the door below. I sat down on some sacks that had been comfortably arranged by the head of the stairs, and taking off my mask, fanned my hot face with it. At that moment I heard Chloe's voice from the foot of the ladder, and her first words robbed me of any scruple in listening. "Oh, Maurice, I can't come. I daren't," she said, and there was a thrill of excitement and longing in her hushed voice. "My dear child, why ever not? Can't I take my little friend Chloe for a spin in the moonlight, without any harm? Just down to Kew to see the moon on the river, and then back again. We should only be gone an hour or so. They won't break up here till 4 or 5. We should be back before then. We can go just as we are, masks and all, and pretend we're highwaymen. Say yes, Chloe." "Suppose we had a breakdown," objected Chloe. "We couldn't have. I've heaps of petrol, and the car's running like a bird." "I thought you'd enjoy it." "So I should, but—" "But what? Chloe, won't you think of me for once? Just because I can't have what I want, mayn't I have anything at all? Little Chloe, why are you afraid of our friendship? Something tells me it mayn't be quite that, on my side." "Perhaps not. A man's a man, Chloe, but mayn't you be all the more sure, since there is that something else in my thoughts of you, that I wouldn't do anything to hurt or vex you?" "Oh, you horrid, mean, clever man!" breathed I in the darkness. "But what would Jo and Viv say?" murmured Chloe. "Miss Nash would be so pleased to see you coming back all the better for the fresh air, that she wouldn't say anything. As for your little friend Viv, is she as puritanical as she looks?" "Viv? Oh, no, but she's odd. I mean she'd never think any harm of me, but she'd be furious with you." "I think I can survive it," replied Mr. Purvis with a little laugh, and I swore to have his blood. There was a slight rustle at the foot of the stairs as the two conspirators stood up, and I prepared to fly. "In 5 minutes, then. I'll have the car just outside the yard gate. I'll run her out while the music's going," said Mr. Purvis. And I heard Chloe's voice, quite carefree by now, reply, "Right-o!" I ran into Jo's and Chloe's room and stood thinking for a moment. Should I tell Chloe I had heard? Tell Jo? Speak to Maurice Purvis himself? Chloe would probably turn obstinate, and Jo and I could hardly lock her up. As these thoughts flew through my head, I caught sight of a cluster of golden curls lying on the dressing-table, and an idea came to me. They were Chloe's curls. In fact, they had once grown on her head, and were the result of a year's combings, saved up in a pink shoe-bag and then confided to the tender care of a hairdresser. Chloe had not needed them tonight under the Napoleonic hat, and when I had locked the bedroom door I seized them and pinned them on behind one ear, pulling them forward so that they lay on my shoulder as though they had come down. Then I substituted for my cocked hat a blue motor bonnet, swathed in masses of blue-grey chiffon that I knew belonged to Chloe, and tying on my mask again, I slipped on the big fur coat Jo and Chloe shared between them. As I did so, I caught sight of Mrs. Murdoch's book on the ottoman. I must have put it down there when I came straight into Jo's room on my return. Nothing would be more natural than for any one of our guests, who left their cloaks there, to glance into it, and, shocked at my own carelessness, I stuffed it into the pocket of the fur coat. I was ready, but at that moment the door handle was first turned, then vigorously rattled. "Who's there?" I called. "Oh, bother!" said a voice, Chloe's. "What d'you want?" I asked. "I want to come in. What are you doing?" "Me? Oh, I'm lying down. I've got a headache. D'you want me?" "No, I want to get at some things of mine. Can I find them for you?" No. You wouldn't know where they are. If you've a headache, hadn't you better lie down in your own room? It's quieter." "I suppose it is. Oh, Chloe, will you just find Peter and tell him I can't play any more tonight? There's an angel." I waited till her footsteps died away, then turning out the lamp and putting the matches in my pocket to delay her yet further, I crept down the ladder. Across the yard I ran, keeping in the shadow of the house, and at the gate I found the car and Maurice Purvis. "Good girl," he said. "You're under the 5 minutes." "Quick," I muttered, apparently very out of breath, as I took my place in the car, a low, grey touring car, with a torpedo body and bucket seats. With a throb of relief, I saw by her steeply angled bonnet that she was a Flag, the one make of car with which I am thoroughly at home, and the discovery made me feel less powerless. As Maurice Purvis tucked the rug in round me, I leaned a little forward so that the fair curls caught the light from a street lamp. He touched them gently. "Golden locks," he said. Idiot, I thought, but all I did was to draw back petulantly, as I knew Chloe would have done, for I was sure Maurice Purvis had never touched her like that before. This was what her consent to his plan was already bringing to pass. He laughed a little, then took his place beside me, and I said to myself as I saw the movement of his foot that started us, that I might have cause to be glad that this car was fitted with a self-starting device. We were off, down the still road, where moonlight and lamplight mingled together, and shadows of varying degrees of darkness and semi-transparency lay across each other. Under each lamp the shadow of its own framework looked like a great motionless spider on the pavement. We swung round the corner, and I leant back and drew a deep sigh of relief. "Glad to get away unchallenged," said my companion, with a touch of triumph, very naturally misinterpreting the nature of my relief. I looked away from him and drew myself up a little, as though a trifle offended, and he was quick to take his cue. "I won't bother you with talk, Chloe, if you'd rather not. We'll just enjoy the moonlight and pretend things. And you shall tell me you're glad you came when you see the river. Will you, do you think, Chloe?" I gave a very good imitation of a gurgling sound with which Chloe expresses pleased agreement, and we sped on. I admit that if it had not been for worrying, I should have enjoyed the ride very much, for in that clear night air, with the clean rush of it in one's face, Maurice Purvis became a mere figurehead whose existence it would have been easy to forget. But I was somewhat perturbed, because though it is easy enough to take one's own adventures in a happy-go-lucky way, in fact that's the only way to take them, one can't extend the same carelessness to other people's affairs. Also, I hate meddling in business where I don't belong to be. Giving advice is bad enough, but when it comes to doing things for a person without her knowledge or permission, I confess I don't like it at all. And if it transpired that Mr. Purvis really had no idea in his head beyond an innocent run to Kew and back, Chloe would quite justly be angry with me for having made a fool of her. Yet suppose there were more to it than that. Of deliberate badness I didn't suspect Maurice Purvis, because men as a rule don't want to land themselves in a difficult position. But suppose with Chloe once under his care he lost his head and grew reckless. It would mean a terrible fright for Chloe, if not a silly scandal, which the knowledge Jo and I had of her innocence would not allay. It seemed to me I had done right, but by now I was almost too tired to think, and when, once past Shepherd's Bush, we had the road to ourselves, and the car ate it up at well over the legal speed, I lay back in drowsy silence. Past Turnham Green, where the church, so curiously thin in quality by day, as though made of pasteboard, attained a certain kind of Christmas card effectiveness in the moonlight, past the ugly basemented houses, past still unbuilt-on nursery gardens and glass-houses that glimmered like water, and then past Kew Bridge, leaving it on our left. I touched Maurice Purvis' arm in protest, but he only put his foot on the accelerator. "We may just as well go on for a bit this way," he said in my ear. "We've taken less time than I thought we should, and it's a ripping run once through Brentford. We'll go round by Twickenham and Hampton Court, and home through Richmond and Kew." I sat back again, helpless rage in my heart, and we ran through the narrow High Street of Brentford, where the air was laden with gas, and the huge gasometers loomed up darkly through the night. Every now and then we passed a gap in the houses on our left, and caught a glimpse of sparkling river with beds of rushes standing up into the moonlight, or willow branches drooping greyly. We rushed on over the canal bridges, just catching a glimpse of the great flat barges moored side by side. On and on we went, past Sion House, the lion's straightly stuck-out tail looking more unyielding than ever, and then we came to Bush Corner, and to my intense relief swung round it. My vague anxiety allayed, I let myself give way to the sleepiness that was growing stronger and stronger. It was a mere film of sleep at first, through which I was conscious of outward things, of the great blocks of Isleworth Infirmary, and more ranks of glass houses. Then my head nodded lower and lower, and I slept. We were running through open country and the dark glimmer of early dawn when I awoke. For the first moment or so I remembered nothing, and thought how pleasant it was to wake up in that rush of air, and with trees and sky around. Then, as it all crowded back to me, I cried out in anger. "Oh, what are you doing? Where are we going?" I cried. "On and on," he replied, laughing. But there was a tenseness in his voice. "Chloe, little Chloe, when we started I did mean to take you back, but I can't." "Where are we going?" "To the moon, to the edge of the world." Mingled with my thankfulness that it was not Chloe who was with him was a queer little relief that after all I had not made a mountain out of a mole-heap. But both feelings were quickly swallowed up in sheer rage. To think that this man, this Londoner, so different from the only painters I had ever known, who were all straight, kindly country folk, that he should dare to embroil me, Viv Lovel, in this kind of affair. Perhaps I was illogical, as I suppose the embroilment was my own doing, but that did not save him, who would have played this trick on Chloe any wrath of mine. That I, whose adventures had all been wholesome, and great fun when one had lived through them, should be plunged into any kind of affair with a being who was melodramatic and penny novelettian. I took off my mask and folded back my chiffon veil. "Since you are going in for heroics, Mr. Purvis," said I, "let me remark that this farce has gone on long enough. Unhand me." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 18. First Morris and then Edgar. Never have I seen a man so taken aback as Maurice Purvis. The car swerved across the road and nearly took liberties with a gate-post before he brought it into the straight again. Then he leant over and tugged at the golden ringlets, which came away in his hand. At the sight of Chloe's curls in his hold, I lost my temper, and snatching them from him, stuffed them into my pocket. "That belongs to Chloe, and nothing of hers has anything to do with you," I said. "Now, if you please, turn the car and take me straight back again." "I'm damned if I do," said Mr. Purvis. "Oh, Viv, you have been and gone and done it this time," I thought, and the car ran on, but at a slackening pace. Presently a peculiar smell began to greet my nostrils. It grew stronger, and blue fumes wreathed up in our faces. We slowed down and then came to a standstill, and while I sat and looked on as though I did not know one end of a car from the other, Maurice Purvis opened the bonnet and gazed despairingly in. As I guessed, and soon knew from his annoyed comments, there was no water left in the radiator, and when he looked round despairingly, I came to his help with a suggestion. "If it is water you need, I think there's a stream over there," I said coldly, pointing to where a ranker growth of grass was visible at the far end of a field sloping away from the road. Then began the pilgrimages of Mr. Purvis. He went back and forth between the stream and the car, while I, having dismounted, sat in the hedge and made no offer to help. Soon he flung his coat and cap into the car. At last he paused to rest. He also sat down in the hedge, and we looked at each other. I was gleefully conscious that I was not looking my best. I had taken off my bonnet, and my hair was flat and blown about, and if I looked as pale as I felt, which I probably did in the dawn light and a pink frock, the result must have been unprepossessing. My white ruff, very crumpled, had worked up under one ear, and I afterwards discovered that my patch had come off and left a dirty mark on my chin. Hands in pockets, I met the gaze of Mr. Purvis' disgusted blue eyes with severity. He was even more like the morning after the night before than I, for his lids were red and puffy, and he looked unhealthy, which I never have done in my life. One lock of fair hair clung desperately to his brow, robbing him of his quasi-intellectual air. and he was pale with temper. For a long moment we sat in silence, then indignation gave me words. " Oh, aren't you ashamed to be you? " I flared out. " When I think that I might have been Chloe, I think you took a great deal on yourself when you did what you did, Miss Lovel," he retorted. " You were taking rather more, weren't you? Not without the consent of the other party." " That's not true. You know quite well that if Chloe'd known you meant this, she'd never have said yes." " I didn't mean this — then," he said, flushing a little. " Very likely not, but it's because I knew it might turn to this that I came instead." He stared at me with greater interest than he had shown before. Then, " You little devil," he said, with a soft whistle. And — I beg your pardon, believe me it slipped out more in admiration than in any wish to be rude. " I think I would rather have rudeness than admiration from you under the circumstances, Mr. Purvis." He looked at me again, and this time something leapt to life between his jaded lids. He ran his fingers through his hair and settled his shoulders with a little backward movement. " At least I have not run away with anyone dull," he remarked. " I rather thought when I saw you that there was something behind that nun-like look in your big grey eyes. Rather beauté de diable. Has no one ever told you so?" The man was incorrigible. He could flirt, breakfastless, in the pallor of the dawn and a damp hedge. He went on: " I shouldn't be surprised, you apparently wise little Folly, if you hadn't a cloven hoof tucked away in your satin slipper. If you have, it's a fawn's hoof, nothing worse than that. Or am I the goat foot, and you a nymph? I have not the smallest intention of flirting with you. Are you going to take me back? What will you give me if I do? A kiss? You needn't look so furious or so frightened. Yes, you're evidently a cross between a nymph and a nun, and not a Folly at all. But you might try to be just. Only think what a perfect thing we could make this chance day in a strange county. What a romantic, snatched from the lap of gods kind of thing. If I give all that up, I might have some little reward, mightn't I?" He had hit on the point that hurt me in the adventure. That it might, had things been otherwise, have been so perfect. If it had been Peter who had taken this freakish flight away from the town with me, what a day of cool grass and sweet sun, of milk and new bread, of streams wherein to paddle and trees whereon to climb, it would have been. Still, it was hardly fair to blame Mr. Purvis for not being the person I wanted, considering I was not the one he had wished for either. I gave him one last chance in an appeal to his nicer side, which I presumed he kept concealed somewhere. " Mr. Purvis," said I believe when you have thought it all over, you'll be glad you haven't got Chloe into this scrape. Only think of the harm it would have done her. If you have any fondness for her, you'd be sorry for that. And — will you do the decent thing and take me back?" For a moment he hesitated, then temper gained the day. " No, I won't," he said. I had given him his chance, now I hardened my heart against him. If he had behaved decently, I would have made up the quarrel as man to man. Now I determined to have no pity. My plan was a risky one, and I began to put it into execution. " Well, if you won't," I said, shrugging my shoulders, " there's no more to be said. But as I suppose you don't mean to remain here, Hadn't you better go on filling up that tank thing?" "Once more'll do it," he returned, appeased by my apparent nonchalance, "and then we'll be in to Gloucester for breakfast." He picked up his can and set off down the field as he spoke, having shot a glance at me to see the effect of his last words. I waited till he was at the further end of the sloping field, then I wandered up to the car, and with my back to him screwed on the top of the radiator. Then, thankful I had not to draw attention to my proceedings by winding a handle, I jumped into the car and started her. The danger lay in turning. At the sound of the engine he looked round and stood transfixed for a moment, while I backed the car into the hedge. Then he began to run. He was half-way up the field as I got her going forwards, and by the time her head was round he was scrambling up the hedge. But as he flung himself over it, I was off down the road, and never looked back till the speedometer was marking 35. And then Maurice Purvis was a small dot in the distance. Oh, that drive! I fled along the clean morning roads across the shortening shadows, with the lovely engine purring before me and the tug of the wheel at my hands. Sometimes I ran through lanes where the cobwebs on the brambles hung like little sacks full of dew. Sometimes I passed fields where the silvery ribbons of new-mown hay lay across the greener stubble, or I dropped down hill roads that lay between great beech copses, where the unripe nuts showed a vivid emerald, and last year's leaves made a coppery carpet that the flecks of the sun turned to fire. Through sleepy Abingdon, with its quiet-faced Georgian houses shuttered to the dawn, through ugly little Oxfordshire villages with their box-like buildings of new brick, and so into Bucks, often, as I found by after-study of the map, losing my way rather, but by one, at least, of these digressions I was the richer, for I went through a patch of good chalk country, where the white and shining soil was quarried in smooth great flanks overhanging the road on one side, and dropping away half-veiled with a copse of young saplings on the other. On the chalk, the little shadow of every blade and pebble lay soft and blue, and the sunlight refracted off each pearly surface. And always, as I went, my heart sang with pleasure at this way which had befallen me, so to speak, of killing the two proverbial birds with one motor car. For instead of going straight home, I would use Maurice Purvis' car to take me to the Croft, and see if my guess as to its being the destination of the Murdocks was justified. Presently I came to the signpost I sought, and then, running through a trim, rather villa-ish street, I saw a large white gate with "The Croft" painted on it standing invitingly open. Somehow, as I saw the smoke beginning to rise up from the house I sought, I had no doubt that Mrs. Murdock and her son were there, and that all would yet be as well as it could be, considering. And I was right. Edgar had hired a luxurious motor and driven his mother gently down on the preceding evening. I saw him alone, told him what I thought of him for his behaviour to me, and then handed him his mother's exercise book. I went out into the garden, through the long window, while he read it. When I came back the room was empty, but presently a maidservant came and asked me to step upstairs. She showed me the room, and I went in, after a quick rap. Edgar Murdock, alias Mr. Murford, was kneeling on the floor with his head on his mother's lap, and his false beard lay beside him on the carpet. She, the wonderful old woman, had as little sentiment as ever. She bade him put on his beard again for safety's sake, as an ordinary mother may bid her child wear a red flannel chest protector. But something of the expression which she generally kept for him only was in her eyes as she looked at me. She permitted herself to kiss me, then apologised for taking liberties out of her station. We all had breakfast together in Mrs. Murdoch's room, because of the peculiarity of my attire when the fur coat was discarded, and then, feeling a new man, I started for home. Soon I came to Gerrard's Cross, and the curse of the week-end cottage, and thus into London by a route I well knew, through Uxbridge and Hillingdon, and then through Hanwell, where I caught a glimpse of Haggett's Imperial Theatre from the far end of the bit of waste land, and so, as Pepys would say, to St. John's Wood, where I arrived with the midday milk. I had changed, the better to escape observation, into Mr. Purvis' coat and cap, and it was thus attired I burst upon the anxious gaze of Jo and Peter, who were standing on the hen-coop steps. I took off the cap and waved it at them, when I had brought the car to a standstill in the yard. "Viv, thank heaven!" cried Jo, and Peter was at the step lifting me out. I was so tired I staggered against him, and he caught me by the ruff. "What have you done with Maurice Purvis?" cried Jo, as nearly hysterical as I have ever seen her. "He is in a hedge at the far end of Oxfordshire. Jo, for goodness' sake don't expect me to talk. Put me to bed." Peter half carried me upstairs and made some milk hot for me in the studio, while Jo took off my strange medley of clothes, and I slept till tea-time. Then I joined Jo and Peter and told them all about it, and they told me what had happened in my absence. Chloe, not unnaturally, had at first proclaimed me a spoil-sport, and defended herself against Jo's horror when she heard of the scheme. Then, when the hours went on, and we did not come back, she grew uneasy, and began to think I had had cause for my interference. Jo, roused at last, had now packed her off to relations in the country for a week, in which she was to play with nice boy cousins and forget Maurice Purvis. That gentleman had not yet appeared to claim his car, and indeed he only sent his chauffeur for it next day. But by all reports he was an oddly chastened man for some time to come, and left the inmates of the hen-coop alone. As to Chloe, I think it was not so very many weeks after that Jo said something about hoping she didn't miss Maurice Purvis. "Maurice?" said Chloe, with a stare of absolutely unfeigned innocence. "Why should I? He's rather boring if you see too much of him. Jo, I wish you'd lend me your new veil. Mr. — and here she named whoever the youth of the moment chanced to be — is coming to take me to the R.A." And the youth in question, being one of the eminently harmless creatures usually indulged in by Chloe, I don't doubt Jo lent her the veil, and thanked heaven for her peculiarly elastic temperament. On this evening at the hen-coop, that was yet in the future, though a knowledge of our Chloe helped us to forecast it. What we talked about chiefly was Mrs. Murdoch and her son. "Oh, I do hope it'll be all right," I said, "that no one'll find out, and Mrs. Murdoch can die there happily. And then Edgar'll be able to put things right and pay what he owes, for there's 4½ acres to Secrecy Farm, and land there is at £750 an acre. One comfort is, he'll have to pay his debts, as you have the whip hand of him," said Peter. but I doubt his ever running straight. By the way, we owe the editor of the Weekly Drum that sovereign." "I know. I feel the time has come to pawn the watch." So we disposed of what we thought was a mere episode, and finished at that, little guessing how I was to hear of Edgar Murdock again. That night, when Peter stood up to go, suddenly he burst out laughing. "By Jove, Viv," he said, "I believe you've done what is called compounding a felony." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 19. My Four Houses. 2 days later I went down to Cornwall. Since the only way towards journalism that had been open for me was now closed, and since I could not go on living on Joe any longer, there seemed nothing else to be done, and the letter from Evadne Culver saying they were out of a model seemed providential. Chloe was expected back in a few days. Emily and Littlejohn I had perforce to leave behind, and Peter also was staying in town. Therefore it was entirely on my own that I embarked on the profession of model. Head and hands, and perhaps a little foot or so, as Jo expressed it. My memories of Evadne Culver and her brother Ted were a trifle sketchy, as in Paris, when we had all been studying at Collarossi's together, they had never seemed to count. In other words, they had not been in our set, which was young, eager, foolish, very earnest, and very irresponsible. Ted and Evadne represented the type of which, for some perversity, the men are long-haired and the women wear their locks cut short, a type that really died somewhere in the 70s, and only survives, save for a few isolated exceptions like the Culvers, in the imagination of the British public. And now, apparently, having gathered together a few other choice souls, Ted and Evadne were doing a series of what they called nature vibration pictures at Land's End. "I hope they won't paint very vibratory pictures of me," I remarked to Peter, who was seeing me off at Paddington. "It would make me feel so like a cinematograph film." "Oh, Peter, I do hope you and the Changeling and Littlejohn will be all right. I wish we had some idea of what you are going to do next. I wish I weren't going." "What, not though it's to the country?" "Oh, well, the country!" And despite myself, I felt a beam of joy spreading over my countenance, and the light on Peter's dying away before it. I have always wished I had my face more in hand. "Oh, there's the whistle, and the guard's losing control over his little green flag," I said. "Peter, good-bye, and mind you write and tell me when you get anything to do." "By the 3 balls of my uncle, I swear it. I say, Viv—" But the train bore me away too fast for his running feet. By the time Saltash was reached, the fine weather had turned to misting, but my soul felt the old upleaping at the crossing of the Tamar, and as the splendidly desolate country, with its deserted mine shafts stark against the swollen clouds, opened out before me with that fan-like movement which is the effect of the foreground slipping past more rapidly than the distance, I went into the corridor to be more alone with my pleasure. And at last, just upon 5 in the afternoon, I saw again the glimmering marshes of Marazion, saw the misty mount, a fairy castle on a phantom hill, and heard the rush of the high tide as it surged up on my left, its creaming edge almost to the railway track. A minute more and the train ran in under the glass roof of Penzance station, and I saw Evadne Culver awaiting me on the platform, very much as I remembered her. Dark, eager, and decided looking, and wearing a pince-nez, attached to a black silk ribbon. When our greetings over and my scanty luggage found, we were driving along in the High Market gig, Evadne told me about the nature vibrationists. "People must learn to see that it's the spirit that matters," she announced. "I suppose you still stick to the old way of trying to express what you see before you. We think it more important to paint the inner meaning of the thing seen, in such a way that the colour waves will arrive in their right shape to the person who looks at the picture. We must convert you. Of course you are not to tire yourself out posing. You must paint when you want to." This was very good of Evadne, for it meant I should be able to do a series of little sketches that with any luck I might sell when I was back in town, and I thanked her warmly. "There's only one thing troubling me," said Evadne, "and that's where you're to sleep. Our cottage is full, and all the farmhouse lodgings are let this time of year. So I do hope you won't mind. We've put up a bed in 4 empty houses for you." "In 4? But my dear Evadne—" "Oh, well, it's 4 cottages that have been knocked into one and are standing empty. It's Clownance. Do you know it?" Did I know it? It was our old family place, the small but adorable manor of Lovel, or Levelis, as the name had originally been. It had long passed out of our empty hands, and the present owner, a rich grocer from Truro, had turned it into 4 tenement cottages. A painter had then taken them and knocked a hole in each of the dividing walls that had been put up inside. Now he too had left, and Evadne had placed the necessaries of life in the room I was to have. After supper with the Culvers at their cottage, I departed to my 4 houses, escorted by Ted, bearing a lantern, that the last quarter of the July moon made futile. It had quite left off misting, and the air was soft as milk. Clownance lies on a plateau half-way up the hill that slopes from the seaward valley, within 5 minutes of the Culvers' house. Ted and I walked up the rutted cart track, where the moon, shining through the elms and sycamores, made a marbled pattern, and shone on the whitewashed lintel of the house itself, at one side of whose grey granite front showed the ruins of the banqueting hall, delicate pointed arches and carved capitals, standing up pale and clear-cut in the moonlight. I fitted the rusty key into the lock of the big nail-studded door, a superfluous action, since it was not locked, owing to constitutional defects. I then lifted the latch instead, and opened the door. "You're sure you're not nervous?" asked Ted, as he took farewell of me in the dark doorway, the glare from the lantern shining on his long throat, with its tremulous Adam's apple, and on his retreating chin and big amiable mouth. Only across the upper part of his face lay a bar of shadow, so that he seemed to be wearing a mask, from which the lenses of his pince-nez gleamed anxiously forth. "Not in the least," I answered, "and I shall expect 'Sehnith at 7 with my hot water, for it was arranged that the Culvers' little maid was to call me with my bath water, which she was to bear from their house to mine." Ted said good night and departed, and I went all over the house of my ancestors, lantern in hand, and up all 3 flights of modern deal stairs, and the one old one of stone, where each step was worn crescent-wise. It was quite a small house, and its charm lay in the fact that it was like a reproduction in miniature of a lordly mansion, being built round a little square cobbled courtyard, guarded by a granite gateway with a big stone ball on either post. The windows were deep set in heavy mullions, and here and there a pane of bottle glass showed like a round, watery eye. The only furniture in the house consisted of a kettle that lay sideways, gaping at me, by the soft pile of feathery ash on the hearthstone of the hall, and the things Evadne had placed in my room. A narrow bed that stood island-like in the middle of the bare boards, on which a pale bright square of moonlight was the only carpet, and a washstand surmounted by a disconcerting dimpled mirror. Below my window the evening primroses and fuchsias stood erect in what seemed palpably silver air, and the shadows clung together under the tangled stems. There was not a sound to be heard beyond the whirring of an insistent cricket from without and the occasional scamper of the rats over the beamed ceiling, while the absolute aloneness was as perfect as I had thought it would be. I felt too happy to go to bed at once, and when I was undressed I took my candle down into the hall again to say good night to a certain little lady in pearl-coloured satin. She lived in a sunk panel over the mantelpiece, which was doubtless the reason why she had been left there undisturbed. Had she been in a movable frame, she would, despite her lack of any particular intrinsic value, have been dispatched long ago to a sale-room by the aforementioned grocer. As matters were, she still graced the lonely hall and gazed down with that eternal little half-mocking smile of hers at her descendant. I had, of course, greeted her on my entry, but nevertheless I now felt drawn down to her once more. I remembered her very well from a former visit, when Father had taken me by the shoulders and stood me beneath her, looking from one to the other of us. "By Jove, except that your hair's darker, you might be a reincarnation, Viv," he had said, and indeed the likeness was so strong I could see it myself. Instead of my dull mouse-coloured hair, she had pale flaxen locks, which she wore in little flat rings that looked as though they had been damped and then pressed round her forehead. Her small pale face, with its squareness at the level of the jaw, and its sharp pointing to the short chin, was, I knew, like mine. So were the round, nondescript grey eyes under brows as straight as though they had been drawn with a ruler. So was the funny little nose, that was far from being straight at all. She wore a string of pearls round her small throat, and her frock, of pearl-coloured satin, slipping off one thin childish shoulder, was kept up by a modest beringed hand poised against a knot of blue ribbon at her breast. The painting was dry and uninspired in manner, and yet the artist had caught that something which gives life to a picture, some hint of the eternal pathos of the young sitter who will be dust and ashes so many 100 years before the painted presentment has ceased to stare with the curious, inward gaze that portraits have from the darkening canvas. I stayed and talked with her a little, silently, before a sudden yawn on my part sent me up the stairs to my room again, and even there I felt her friendly little presence following me. With her I soon fell into a dreamless sleep. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 20. What I Told the Acanthus Leaf. I was awakened by a strange feeling that the pearly lady's presence had fled before other and more tangible ones. The moon had set, and it still wanted a couple of hours to dawn. I lit my candle and slipped out of bed and into a big coat. Then I opened my door and listened. A murmur of voices seemed to come from below, and I crept downstairs, lantern in hand, and into the square stone-paved hall.
The first thing I saw was a man in convict's dress bending over the hearth. With a startled exclamation he turned, and the lighted match in his hand lit up his face. I shall never forget my surprise when I recognised William Penrose. William Penrose was the largest landowner thereabouts, and lived at Boscarn with his mother. Father and I had often stayed with them. The last time, shortly before Father died, was when I was a long-legged creature of 15, and William a staid, important youth of 22. Therefore he must now be 28, but he looked very much the same. He had been a neat, correct-looking boy, and such was the atmosphere of neatness and correctness he bore with him, that it made me for a moment forget the broad arrows decorating his person. One could picture him grown portly in a tweed knickerbocker suit at just the right stage of shabbiness and fawn-coloured spats, his spare moustache gone white and a trifle fierce, striding across stubble fields. I stood and stared at him, and he stared at me with his pale blue, rather prominent eyes. I, too, in peach-bloom pyjamas and a blanket coat, with my straight hair raining down over my shoulders, must have looked somewhat odd.
"Why, Mr. Penrose," I said.
"Don't you remember me? I'm Vivien Lovel." "Vivien Lovel? Remember you? Why, of course. Only — well, I didn't know anyone was living here, and I thought you must be a ghost." Here he glanced down at himself and broke into a laugh. "And you, I suppose, must have thought I was fleeing from justice. But I must introduce you," and he turned to a shadowy form which I now saw for the first time sitting on the floor by the wall. I advanced my candle and saw what, to my first bewilderment, seemed to be the little pearl-coloured lady from the wall. There were the same wide eyes, though brown instead of grey, and small pathetic face, the same shimmer of satin gown. But then I saw that the hair, arranged in little clinging ringlets like those in the picture, was brown instead of flaxen, and there was that subtle air of modernity which always pervades the copy of antiquity. "Miss Clarissa Lenine, Miss Lovel," said William, who never forgot the courtesies of life. I had often heard of Clarissa Lenine, commonly called Kissa, the daughter of a neighbouring vicar, but whenever I had been at Boscarn, she had always been away at school. I was pleased to meet her at last, and said so. "How d'you do?" answered a forlorn voice, as a cold little hand slid into mine. "Oh, what are we to do? Isn't it dreadful?" "Well, you see," said I don't know what it's all about yet." "Of course not. What an idiot I am!" cried William. "It's this way. I've been taking part in some beastly theatricals, and then there was a fancy dress dance after, and then I said I'd drive Miss Lenine and the doctor and his wife home in my dog-cart. It's all on my way. We dropped the other two all right, and then the mare elected to go lame, and we had to get out and walk. I thought I'd put the mare in the empty stable here for the night, and Kissa must needs slip on a rut and sprain her ankle. And I don't know what to do. It's 2 miles still to the vicarage and 3 to my place. But now you're here, it's all right. You'll look after her while I go on and tell her people, and I can send over for the mare and her in the morning." Dear me, thought I, it's plain to see you two were practically brought up together and haven't got over it yet. Aloud I said, "I'd better look at the ankle first in case it needs a doctor. You had better carry her up to my room. I'll lead the way." We processed solemnly upstairs, and there I made a cold water compress for the ankle, which proved, although swollen and painful, to be merely strained. Then I accompanied William to the front door. He stood looking at me for a moment, still embarrassed by my attire, though he had forgotten his own. " D'you mean to say you're all alone in this house? " he asked. " Yes, there were no lodgings to be had. I'm posing to the Culvers. You know them, don't you? You've let them a cottage." " Oh, yes, I know them," he said, chuckling, as if the thought of them amused him. " Jolly good of you to sit for them," he added, and already in his tone was a shade of disapproval. I was Viv Lovel, a friend of his mother's, with whom I had often stayed. Why should I be so much too kind as to pose for the Culvers? " Oh, no, it's good of them, not me," I replied quickly. " They pay me. I'm here as a professional model." " That must be stopped, of course. You must come and stay with us," said William decidedly. A flush had actually risen to his face, and I could, metaphorically, have fallen on his neck and embraced him. I had so long been with people who thought of me, as a matter of course, as a worker, and now I felt again my kinship with William Penrose and his kind. Dull, boring as I might find them for long at a time, as my father had before me, yet these were my people, not the Culvers of the world. As I refused his suggestion, I was aware of a glow of pleasure. " My mother will call on you at once," said William, sticking his jaw out. " I'm afraid I'm not very callable on," I answered. " I only sleep here, you see. But I'll come and see her if I may." " Do," said William. " She often talks of you and Mr. Lovel. I'm awfully sorry, about your father, I mean. I had an enormous admiration for him, you know. When I was a boy I thought him the cleverest man I'd ever met, and still do, though I'm not a bit clever myself, you know. I'm awfully glad to have met you again." We shook hands, and he set off, a sinister-looking figure enough in his suggestive costume, and I went upstairs to Kissa. She had nearly finished undressing, so I brushed out her soft hair, the colour of a dead leaf, and tucked her up in bed, then folded with an odd feeling that it ought to be mine, the soft, pearly frock she had copied from that of my ancestress. " But you," she protested, looking up at me with sleepy brown eyes. " This is your bed." The excitement of meeting a convict and a damsel in distress has quite waked me up," I assured her. " I couldn't sleep, not if it was ever so. Shut your eyes at once." She did so, but opening them again, asked anxiously, " Do you think William was very annoyed with me, about my ankle? He says women are always doing silly things like that, especially me." " Of course he wasn't annoyed. It was just his anxiety about you, made him seem so. Now go to sleep." I watched her for a little while, till I was sure she was sleeping soundly. A slight flush on her cheeks, her sweet, sturdy profile, with its delicately tilted little nose and round, rather prominent chin, pressed against the pillow. Then, in the first grey of the dawning, I went out across the courtyard and round to the back of the house, where standing out to one side were the ruins of the banqueting hall and chapel, both much older than the house itself, which only dated from the Restoration. The clumps of ivy, over which a light breeze was sending ripples of movement so that they seemed to be drawing quick breaths, showed dark against the pallor of the shattered, roofless walls and slim pillars. A great white sow, wan grey in the dawnlight, a mere ghost pig, was lying among a rubble of fallen stones and nettles inside the chapel. I shot a pebble at her, and she lumbered angrily past me, snorting as she went. I climbed up what was left of the stairway in the banqueting hall, and crawling along the edge of the wall, sat down, my legs dangling and one arm clasped for security round the pointed arch of the doorway. Away from me, the hillside sloped to the valley bed. Among the brambles and gorse bushes, pockets of water glimmered pearl-like. At the mouth of the valley, about a mile to the left, the dawn was kindling over the brightening sea. I was perched so high that the dark bosses of tree-tops showed as islands above the golden mist that filled the valley in rolling clouds like smoke. The birds began to chirp, and from the hedge just below, a yellowhammer sat bowing at me and uttering his run of melancholy notes. A rabbit, its dun fur matted into little points with dew, ran across the path. The cows, scrambling up from the places they had kept dry with their own bodies, tore at the long grass till such time as the farm lads should come and drive them to the milking. Sitting there, I remembered when Father and I, long ago, had made a pilgrimage to Clownance, how he had shown me that the iron field gates were swung between carved pillars that had once graced the chapel, and how the wind-spar course of an old gable was built into the pigsties. If my grandfather had stuck to farming down west instead of going to races up country, this would be mine now and yours after me, he had said. I daresay I shouldn't have stayed in it, but the rolling stone would have liked a parent wall to roll back to in its old age. As I thought of his words, I understood them far better than I had at the time, and I too felt some influences from the old place tugging at my heart. I was very happy sitting there, but there was more to it than that. It was the fact that this was my own place, where my own people had lived before me, that tingled through me like wine. That someone else was in legal possession was really neither here nor there. These stones could never be flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone as they were of mine. Not for him would the pearly lady shimmer at the bend of the stairs, rustle in the passages, and fill the house with a presence as sweet and elusive as the scent of dried lavender. As I felt the call of the place, that imperative demand for actual stone and soil of one's own, which is a thing one can only understand if it is born in one, I vowed to buy Clownance back again some day. True, I had only about £1 in the world at the moment, but who could tell what might not happen? Before I swung myself down to go and meet the water-bearing Senath, I laid my cheek against the curve of the cold arch and whispered my vow into the ear of the acanthus leaf on the Capitol. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Milky Way. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Milky Way by F. Tennyson Jesse. Chapter 21. Spells. It was a busy day which followed. I restored Kissa to her parents in the morning, posed for several hours after lunch, and then was tracked down by Mrs. Penrose in her old-fashioned little Victoria, and borne off to tea. Mrs. Penrose is absurdly like William, with the same slightly sandy hair, in her case flecked with white, and the same fresh, wholesome colour. Being the dearest, kindest, most dogmatic and conventional person on earth, her horror at my situation was great, and I softened as much as possible the recital of my adventures since I had been alone in the world. " Who would have thought your father would have muddled his affairs so?" she exclaimed. " You needn't flush up so, my dear. I don't mean anything against him, only he was an unworldly babe. That's all he was, and you're just such another. You need a man to take care of you and protect you, my dear. William was saying so this morning." " The dickens he was !" I thought in dismay, but I was spared answering, as William himself came in at that moment for tea, and afterwards insisted on seeing me back to the Culvers'. After that first day, life settled down apparently quietly enough. I found the nature vibrationists consisted of Evadne and Ted, who were, so to speak, its high priests, of Kissa Lenine, who was allowed to learn a little painting on condition she never worked from the nude, and of a child of 60 summers who shared the Culvers' cottage, and who wore a poke bonnet on her snowy hair and a tame marmoset on her shoulder. He was the curse of our lives, that marmoset, for he would get loose and shin up the trees in the cairn where we worked, and then she gave us no peace till he was caught again. Also he ate our paints until one day when we pointed out to his owner a herd of those pinkish young pigs who are profusely freckled with blue in parts of their persons. That's the result of their having made too free with cobalt and go to hell Rosa," said Ted gravely. The German make of rose madder we used had "To Hell Rosa" inscribed on the tubes, hence the name by which, I regret to say, it was known amongst us. You wouldn't like Jacko to come out all over spots like that, would you? After that the child of 60 summers kept a stricter eye on her darling, but I think no one else was sorry when he overdid it on her flake white, though we dutifully gave flowers for the funeral. However, we were little better off, for she then started ring-doves, which cooed unceasingly, till Ted threatened to come down in the night and cut them off at the ring. These too were discarded, for, as she told us, "My dears, I took Roderick shopping with me into Penzance the other day, and he misbehaved himself. What do you think he did? He laid an egg on the counter." Although I did not succumb to the methods of the nature vibrationists, I did quite a crop of little pictures in the intervals of posing. For the latter occupation, attired in a Greek dress of white crepe and a mangy leopard skin from which Evadne had cut away the scalloped red flannel edge, I entwined myself in trees or poised as though for flight, hand to ear, striving after the expression Ted demanded, which was to be of startled nymphood mingled with Hellenic impersonality. He spent most of his time doing a series of little nudes, for which the model, a peroxide blonde with the loveliest mouth in the world, a silly little chin, and a supple figure, posed on a private strip of beach with, why I cannot imagine, her fiancé sitting on the rocks above as chaperon. Her name, not unhumorously, considering her profession precluded the wearing of so much as a thread, was Cotton, Gladys Cotton, and we called her Glad-Eyes. She was of that curious betwixt and between class who seemed to err on the side of over-refinement, and though she talked to me a good deal, treating me to what I could not help feeling was a rather posé philosophy, it was not possible to make much of a comrade of her. Her chief characteristic just then was an aggressive purity of soul. She talked to me of her profession, telling me how a dear friend had advised her to adopt it. "You see, Miss Lovel," she confided, "he said to me, 'You have that beautiful innocence which wouldn't mind,' and I thought that was so exquisite, don't you?" I replied prosaically that I had never been able to understand the connection of the idea of indecency with the human body, and that I should as soon think of having to control my thoughts before looking at the Marble Arch. This placid point of view seemed to annoy her, and I suppose it was to impress me with her superior delicacy that she, very inconsistently, refused to come bathing with Ted and William and myself. "You do bathe, don't you?" I asked in surprise. "Thank you, Miss Lovel," she replied. "I do bathe, but not mixed." The two people I saw most of away from work hours were Kissa and William. Kissa had elected to take for me what, in the schoolgirl parlance, from which she was only just emancipated, she would have called a rave. I often went to tea with her on the wind-swept lawn of the bleak moorland vicarage, and always William turned up and saw me home. Once or twice when I caught Kissa's brown eye looking wistfully at him, I tried to shake him off, but there was a burr-like quality about William at times. Undoubtedly he liked me very much, and it roused a little demon of amusement in me to see how his disapproval of my way of life kept on fighting with what I was beginning regretfully to feel was his affection. And yet, was it regret and fear I felt? Supposing it were so. Ever since that night in Clownance, when for the first time in my wandering existence the spell of a roof-tree and fireside had descended on me, my point of view had been changing. The life of a country house, that unique and English thing, was luring me. Convention itself seemed restful and, oh, so conducive to self-respect. Not only Clownance was attracting me, but even William, because of the life he could give me. He was not a rich man, only having enough to live quietly on his own land and have a shoot and a fishing up country. But he would buy Clownance back for me if I asked him to, and I should watch the rotation of the crops with him year by year, and become a cabbage myself. And what was there more peaceful, idyllic, and wholesome than a cabbage? I let both William and myself drift, for the spell of that side of my inheritance which till now had never been called into play was on me. And all this time, what was Peter doing that I was so cut off from the old atmosphere, which letters would have succeeded in keeping up? He had only written to me once, quite at the beginning. "I miss you very much," his letter ran, "and London looks dreadfully itself again without you. It was good going about with you. I once saw a countryman in a smock frock at Ludgate Circus. White butterflies visit my fifth-floor window boxes. A thrush used to sing in a square where I lived, and I have met sheep being driven down the Strand. But a dryad on a motor bus, and me with her, is a thing that never happened in London till you came there." I wore this letter in the breast pocket of my pyjamas as an amulet for some time, but when no more followed it, I put it away in disgrace. I thought of Peter, his gay philosophy, his fits of black depression, and his unvarying grasp through both of some central fact, and I tried to catch some of his gift for seeing that inner soul which he always declared fitted into and around everything like air, but in vain. It was not for me to see the little kingdoms Peter bore about with him, for on me the spell of tangible things was strong just then. I tried to clear my mind by sleeping out, a proceeding more potent in that respect than most things I know of. The sleep itself is broken and little as to quantity, but it is exquisite in quality. One cannot have a bad dream out of doors. I slung a hammock between the only two suitable trees, which happened to be at the side of the mill dam. The mill itself stood under the hill lower down, and I trained my subconscious mind to make me fall out on the field side of the hammock instead of into the dam. It is no relief sleeping out of doors unless you undress and really go to bed, so I trailed out across the fields to my hammock every night, attired in the peach bloomers as Peter had dubbed them, with sheets and blankets and an apple in my arms. From the cairn came the tremulous calling of the owls, which has the plaintive melancholy of a distant reed pipe. In a field near, a horse would stamp and shake itself. Every now and then came the suspicious note of some farm dog, while sometimes, all down the valley, sounded the bark of a fox, which is not a bark at all, but like nothing on earth save Coleridge's line, "Woman wailing for her demon lover." I lay in my hammock and listened to the long-drawn ululations till they thrilled in my blood, and the leaves of the hazel bushes beside the dam seemed to stir with the sighs from a lost soul. With the approach of dawn and the plop, plop of the tiny trout in the dam as they rose at the earliest flies, I would bait 2 or 3 fish lines with which I poached, and leave them there while I slipped on my big coat and went, towel in hand, down the valley to the cove. To do this I had to pass the Culver's house, which stood in a narrow strip of garden raised some 6 feet above the road, and one morning, catching an unwonted gleam of white through their gate, I ran up the steps and looked over. At first I thought the German invasion must have come, and that I was looking on an impromptu field hospital, for what met my gaze was a row of little beds all side by side. Then, on their respective pillows, I made out the shock head of Ted, and the very similar one appertaining to Evadne, the white locks looking strangely unreverend in their abandon of the child of 60 summers, the curls aggressively golden even in the dim grey dawn of Miss Gladys Cotton, and on a mattress beyond her, the prim small head and unfinished chin of her fiancé, whose name was Albert, and whose profession, when not on his holiday, was, I should have guessed, that of sign in a big shop. Somehow they all looked very incongruous lying there, and I leant on the gate convulsed with silent mirth and wondered what would be the feelings of any well-brought-up tramp who had chanced to hap upon this scene. It was later in that day that I managed to get my own back on Gladeyes. She was telling me of what a delightful night they had all had, and didn't I think it was a beautiful thing to do? And wouldn't I bring my bed and join them? I knew Ted and Evadne to possess the most genuinely simple and charming minds on earth, but I was not so sure of the simplicity of Gladeyes, and I freely admitted to myself that my own objected to doing anything as intimate as getting into bed in front of any of them, let alone Albert. Sleeping out of doors is too good a thing to profane. Therefore I refused Miss Cotton's kind invitation. She opened her beautiful agate-coloured eyes at me in a stare of protest. " Oh, but you do sleep out, don't you? " she asked. " Oh, yes," I replied sweetly, " I do sleep out, but not mixed." Chapter 22